if I just play the game. But that man doesn't know that I am bulletproof. Keep one foot on the sky and a foot on the road. I'm not doing this to try to make a name. I just like the way it feels on it, the way it looks on me. Still got the fire when you try to be a flood, 'cause I like the way it feels on it. That little rush, rush, rush of blood. That rush of blood, I'll use it for good. That rush of blood, I'll use it for good. I'm not doing this to try to make a name. I just like the way it feels on me, the way it looks on me. Still got the fire when you try to be a flood, 'cause I like the way it feels on me. That little rush, rush, rush of blood.
Hey guys, my name is Wade Cox. I'm here in Miami, Florida at the Miami Pro Slalom, and I'm in a Panther XL amphibious vehicle with Captain Amphibious himself. So, Captain, tell us about your vehicle.
Sure. This is a very unique amphibious vehicle. It's street legal. It goes in the water, becomes a boat, has a bit of a split personality disorder, if you say. And in the water, the wheels come up. It does 44 miles an hour, which is pretty unique. It holds the world record for an amphibious vehicle. And it's got two registrations, as a car and as a boat. You can go anywhere a car goes, and then once you're in the water, you are a boater. You can enjoy boating at its best. And you can park it in your garage. Very easy to maintain, very simple. And it has a Honda engine, 275 horsepower. And it's a four-seater, so you can take your family along. You can pull skiers. You can do a number of things that you cannot do with any other vehicle. It's very unique. This is the latest version. It's an extended version of cars that have been around for about 8 years. And we're introducing it in Miami. And hopefully you'll see many more of these around the waters and the streets in Miami.
Well, and you also have a business that you take this vehicle and you take people out, correct?
Not really. I just take prospective purchasers of these vehicles. I'm not renting this vehicle out, but it does make an impression anytime you take anybody on this, especially if they do not know that it's amphibious. And so every time you go in the water, there's quite a few 911 calls and lots of smiles and faces of surprise. So it's very unique. I've been doing this for about 20 years in a number of other amphibious vehicles. This is the latest. To me, is the best accomplishment in amphibious technology. We're working on an electric version right now, but this is a lot of fun. I've also been coming to the Greater Miami Ski Club since 1984, 85 with my family, and this is the perfect setting to enjoy the waters, especially if you're a water skier. No better place in the world to water ski.
Well, Captain, take us for a ride. Hey, this is my first trip, so we are going in. So, Tony, take over from here if I don't come back.
Why, thank you there, Wade. And we're seeing the amphibious vehicle going through its paces. The wheels are being retracted. The prop is in the water now, and we'll be quite literally jetting off down towards the slalom course. Hopefully, it won't pick up too many buoys on the way there. But there you go. What a unique start to this event for 2022, the Miami Pro Slalom, right here at the Greater Miami Waterski Club. And don't pick up too many boys, including ours over there. And a little bit of a spin out towards the end there. I don't think Wade was expecting that, but there you go. We'll bring him back to the dock, and he'll assume his duties for Wade's World. In the meantime, here is our schedule of events. So we're going to have men's round 1 starting in the next few minutes. We're at 7:45 in the morning right here on the East Coast, which includes Miami. And then we've got women's round 1 and men's round 2. Those are the scheduled events for today. My name's Tony Lightfoot. Glad to have the pleasure of your company here once again at the Miami Pro. And we have a whole slew of sponsors that you see directly below me. And we've got a whole bunch of people starting to line themselves up along the shoreline to witness the very best that Tournament Waterski Slalom has to offer. In the meantime, we've got another of our sponsors demonstrating their wares. The Orca by Tiger. Personal watercraft, which are 100% electric with about a 2-hour battery capacity in range mode. And these things can go from 0 to 60 in wild mode, 0 to 60 in little under 3 seconds. So that is a pretty high clip for any vehicle, let alone a personal watercraft. And why not take a look? Why not take the opportunity to come on down here to the Greater Miami Waterski Club and check out not only the Orca by Tiger, but also our Panther amphibious vehicle as it's making its way back into the shore. And we're going to get an opportunity now before we go into the first round of skiing to see what this Panther can do when it resumes a road street legal mode. The tires have already been lowered into the water. It's using its own momentum. And then up our concrete slipway. And there you go. Amphibious, true amphibious capability. Let's check in with Wade once again.
Well, that was my first amphibious ride, and I have to say that was a blast. Thanks, Captain.
You're very welcome anytime.
So, if you want to come out, see the vehicle this weekend, it's going to be out all weekend. So come out, enjoy. You have a blast. Back to you, Tony.
All right, thanks a lot, Wade. I hope you enjoyed your little excursion there on that amphibious vehicle. Certainly enjoyed watching it. And we've got our Tiger personal watercraft going through their paces, and certainly enough power to pull a skier on a wide ride, a slalom ski. You can find out more by going to tigermotors.com. That's TAIGA motors.com. And you see our other sponsors, and there we go. So before we go into our main event, which is the men's slalom round 1, women's slalom round 1, we're going to take a quick look at the pre-show. And once we get on the other side of that, then we'll bring out our first competitor. This is the 2022 Miami Pro Slalom. Well, getting ready for the Miami Pro for 2022, and the defending women's champion is right here with us, Elizabeth Montavon Island, right?
That's right, yeah. Added an extra last name on there this summer, so Elizabeth Montavon Island.
All right then, excellent stuff. So a lot of things have changed. You know, you've recently got married and you've got yourself onto a brand new ski, isn't that right?
That's right, yeah, a couple of weeks ago, I hopped on a La Pointe for fun mostly. It's not even, my ski is not even my ski, actually I'm borrowing it from Chet, believe it or not, I still forget that it's a borrowed ski. But it's a really fun ski, and there's a lot of things I really like about it. I've had a lot of fun the past 2 weeks tuning it and getting it dialed in, and I'll probably be doing that a little bit this weekend, but that's what I live for, is that craft of it all.
All right then, and you're obviously enjoying life on that ski and enjoying life with Stevie's Island, correct?
With Stevie's Island, that's correct. Look, we're really excited to be here. We go way back with Gonzalo and the Greater Miami Ski Club. I actually have their hat right now. Thanks, George Levine, for that. So we're just here, happy to support Gonzalo and the club, and they put on a great event last year. Of course, Elizabeth took it down as the defending champ now, and we're just happy to be here and have the chance to go back out there and rip it up.
Okay, this is the tail end of the season, last professional tournament. What are we going to expect score-wise from you?
You know, for me, it's really not about score. People have already asked me if I feel pressure, as it's my first time as a defending champion. But I really don't buy into that kind of hype. I'm so happy to be here after the summer I had where I didn't get to ski as many events as I wanted to. Looking at everybody else play in the sandbox and not being able to get in the sandbox is painful. So I'm happy to be here, happy to play with all the big dogs again. I just want to work on my skiing this weekend.
And what about you, Stephen? First time into 41 off this season, hoping to round off with a similar type score.
Yeah, I mean, every time we go out there, we're trying to throw down a big score, obviously, and it's such a stacked group of guys. It's so cool to be able to be out here with the best in the world and competing with them, and they always make a huge score to they're always making a big cut to get in. Usually it's 2 or maybe even more at 41 off to get in. So we're always trying to go out there, even in the prelims, even the first round, because you need a backup score to throw down a big score and give yourself the best chance to get into the final.
All right there, that's Stephen, that's Elizabeth, both on an island together, yes, here at the Miami Pro 2022. Well, here we are at the Greater Miami Ski Club for the Miami Pro, and looking to round our season off in style is Ali Garcia, the Women's National Collegiate Slalom Champion. That you must be pretty stoked after that.
Yeah, I mean, that was definitely a goal of mine since I started skiing. I really wanted to not only win the overall team event with my team, but I wanted to get that individual, so I was really happy to get that done.
And it was a real confidence boost at that time as well, because things at that point in the season weren't particularly auspicious for you going into that tournament.
Yeah, I got a bit of a concussion at Mastercraft Pro. I think everybody saw that crash. I took some time off and tried to build back into nationals, and was really proud that I was able to do it in that time period. So.
Excellent. So what are we looking to expect from you in this grand finale to the professional season?
It's a little late in the season with all the pro tournaments, all the college tournaments. Finals are coming up, so I've been a bit stressed, but I think I just want to go out, ski as good as I can, try to wrap up this season with an enjoyable tournament, have fun, relax.
Representing the Raging Cajuns of Louisiana Lafayette, this is Ali Garcia. We hope to see her swerve it out there at the Miami Pro for 2022. Well, standing next to me and getting ready for the Miami Pro 2022, the grand finale of pro tournaments for the season, this is Robert Hazelwood. How are you doing, sir?
I'm doing good, thank you. Just got out the car, so a little stiff, but no, I'm excited.
All right then, so you've had a pretty interesting season by and large, some highs, some lows. What have you been doing training-wise to enable you to finish off with a high?
Lots of skiing, lots of time in the water. I've been a little bit sick the last few weeks, so that hasn't been great, but just trying to put plenty of time in on the water and try to get dialed in pretty much.
Are you already looking forward a little bit to what's happening next season, testing, and off-water training after this tournament?
Yeah, I'm always excited for that. I'm heading down to Chile in December, so we'll keep the off-season training going, and I just really want to put in the work in the off-season to come back a little stronger next year.
And a bit of a drop there that we will be in Chile in November for the Pan American Championships. He's going to be there a few weeks afterwards. I'm sure you're training some folks for the Junior Worlds, right?
Yeah, I'll be out there skiing and having some fun.
Excellent stuff. That's Robert Hazelwood, and he'll be giving it large here at the 2022 Miami Pro. Well, here we are at the Greater Miami Waterski Club for the 2022 Miami Pro, and standing next to me here is multiple-time world record holder and world champion Nate Smith. How are you doing, sir?
Pretty good. Happy to be down here in Miami again, and this time on the water and not sitting with you during the tournament.
Well, yes. I mean, there are some fringe benefits sitting next to me in the announcer's point, but you made the point that you're back out in the water and you are competing again. To that effect, how is the ankle that you suffered an injury with?
It's doing better. It's still really, really sore. I got the boot off about 3 weeks ago, started skiing 2 weeks ago, and tried to go after it this week. But, I have no expectations. It could go one of two ways, either really good or really bad, and I'm just going to give it a shot. I do have to be a little bit careful with it, but, I skied pretty good the last couple of days, so I guess I feel confident in being able to put a score up.
So you're skiing with one eye to this tournament and an eye to what you're going to be doing in the off-season to prepare for a busy 2023 season. What's going to happen there?
Yeah, I mean, we've got this tournament here, and then for us here, I have Pan Ams at the end of the month, start of December, down in Santiago, Chile. So as everyone's trying to kind of finish off the season, I guess I'm just trying to get things going again. So this tournament, Pan Ams, and then maybe let the ankle and foot heal just 100% before starting next year.
We look forward to seeing you there in Santiago and indeed right here in Miami for the 2022 Miami Pro. This is Nate Smith. Well, here we are at the Miami Pro 2022, and we've got some personal watercraft here, some personal watercraft with a very significant difference. And we got the representative here from Tiger. Tell us who you are and tell us a little bit more about these.
Absolutely. So my name is Rob. I'm here with Team Taiga. We're a proud sponsor of the Miami Pro Slalom Tour, and we're here with the Orca Carbon. So this is a fully electric watercraft made by Taiga, based out of Montreal, Canada. So this is our premium offering with a carbon fiber hull and top deck. It's got the equivalent of 160 horsepower motor, which is 120 kilowatts. It can do about 2 hours of playtime, or about 27 nautical miles. It can do 0 to 60 in about 3 seconds and weighs about 750 pounds.
All right, and being as it's electric, obviously you have to recharge. How long does it take to go from fully empty to fully charged?
So I've actually got one of the Orcas that's charging right here on level 2 power, so it's just going to be like any electric vehicle. It uses a J1772 plug or a CCS Combo 1 for DC fast charge. So what that means is that you can charge level 1, which is here in North America going to be 120 volts, and so that will charge overnight. Level 2, which we got happening here, is going to charge about 25 to 30% an hour, and then DC fast charge, you're going to get 0 to 80% in about half an hour.
All right then, I'm absolutely chomping at the bit to have a ride with these, but it'll be a while before I do. So if you want to find out more about these, who do you get in touch with, and where do you go online to find out more?
Absolutely. So you can check out Taiga Motors at taigamotors.com. So TAIGA Motors.com. We're accepting pre-orders for the Orca Carbon. So it's a $1,000 deposit, and we're going to begin deliveries here in Florida starting in the new year.
Excellent stuff. That's Taiga Motors with these personal watercraft, and we're here at the 2022 Miami Pro Slalom.
Hey, thanks, Tony. I'm here with Arno from Belgium. And Arno, first skier in the water, 8 a.m. How you feeling this morning?
Good, I got some good sleep. We're in a nice Airbnb, so it looks beautiful today, so let's go.
And we shared a coffee this morning, right?
Yeah, it was a good coffee. Thank you, Wade. Thanks, great coffee.
All right, so we're staying loose down here with Arno. About 1 minute, he's going to be in the water. We'll let him get. Back to you, Tony.
Of course, in terms of getting loose for this competition, Arno did conveniently miss out the fact that he warmed up with a little bit of golf last night, and I won't speak too much more about that. But it was a grand victory for yours truly. But there you go. All right, we're looking at the dockside. We're seeing Elizabeth Montavon. She's just arrived on site, the defending women's champion here at here at the Miami Pro for 2022. We thank her for making a return appearance. I mean, it's been a pretty interesting season with injuries and stuff like that, but she's here and she is going to give it a best shot. So let's have a look at the running order. We have a little over 20 skiers on this list, starting with Arno de Rick of Belgium, then followed by Austin Abel, then Jaime Palomino, then Nicky Antonsen, then Martin Bartowski, Stephen Island, Chris Parrish, Charlie Ross, Benjamin Stadelbaum, Matteo Luzzeri, Robert Hazelwood, Stephen Neveu. And that's the first half of the list, and the remaining skiers all the way to skier number 21 consists of Dane Meckler, then Cole McCormick, Brando Caruso, Sasha Deska, Jonathan Travers, Thomas DeGasperi, Nate Smith, Freddie Winter, and Will Asher. And the seeding for that running order, incidentally, is based upon the current Waterski Pro Tour standings. And we use that to set the order for round one, which is going to be coming up to us very, very soon. There is our schedule. Round one, open men's at 8 a.m., which is about now. The boat's going to dock, having done its 2 phantom runs, and then we're going to bring Arno de Rick into the water. And there you go. Look at that. We've got the timer there. We've got Becky Lathrop at the helm. We have got Patricia Burt handling the rope. And in the center seat, we have Alicia Bagnoli, who will be manning the camera for at least the first half a dozen skiers before she herself has to get back into the trailer and after that get ready for her turn out on the water. We'll have the running order for the women's slalom skiing a little bit closer to when that event will take to the water. But this is men's round one. There's Nicky Antonsen, who's pretty handy on the slalom ski, and he's not too shabby with the driver either, as he proved to us last night. So getting limbered up for the event in more ways than one. And Arno de Rick is in the water. But there you go. All right, Arno de Rick is in the water, and Austin Abel will follow afterwards. And the opening pass for Arno de Rick as he approaches the course, it is going to be 30 meters, minimum starting line length, 30 meters for Arno de Rick out of Belgium. Comes to us from the famous city of Antwerp, which for those historians out there hosted the Summer Olympic Games in the year of 1920, but is known worldwide as being the diamond capital of the world. Little broken over into number 6, but he's fine for the most part. A little bit of a wake-up call on the entrance gates into number 1, but he got settled in to whereas accustomed. And as we await Arno de Rick to come back into course on pass number 2, let's check in with Wade's World.
Hey, thanks, Tony. There's so much history here at the Miami Ski Club. They held the 1966, the 1976 U.S. Waterski Nationals. And I know it was a huge deal for me in 1992. I ran my first 10.75 pass, and I was here when Andy Mapple ran the first 10.25 in 1997. So a really special place in water skiing. As we hear one of the big birds landing right beside us, Miami International Airport. So it's a unique spot. You can land and be on the water here within just a few minutes. So I'm looking forward to a great weekend. Going to have a lot of fun. Back to you, Tony.
All right, absolutely windless out there. No wind to speak of. Maybe about 1 or 2 mile an hour or 3 kilometers an hour here and there. It's barely a whisper out there. So conditions cannot be better here at this facility here. A rather unique facility in comparison to a lot of others around the world. Obviously, these lakes are artificial. Much of the stuff that was extracted to make way for these lakes was used in the construction of the runways at nearby Miami International Airport. And also a lot of the roads and expressways around here are benefited through the hardcore that was extracted from this area. And what it's given us is some beautifully sculptured lakes, and lakes that are capable of hosting some high-level slalom skiing, which we're seeing from Arno de Rick right now. This is number 5 coming up right now. That's number 5. That's number 6, and 2 passes under his belt. 30 meters and 12, or 32 and 35 off for those of you that are not quite on board with the whole metric system. And in the meantime, while we wait for Arno de Rick to come back into the course at 38 off for pass number 3, let's check in with Wade's World.
Hey, thanks, Tony. I'm here with Jaime Palomino from Mexico, and he's a seasoned veteran now at 17 years old, because a year ago this was your first pro event, correct?
Yes, I was here last year, and it's still one of my first pro events, I would say. I'm kind of nervous, but I'll just go out and do everything I can.
So since last year, Jaime, what can you say you've learned?
This place is bumpy, a bit tricky. You gotta be wide and just ski aggressive. that's it.
We're going to see him out really soon. Back to you guys.
All right, and an interesting note that I picked up on yesterday is that both Charlie Ross and Jaime Palomino are currently at Waterski High, which is Windermere Prep School in Central Florida, or at least two high-level professional skiers in attendance in that high school. So they've already got some great talent there, enough to form a ski team by themselves. But here we go. We have got a 38 off as Austin Abel looks out and checks out in the slalom course. And we're going to see Arno de Rick approach this attempt at 38 off. It is 11.25 meters. The start is critical. And he gets it into buoy number 1. Oh, a little broken over off number 1, but he's still there on 2. He's keeping the ski speed up. Oh, a big, huge slam there into number 3. On the back of the ski, and it is all over by the shouting. It's a 4 buoy count at 11.25 meters of 38 off. 37 feet of line to get round the course. It's 37.5 feet wide. The math there is very, very evident. Got a decent start, a little bit off on his position on buoy number 1, but he managed to crank off a huge turn on number 2, I beg your pardon, to keep himself in play. But number 3 couldn't afford to make the same mistake twice as he did in comparison to buoy number 1, and that means that it's a 4 buoy count at 11.25 meters. But it is the opening score. That is Arno de Rick out of Antwerp in Belgium. Just looking at the instant replay once again. And we're having a look at the end of this pass, and we're going to get ready to bring in Austin Abel. So Arno de Rick, first score on the board, 4 at 11.25 meters, and understand that we got viewers tuning in from all across the world. So whether you are in Nicosia in Cyprus, or whether you are in Melbourne, Australia, or Dubai in the United Arab Emirates, if you're tuning in, you are most certainly welcome to this, the 2022 Miami Pro Slalom. A Nautique towboat provided to us courtesy of Miami Nautique. We thank those folks very much indeed for their continued support of this event.
C2. Thank you so much.
And looks like we got the numbers.
Yeah.
C2, Charlie 2. Looking to get a pretty heavy hit at the buoy itself. Win a ski of your choice. Go to waterskibroadcasting.com/play for your final opportunity of the year to win yourself a slalom ski courtesy of D3 and Conley by accurately predicting the top 3 in either the men's or the women's slalom event. Free to enter. More details can be found at waterskibroadcasting.com/play. So why not enter for the last time this season? All right, Austin Abel. Thundering towards that slalom course. Minimum starting line length, 30 meters or 32 off. Nicely done. Entrance gates, buoy number 1. He's practiced here a little bit prior to this competition. He certainly feels at home here. Austin Abel, I believe, comes to us out of South Carolina, the Palmetto State. And doing a grand job there with the with his opening salvo. And with that, let's check in once again with Wade's World.
Hey, thanks, Tony. I'm here with Arno, our first competitor. So, Arno, 11 meters at 8 a.m. So tell us about that.
I'm happy you gave me the coffee, otherwise it wouldn't happen, the 11 meters. But it felt good. Last few days I was struggling a little bit, so I'm happy with this pass. The feeling is back and we have another round this afternoon, so let's see.
So what might you change between the morning and the afternoon?
Another coffee. Yeah, no, we will see. It felt good. I'm happy about the feeling now, so just let's go for another round this afternoon and let's see what happens.
All right, perfect. We're going to hang with him. We're going to go get another coffee, too. Back to you guys.
I don't know about coffee, but more like an espresso or something like that. Something that's got a little bit of octane to it would be great around about this time in the morning. Yes, my name is Tony Lyford. I'm glad to have the pleasure of your company. I see a few more of our athletes showing up. I see Chris Parrish, Pickle Power himself, getting ready for his go. A lot of our skiers are just arriving on site, and many of them well accustomed to skiing here at the Greater Miami Waterski Club. There's Jaime Palomino on dockside. We're also seeing Nikki Antonsen, certainly one of the rising stars out of the under-21s in Europe in slalom skiing. And not too bad with the driver either, as he proved last night. Here we go. We got Austin Abel coming to us from the north side of the lake. You see that structure behind him? That's the beacon transmitter that's right outside the boundaries of Miami International Airport, giving aircraft coming in the precise bearing on their takeoff and final approach. And a skier with good bearing out there on the slalom course so far is Austin Abel. And with that, let's check in with Wade's World.
Hey, thanks, Tony. I'm here with Nikki Antonsen from Austria. And Nikki, almost a seasoned veteran. Your first pro event was Travers Grand Prix a month ago. So how you feeling?
Yeah, all good. I'm excited for this last event. Let's see what I can do out there. I'm excited. And yeah, let's see.
So where have you been spending your time training lately?
I've been at Swiss pretty much all the time the last month. And yeah, I got some good practice, so I feel ready for today.
All right. He's ready. We are too. Back to you.
Yes, very quietly spoken, very just trying to manage expectations out there, but give this guy a chance and he'll run down that line before you know it. All right, then we got Austin Abel getting ready for 38 off. This is pass number 3. So, and also check out our webcast sponsors, among which are Drew Ross Realtor. If you're looking for real estate in Central Florida, get onto Instagram and type in Drew Ross Realtor. You won't regret that decision. And also check in with New Dimensions as well, newdimensions.com for fitness training that is totally out of this world. newdimensions.com. Out of the Millennium Mall in Central Florida. Here we go. This is Austin Abel. Oh, handle up high off number 4. He's really going to have to battle hard to run that pass, and unfortunately coming up short. So it looks like it's going to be 4.5. So first couple of skiers having immense difficulty on the last third of the course at 38 off, and the latest of them being Austin Abel. Number 1 looked at absolutely pretty immaculate there. Another right foot forward skier just absolutely turned the living snot out of number 2 and number 4, but just rolled up on the back of number 4 and didn't get much in the way of angle. Had to extend his pull into number 5, and the tension on that line was just way too much for him on the backside of that turn, and down he goes. So it is going to be 4.5. 4.5, he takes the lead. We're still waiting for our first competitor to make it through 38 off, or 11.25 meters. Could it be our next competitor, Jaime Palomino? Could it be Nikki Antonsen? Those skiers coming to us out of Mexico and Austria, respectively. We've got a whole slew of other skiers as well, from countries as diverse as as the Czech Republic, from Switzerland, from Canada, from Great Britain, from Canada, from France, from Italy. All of those countries represented here in the men's slalom event. All right then, so from one extreme to another. Austin Abel's setting was C2. Jaime Palomino's setting, A2. And no doubt we'll have that graphic being shown to you in the next few minutes to highlight and to better explain the whole zero-off system, what the letters mean and what the numbers mean. So whether you're watching us from Dublin to Doha, Caracas or Casablanca, wherever you're watching us from, you're most certainly welcome to the 2022 Miami Pro. All right, on that good slalom ski, we have got Jaime Palomino from Mexico. The next two athletes, including this one, have competed extensively, including at San Gervasio, where each of them in their respective years have come through with high placements in the Junior Pro Slalom event. I believe Jaime Palomino taking it either last year or the year before, and Nicky Antonsen doing likewise the year or two afterwards. And with that, let's check in dockside with Wade's World.
Hey, thanks, Tony. So next to you, Tony, I might be one of the better historians. And I knew that this young man, Stephen Neveau, had never skied here at Miami, but the U.S. Nationals are held in 1966 here.
No kidding. Well, that's pretty cool. Yeah, I'd never been here before. Looking forward to a fun day, hopefully. So, yeah, it's so far so good.
So, you know, Nate tied the course record last year, and Andy Mapple held it at co-holds, won it 43.
Well, there you go. I guess the table is set then. Time to make it happen.
Yeah, just give him something to think about. So, hey, enjoy your day, right?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it should be a good one.
All right, back to you guys.
All right then, and just an advance warning for Stephen Neveu and Stephen Island. If I do make the Freudian slip here from time to time, my apologies goes to each one of those individuals in advance. We have two Stephens on this list. We're going to see Stephen Island in a short while, and then Stephen Neveu will be skiing about half a dozen skiers later on this list. But here we go. We've got Jaime Palomino. He will be coming in to us from the north side of the lake. There we see Nicky Antonsen just looking rather pensive out there and checking out the water. It's best conditions that we've had for the last day or so. We've had winds blowing from the north for the last couple of days, but the conditions right here and now just cannot be beaten. Jaime Palomino just absolutely crushing that pass at 35 off, which he is fully expected to do. All right then, and with that, let's check in with Wade's World.
Hey, thanks, Tony. This is part of the water skiing I really enjoy here with Martin Batowski, and he's had exactly one set here. So you never skied here before until yesterday or Thursday. What do you think?
Yeah, it was actually a couple of weeks ago. I was on a work trip and I stopped by for a set on Friday afternoon. So I knew we were coming for today's tournament, but I'd never done a tournament out here, so it will be the first one.
So what were your sort of initial thoughts?
The thoughts, well, I skied well at Mastercraft Pro. It was early, a little earlier than I normally ski. I was the first one of the dock. I'm not here, but about the same time, so hopefully it will be good.
Well, I think we're awake now, so we're going to see him rip it really soon. Back to you guys.
All right, so Martin Bartowski former European men's slalom champion, hoping to roll back that kind of performance into his effort out there. We'll see him in about 2 skiers' time. There is Jaime Palomino getting ready for pass number 3, 38 off. Our first 2 competitors, Arno de Rick and Austin Abel, came up short on running this pass. Let's see what Jaime Palomino can do to run it. Good start on number 1. Ski out ahead of him. He's round number 2. Hips a little behind. A little separation into number 3. He's good to number 4. There he goes into number 5. Has to calm down, stay relaxed. And yeah, buddy. Yeah, that is a 6 buoy count on pass number 3. It is 38 off, 11.25 meters. Our first completed attempt on that pass. And it is produced by skier number 3, Jaime Palomino. And just look at the extension. Oh, got a little bit broken over off number 1, but he was able to bring his hips and to bring everything through and underneath the handle to get good cross-course traction and good extension into each turn. By about that time, as he got round number 4 into number 5, he was well on his way to run that pass, and all he had to do was to go into full-on safety check mode round number 5. Knew he had a lot of space to work with, and he came through in the clutch. Yeah, there you go. Jaime Palomino, a student at Windermere Prep in Central Florida. I think that's either in Orange or Lake County. Speaking of Lake County, as a matter of fact, we got the news about a couple of days ago that the site for next year's IWWF World Waterski Championships is going to be at Jack Travis's place outside of Okahumpka in Lake County. So we congratulate those good folks for winning that bid to host those championships again. And an opportunity, your last opportunity to win yourself a ski of your choice is there. Courtesy of D3 and Colin. Oh, and Jaime Palomino not getting the best of starts into 10.75 meters. We'll take a look at the instant replay on that one, but he'll swim into the shore and lament upon the effort that got him as far as half a buoy on 10.75, but no more than that. Yeah, just started extended into number 1 a little bit too early, but we are looking at the previous instant replay at 11.25 meters of 38 off. But I can tell you that Jaime Palomino gets half a buoy at 10.75 meters, and he has the lead. And here is that instant replay just in time before we bring Nicky Antonsen out onto the water. And yes, just not getting that ski out wide enough and comfortable enough for him to attempt a better than average turn on number 1. So it looks like half a buoy is going to go his way. All right, then let's check in with Wade's World.
Hey guys, I'm here with Mr. Steven Island, and man, recently married. Life's changed a whole bunch. Sitting PBs like up to here, life's good, right?
Life's good. No, we're excited to be here. Thanks to Gonzalo and all the event organizers, Charlotte Melcher, Chief Judge, Elizabeth's defending champ. We had to make it happen, you know what I mean? So, no, we're really excited to be here and excited to get out on the water today.
And I saw pics of you guys out and about in City Place right around the corner.
Oh, yeah. We went there yesterday for lunch and dinner, actually, because we're just right around the corner from there, and it's a good place to hang out. I mean, hey, we're in Miami, right? You got to get out, live it a little.
I love it. South Florida style. Back to you guys.
All right, then. And on the tail end of that interview, let me tell you that the latest edition of the TWBC podcast has just dropped. The interview with Elizabeth Montavon Island is published now on Spotify, on Google Podcasts, on Apple Podcasts, or wherever you choose to listen to podcasts. On the water at this moment in time from Austria, it is Nikki Antonsen. So, Nikki Antonsen comes to us out of Wien or Vienna. So not looking bad. Looking in very good shape, as a matter of fact. On the opening pass of 32 off. And let's check in with Wade's World.
Hey guys, here with the tower, Chris Parrish, and hey man, you are kind of like me. We grew up skiing down here, right? Since we were kids.
Yeah, all the memories come back right when you pull in. Yeah, a lot of history down here for sure.
And it's almost like your truck just knows like where to make the turns, and so you're doing your duties, warming up properly, right?
Yeah, we had just an incredible week of skiing last week. Dave Wingerter came down, and I've been skiing on the new 68, and I was just telling Stevie over here, I skied more last week than I think I've really skied in my 20s. So I got a sports massage the other day, and definitely feeling better today. I was a bit sore yesterday.
All right, we're going to let him get back to his warm-up. Back to you, Tony.
Sports massage, eh? Sounds more like a Turkish massage. All right then. On Doc's side, we've got Martin Bartowski. He'll be taken to the water soon. On the water right now, it's Nikki Antonsen. Ein, zwei, drei, vier, fünf und sechs. There we go, 6 buoys there for Nikki Antonsen. Doing a fine job out there and getting ready for pass number 3, which is 11.25 meters off 38 off. The standard 75-foot line. So, just looking very consistent and just keeping very much to himself out there on the slalom course and not doing anything too much out of the ordinary. He's been skiing at Swiss for a good few weeks now, and I'm sure that his family out in Austria, a rather extensive Waterski family, are tuning in and taking all of this in. As we take a look at those electric PWCs, the Orca, and you can check them out at tigermotors.com, and find out a little bit more about those all-electric personal watercraft. In the meantime, let's check in with Nikki Antonsen, getting ready for pass number 3, 38 off. Minimum starting length for all of our male competitors is 13 meters or 32 feet off the standard 75-foot line. Out of Vienna and Austria, this is Nikki Antonsen. Good setup on buoy number 1. Whoa, oh, and he overloads off number 2 and down he goes. So he's going to have to play catch up in round number 2 if he harbors any ambitions of being among the top 8. To work their way through to the 3rd and last round of competition tomorrow. And that 2nd round is going to be our last event of today's proceedings. We got 1 round of women's competition, and he just buckled at the waist. Used too much of that energy last night playing golf, I would imagine. But we'll see if he can recover in time for round number 2. But so far as Nikki Antonsen goes, it is going to be either 1.5 or 2. I don't think he got past the center line off number 2 to fully score that buoy. So it looks like it's going to be 1 1/2. All right then, folks. With that, we're going to have our next competitor about to take to the water. Former European men's slalom champion. He comes to us out of Slovakia, but resident here in the United States. His name is Martin Bartalski. All right then, folks. My name's Tony Lyford. Glad to have the pleasure of your company here at the Miami Pro. It is scored as 1.5, as I suspect. And there is your top 4 right now, the 4 skiers that have gone. All right, let's check in with Wade's World.
Hey guys, here with Ben Stadabar, Swiss national record holder. So, Benny, I know you skied here before. Sort of, what was your preparation this week getting ready for this event?
Yeah, just try to dial in everything. We've had a long season, so just make sure everything's sharp and ready to go more than, get practice in. Just make sure your body's still holding up and you can go and get the most out of your body,
So would you make any sort of changes with your setups? I know all the people at home want to know, well, if you go to a new set, would you ever change your letter?
No, that's the boat I'm used to skiing behind. That's the boat I train behind, so I'm going to keep the same letter. I do ski here a little bit sometimes, being it's Sam's hometown, you know what I mean? So I just think you got to be aggressive here. You got to, hang on long with 2 hands for the balls, and so just be aggressive,
We're going to see him be aggressive really soon. Back to you guys.
All right, then. Thanks a lot, Wade. Thanks a lot there to Benjamin Stadelbauer. Opening pass for Martin Bartalski, 13 meters. And doing a fine job with that opener. So good skiing there from him to get things up and running. So looking around at the tournament site right now, there's a few people starting to work their way into this facility here at the Greater Miami Waterski Club. And let's check in with Wade's World.
Hey, with Charlie Ross. So, Charlie, how was your week of preparation coming into the Miami Pro?
Yeah, it was good. A lot of skiing, trying to make the body feel good, and then trying to also get familiar on the water.
So I was just chatting with another. So would you make any changes with your letters at all before an event?
No, I really don't like to mess around with stuff. I just like to keep everything familiar and just focus on how I ski.
I like to hear that. Those of you at home, y'all listen up. So how many sets a day did you take this week?
Well, I was just trying to get familiar on my ski, so it was usually just 1 or 2. Not trying to do too much to hurt the body and just trying to stay fresh. So, yeah, 1 or 2.
That's why he's so good. He's not overtraining. All right, listen to Charlie Ross. Back to you, Tony.
Well, thank you very much indeed. We're taking a look at dockside right now. We see Elizabeth Montavon, the defending champion, and her husband, Stephen Island. Getting a bit of flack for that in the last few weeks, but congratulations to them both. Here comes, on the water, Martin Bartalski out of Bratislava in Slovakia, but making his home in the United States these days. Travels a lot for work. And the last time, he did mention the last time that he practiced here was several weeks ago on a work trip. So no doubt knows what to expect here. And looking quite strong out there with the opening 2 passes, as you'd expect him to be. So our towboat crewed up now with Arno Durick behind the camera, Patricia Burt there handling the rope, and Becky Lathrop at the helm. We're looking at the inside of our trailer. We got our officials in there looking on with their dedicated screen. So if there is a contentious call, then they can be Johnny on the spot. So, as you continue watching, be sure to hit the subscribe button and be subscribed to the TWBC YouTube presence. Also hit the bell icon, and that way you will be instantly informed when a live event is active, such as this one, or maybe the Pan American Championships, which will take place in the last full week of November from Santiago de Chile, and starting in the first full week in January, the IWWF Junior World Waterski Championships also coming to you from Santiago de Chile. Both of those brought to you exclusively live on TWBC. Martin Bartowski, highly experienced, well-decorated, competitive slalomer, and fully expected to run 38 off for 11.25 meters for pass number 3, and just gets the job done plain flat out, no messing. So, good effort out there. We're seeing a few messages come through on our live chat. We thank you very much for that. And our viewership continues to expand, and share the word, spread the word to whoever you consider to be a friend in this this world of water skiing to check out this event, the 2022 Miami Pro. There we see on dockside, we see Chris Parrish getting ready. Just about ready to go is Elizabeth's husband on his own island. All right, so let's focus in on what's going on the water. We've got Martin Bartowski, former European slalom champion from back in the early 2Ks. Lead score at the moment, currently at half a buoy. Half a buoy at 10.75, courtesy of Jaime Palomino. This is skier number 5. This is Martin Bartowski, who has the lead now. He's good to go around number 2. Good strike off number 3. He's still there for 4. He gets to 4, no more than that. But he does take the lead by 3.5 buoys with a 4 buoy count at 10.75 meters. Looking in pretty good shape for the most part. Gets a good opener on buoy number 1. Good knee bend on number 2. He is right foot forward, fully expected to take advantage of that side turn. Gets it to go around buoy number 4, and discretion being the better part of valor, deciding to check up on 4, ski for the wake, and at least give himself a fighting chance so far as a possible backup score is concerned. The score is being reviewed. I believe the mode of contention here is the ski actually making it outside buoy number 4 rather than making contact with it. Those are one of two decisions being made. And actually looking at that again, I don't want to preempt the officials too much, but they might have some mode for contention around buoy number 4. So in my mind, it will be either 3 or 4. We'll check back with the officials in a moment to get to the full verified score. All right, so looking at this, Stephen Island doing a grand job with the opener, getting around all 6 buoys, 13 meters, no worries there. All right then, let's check in with Wade's World.
Hey, thanks, Tony. I'm here with Nikki Atkinson. And so, Nikki, you said you skied here a few days ago, went really good, didn't go so good this morning. What did you learn and what will you make changes upon that for this afternoon?
Yeah, no, my 135 were really horrible. And yeah, I taped my foot, and I think maybe that's the reason, because the practice said I skied without tape. And that felt good because I had an injury in my ankle. So yeah, I'll take it off. I will not put it on for a second run, and I hope that will be better. I hope.
Yeah, I hope it goes better too. So tell us what happened to your foot.
Europeans this year, under 21, I tore some ligaments in my front ankle at a crash, and I was out for a while. But so I taped it then after a few weeks, and it worked. But now I skied a couple of sets without, so then it was better. But yeah, I don't know. Today just didn't work.
We're gonna blame it on the tape, right? All right. Yeah. All right. We're gonna see him out this afternoon. He's gonna do better. Back to you, Tony.
And that, as they say, is the tale of the tape. Those European U21 championships were actually held in Fischlam in Austria. So unable to ski at the European Waterski Championships, which took place about a few days later in Rocchetto, and that was brought to you exclusively live on TWBC. And of course, coverage of all of the tournaments that have been broadcast by TWBC this season and beyond can be found on the YouTube channel. So check it out. This right now is Stephen Island on 12 meters. Riding on a slalom ski that he's been on for about half a dozen sets up until now. And not looking too bad, looking pretty confident there. A little hop, skip, and a jump there on the exits, but decent skiing nonetheless from Stephen Island as he gets ready for pass number 3. A critical pass now, 38 off 11.25 meters for Stephen Island. So looking around the site, got a few of our sponsors and vendors. Oh, I do love those pens. There we go, we've got some energy drink action going on there. All right, so just in case you're wondering, the course record here is at 1 at 9.75 meters or 43 off. So Stephen Island getting ready for a critical run. 11.25 meters next. And an opportunity for you at the last pro tournament of the season for you to win a slalom ski of your choice, courtesy of D3 and Conley. Waterskibroadcasting.com/play. Also check out the new Instagram presence for Waterski Broadcasting. Do a search under Waterski Broadcasting and you'll find our new presence on Instagram. Here we go. This is Stephen Island, 38 off, relaxed off 5, round buoy number 6, and gets it to go. Yeah. Now he's going to have to dig a little deeper to run 39.5 off 10.75, which he's done on a few occasions this season for the first time. But gotten a little bit difficulty off buoy number 1, but the ski held its ground for him and allowed him to follow through under the line and get the necessary residual angle off the second wake to allow him to go through 11.25 meters. Little separated at the wakes into number 5, but he knew he had enough room to spare just about to get round number 6. Sensational effort there from Stephen Island. He now gets ready for 39.5 off or 10.75 meters. Yep, there is a whole flurry of activity on dockside as we check out along the shore side Elizabeth, who will be watching Her husband, Stephen Ireland, attacked the course at 10.75 meters, and anything more than 4 will take the lead, and he's certainly capable of doing it. He's shown that on a couple of times this season. Actually, anything more than 3 will do the trick. Martin Bartowski, there is your lead with 3. So there we go. We have to thank our sponsors, Home Lake, OEC Group, Tiger, USA Waterski and Wake Sports Foundation, Barclays, Avelina, Miami Nautique. We thank those among our sponsors this weekend. Here we go. Round number 2. Can he get outside buoy number 3? He's still there. Off 3. He's good to go. Round number 4. And come on, for the latest time, it is a 10.75 meter run to take the lead, courtesy of Stephen Ireland. Fantastic skiing there from Stephen Ireland, getting around all 6 buoys there. And I'm sure that vindicates his decision to switch skis from what he'd been riding on all summer long to this new model that he's riding, courtesy of LaPointe skis. Getting a little down course, but that didn't faze him at all. He knew that he had enough out of that ski to still stay with the run, just keeping the line tight at the end of each turn so that he got that instant acceleration and good tension and good positioning. Had plenty of room to get round buoy number 6. And there was someone who looked rather nervous there towards the end. All right, so Stephen Ireland now can start to establish a lead that will actually start to test a few of our athletes who are in and around the site right now. Gone is a lead on 10.75 meters. Now that lead is going to be on 10.25 meters. And it is certainly an entirely different kettle of fish. Here we go. Becky Lathrop at the helm. Patricia Burt with the rope. Anna Derick with the camera. Vincent Stadelbauer with the 1s and 2s. And on a line length of 10.25 meters, this is Stephen Ireland as he collapses round buoy number 1. But did a fine job running through 10.75 meters to get to that point. So he chalks up another credible score on 10.25 meters. And is certainly very, very much in the conversation in terms of getting consistent scores into 10.25 meters. So great skiing there from Stephen Ireland, who will get half a buoy with this effort. All right, so the score is now green, and it is half a buoy at 10.25 meters. We're going to take a quick look at the leaderboard. We're getting ready to bring out Pickle Power himself, Chris Parrish, and we will return and see him out in the water next. All right, then, returning to us with the live coverage of the 2022 Miami Pro. And before we send Chris Parrish on his merry way out to slalom course, let's check in with Wade's World.
Well, Tony, I'm here with Freddie Winter, past world champion, masters champion, all of the above. And we're just having some casual conversation, and we're getting sort of heckled by your fan club here. So you want to have a few shout-outs?
My guy Trey right here, he's he told me if I didn't shout him out, he would do bad things to me. I'm not sure I want to find out what that is, but yeah, fun stuff.
And so Connor, we got right here behind the camera. So big shout out. It's actually brought a great deal of interest to water skiing, hadn't it, this whole TWBC deal?
Yeah, I mean, last tournament of the season, I mean, I think that every week we get more and more fans in the sport, and only really because of what these guys are doing. I mean, the stuff on the water has been happening for many years, but this level of coverage has not. So, I mean, it's just amazing, and I'm a big fan. Tony does a great job, all the guys.
Well, let's talk about too, because I've heard of more than one skier going to their car between rounds, ripping on the YouTube, going, hey, I can go watch myself and maybe even hear what someone has to say. So have you done that?
No, I'm almost the other way. Like, I get annoyed when I can't watch myself ski. Like, I had a record tournament earlier this year and I didn't ski so well. And actually, Vince Stadelbauer was on the sidelines. And I come off the water and I'm like, Vince, why aren't you filming me, dude? Like, I need to be able to go and watch myself ski so I can figure out what I did wrong. So we're almost at the point where we're used to it. Like, it's not even a question, oh, I'll go back and watch it. And then when it's a bad webcast, which, I mean, once in a while we'll have, we're kind of like, well, I can't see myself so good. We're not zoomed in enough. Like, what's going on?
So did you get a chance to practice here? I know you've skied here in past years and you skied here last year at the Pro, but do you typically want to come to an event and get a few reps in?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a set schedule. This year, Matteo Lazzeri was coming in on Tuesday, so I cruised down Wednesday. We skied Wednesday, Thursday together, so that was fun. But yeah, I mean,
We've got Anna de Chris Parrish, 12 meters. Chris Parrish, who's been trying out a bunch of skis, including this 68-inch model, which I believe is going to be the HO Syndicate Works 2. The Works 2, a new range of Works skis from HO Syndicate. Certainly the Works one has a more aggressive profile, preferred by the likes of Jonathan Travers and Will Asher, whereas the Works 2 is it's a slightly less aggressive profile, but it's no less adept to running deep short line passes, of which we hope to see from Chris Parrish. All right. Just a reminder what the profile of our event is. The top 8, based upon the best score from either round, advances the skier through to the next round of the competition. Ties a runoff for 8th spot for the remaining spots. However many ways it's tied for the remaining spots to make it through to the final. And a women's competition will take place after the conclusion of the men's round 1. So those of you checking in to that coverage, just to let you know what our schedule is from here on out. All right, so here we go, approaching the course. This is Chris the Tower Parrish. 2 buoys at 10.25 meters, currently 25th in the... Now settling down at the north end of this slalom course, right next to the beacon. And there we see on dockside some prep going on between Drew Ross and Charlie Ross. Just a quick shout out there for Drew Ross, who is a realtor in Central Florida. So if you're looking for a place to call home in that part of the world, check in with Drew Ross. He'll steer you in the right direction. And just looking at that pass again, just hard to believe, isn't it, that run was at 11.25 meters. Just makes it so easy. But I can reliably tell you that there's an awful lot going on under the surface that isn't immediately evident, and it is those Those little physiological adjustments that go a long way into enabling the skier to run through 11.25 meters. Job's not done, though, for Chris Parrish. He's on 10.75 meters, 39.5 off, as we get ready to rock the roost here at the Greater Miami Ski Club. 2022 Miami Pro, skier number 6. This is Chris Parrish. Handle up a little high and to the outside on buoy number 2, but he's good enough to recover. 10.75 meters, and whatever that ski is doing for him, it is doing a fabulous job so far as Chris Parrish is concerned, as he stacks himself up for an attempt at 41 off or 10.25 meters. So there we go, Chris Parrish, as he pulled out, displaying the fist of iron. And he was certainly ironclad with this run at 10.75 meters. Just getting settled in, ski firmly under his feet, and just knew exactly where that thing was at any given time. Little bit of a delay off number 4, but I tell you what, this guy has been doing this kind of slalom at this kind of level, extending way back into the mid-1990s and beyond. When you take into account how good he was in the World Junior level, won the Junior World Slalom Championship in Canada at Shalom Park, just outside Edmonton. Skied for a season for a collegiate team, the University of Louisiana at Monroe at that time, or NLU, the Northeast Louisiana University. Here we go. This is Chris Parrish. Anything more than half a buoy will establish a lead. But he realistically knows that if he wants to put himself in a spot where he could potentially ski in the final, he needs to go at least halfway down the course. A third. Whoa, 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 hello. That's almost like going into the end zone and immediately stepping out of the end zone without scoring. Okay, so let's see if we can interpret the reason why he scored 1.5. He got round number 1. He got a good, solid edge. Round number 2. Now, he comes off his edge, and he actually steers around the boat guide. And if that ends up eliminating him from contention for the finals, man, that is going to be some sleepless nights, I can tell you. But he does have another round coming up, and that will be later on this afternoon. Up off his edges, does he get it? Yeah, that's 1.5 right there. Well, major shocker, huh? 1.5 at 41 off. But let's not gloss over the fact that he's taken the lead at this time with that score. Wow. Yeah. That's what I said. Well, major shocker this morning. Well, maybe not so much of a shock that actually Chris Parrish ran 10.75 meters, but the way in which he ran 1.5 is probably just as much of a shock. Let's check in with Wade's World.
Hey, Tony, I'm here with Rob from Taiga Motors. So, Rob, tell us about your unit here.
So we've got the Orca Carbon behind us. It is a fully electric watercraft by Taiga Motors. It's designed and manufactured by us up in Montreal, Canada, and we'll be beginning deliveries of them down here in Florida starting in the new year. So pre-orders can happen online now at taigamotors.com. Fully electric. It's got a carbon fiber hull and top deck, and starting price of $26,500.
Well, awesome. I saw you guys out this morning pulling somebody behind the hovercraft. When the days are you going to take me out?
Absolutely. We can definitely get you out. We're doing demos here today, so anybody that's on site that wants to come and try it out, they can come and see us, and we'll get them signed up.
Come on out. We got a whole bunch of water out here waiting on you. Back to you guys.
Well, yes, I actually had the pleasure of demoing it last night, and man, does that thing have some kick. I mean, when you set it on wild mode, which gives you like maximum acceleration under 3 seconds with 0 to 60, man, I mean, you don't want to ride in wild mode for too long, you know, because it really kicks. If you set it on range mode or sport mode, that is enough for most people. And the range on that thing is 2 hours on a single charge, and you know, for most people, that is more than enough. So check out tigermotors.com or come down to Greater Miami Ski Club during the course this weekend and demo one yourself if you happen to be nearby. All right, then, this is 13 meters. Set himself up on A2. This is Charlie Ross, who set the world on fire last season, and last season being 2021, where he ran 10.75 meters for the first time and established himself a score halfway down 10.25 meters in one of the subsequent events later on. He will be slaloming in the Junior World Championships coming up.
Brand new ski, or tell us what you got going?
Been on the ski for a month or so now, the new Work 01. Been really getting on well with it. It was a little sick kind of for the past 2 weeks, which is...
That looked on a few occasions is Charlie Ross. Ran his first 10.75 meter pass.
39 seemed to be going great, and a great one at 41. Tell us what happened there at 2.
Oh, man.
We hope that doesn't come back to haunt you, because I know if you had to do ever again with that 1, you can go all the way, right?
Yeah, I totally agree. A full 2 would have been really nice, but just got to sit back now and watch these guys ski. First set on the new 68 01 Work Syndicate, and I got to tell you, today it felt awesome. You know, just having that bigger platform for me, it just really felt incredible today.
Well, good deal. I feel the vibe, man. Do y'all feel it at home? Yeah, it's fun. Back to you, Tony.
All right then, folks, and thanks a lot there to Chris Parrish, and let's see what Charlie Ross can do on that D3 of his. Good stance on the ski, 11.25 meters. Current IWWF under 17 World Boys Slalom record holder, with some significant efforts deep into 41 off, or 10.25 meters in the last season or two. And just looking for that little bit extra out there on the slalom course as he gets through 11.25 meters. We certainly had one or two difficulties getting some skiers through this line length, but now things are settled down. It's very much expected for skiers from this point onwards to run this pass, and now we even get to the point where they're running the pass number 4, which is 10.75 meters. We'll take a look at the leaderboard in just a short amount of time, but just to tell you that Charlie Ross, he's through 11.25 meters and now getting ready for 10.75. Coming to us out of Windermere in Florida. He goes to school at Windermere Prep. I'm sure he's got a few of his school friends are checking in and seeing what he does when he's not there. There's Benjamin Stadelbauer getting ready for his go out there on the water. And beautiful conditions here, absolutely pristine here at the Greater Miami Waterski Club that was established as far back as the 1960s. Here we go. Little out the back of the ski into buoy number 1, but he manages to make subtle adjustments to keep himself over the top of the ski. 10.75 meters. He makes a significant error on buoy number 3, and I don't think he gets that ski outside number 4. So actually, I believe that puts him equal with Martin Bartowski so far as his score is concerned. So the score under review to determine whether he actually made it outside a 4 or not. So just looking at this review. And kind of hard to determine at that point the performance. But however, we do have another view from inside the boat to determine whether he made it outside of 4 to score that buoy, or whether he'll have to make do with 3. And until that decision is made, we'll hold off on bringing Benjamin Stadelbauer into the course. And I don't know whether I saw enough of buoy number 4 to make a determination from this point, but the judges will certainly have their opinions on that. We'll get the score. All right then. Looks like Benjamin Stadelbauer will know that it's a 3 buoy count when he gets to the end of pass number 1. Looking okay. Opening pass, as you'd expect him to be. However, in the last couple of days or so, he hasn't exactly had the best prep for this event. Actually, a slalom ski did break a couple of days ago, and he's now slaloming on one of his past developmental slalom skis. And that's what he's riding on. And with that in mind, let's check in with Wade's World.
Hey guys, I'm here with Will Asher. We're just having some fun. Sort of late in the year, right? The stir craziness from March is really set in by November, right?
Yeah, this was a bit of a battle actually to get pulled around for this one. I entered the event on Wednesday. I was quietly hoping they wouldn't accept my entry, but you know, I thought about people that I've been a part of my life at this club, and I knew I had to be here. So I'm excited to be here. I got lots of good memories, hanging out with my good friend Rocky and Laura, and yeah, that's the reason I came back.
Well, so let's talk about that. A big congrats, your European record, 2 at 9.75. I'm sure our friend Rocky would have been proud.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. I mean, the stuff that we talked about for all those years, I think is starting to be a part of my skiing, and it's pretty exciting. Yeah.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of great history here, so maybe we're going to make some more today.
That'd be awesome. I mean, I'm hoping I can get my act together. My last set did not go particularly well, so I'm just here to be a part of the event, and I'm just going to have some fun.
We're going to have fun with him. Back to you, Tony.
All right, then. Thanks a lot, Wade, and certainly mentioning the legend that is Rocky Pasqua, one of the legendary drivers in the era of hand driving, and a lot of the development that goes into speed control systems, initially with the likes of Perfect Pass and AccuSki, to the more contemporary systems that you find in Zero Off. All tend to mimic the best slalom drivers, at least in the latter models of each incarnation, and it was certainly the likes of Rocky Pasqua and Tommy Harrington and many of those drivers from the past that helped to shape and influence how those computerized systems react to certain skiers at certain times. And all of that kind of stuff.
Around spray line, it seemed like a little longer. I was like, well, okay, we'll just, yeah.
All right, then, as we listen in a little bit there to Chris Parrish's reaction to what happened a few minutes prior. We've got Benjamin Stadelbauer. Let's not gloss over the fact that he's 2 passes down, and we're now going to bring him into the course on pass number 3. It is going to be 11.25 meters. 11.25 meters. As we get ready with our next few skiers, we've got Matteo Luzzeri. And also Robert Hazelwood, among 2 of Europe's best slalomers out there, and both riding for Team Syndicate. And in addition, we've got Benjamin Stadelbauer also riding for that brand as well. So their roster of skiers is impressive and deep. Entrance gates number 1. 11.25 meters. Certainly made the effort this season to be a part of most of the pro events this season. And doing a fine job out there on 11.25 meters on a ski that he hasn't spent an awful lot of time practicing on. As I mentioned before, the ski that he had been riding up until a couple of days ago actually broke under his foot, I believe. It was an experimental prototype ski, so certainly not a full-on production model. And most of these skiers at one time or another will actually ride a ski that is still worked on, working out the bevels, fin placement, flex pattern, width, length, all of those kind of variables. And these skis are sent from the factory to these skiers for them to try and to ski on. And most of them restrict that to their practice efforts out there at their home sites. But many of them feel comfortable enough with the ski that they're riding on, even in developmental phase, to where they can go out there under a tournament guise and compete with that kind of equipment under their feet. So, having explained that in a rather long-winded way, let's bring in into the course Benjamin Stadelbauer at 10.75 meters. There we see Matteo Luzzeri, who is, if you think his summer was already busy, well, next summer, it's going to be absolutely off the chain, because there is the San Gervasio Pro Slalom one weekend, and the weekend after that is the European Championships, and both those events covered by TWBC. Here we go, Benjamin Stadelbauer. Round number oh, look at this. He is settled in on this run. Look at that. 10.75 meters on a ski that he was not riding 2 days ago, and he seems to have found his groove and confidence enough to make it through that pass at 10.75 meters. And, you know, sometimes things are like that, you know. I mean, you get into a bit of a situation, you kind of resign yourself to the fact that maybe the ski that I'm on may not be all that. So you're managing expectations. But sometimes you come through and you produce something like this, such as that speed bleed off into his gates, into number 1. Good extension around buoy number 1. He is taller than most of our athletes out there, and he's certainly built for this event and emulating a style that you can make comparisons to with the late great Andy Mapple. Good knee bend and good follow through at the end of the turn. Good stack position behind the boat, and then 10.75 meters, just absolutely crushing that pass from start to finish. And there you see, you know, it's one thing for a skier to be excited about a pass run. But you saw the iron fist thrown there by Becky Lathrop towards the end of that run. You know, I mean, they get a kick out of being a part of that effort themselves. So, all right then. So it is 2 for the lead. Anything 2 buoys or more will give Benjamin Stadelbauer the lead. We are just about at the cusp of halfway, and it is 1 buoy. Stalls up on number 1. Couldn't get that ski to roll through to him and give him a halfway decent shot at making it round number 2. But Benjamin Stadelbauer, this is pretty much a trademark of his skiing, bleeding off that speed into his gate shot, but just couldn't get enough out of that turn and out of that gate shot to give him enough water speed to give him a little bit a firmer base into number 1, and just unable to fully rotate that ski and make a beeline for number 2. So that is 1 at 10.25 meters. It puts him in second place right now. And let's check in with Wade's World.
Hey guys, here with John Travers. And John, how was the Travers Grand Prix? I missed it, man. I was bummed out.
It was really well. It was the biggest one we had so far. The scores are unreal. Watching Fred and Will just run 10-2 like, I don't know, 10 times I felt like that weekend made me feel like a little amateur as well. So it was really a great event. It was hard to get motivated for this one after you put on the last event and you're just like, I think my season's over, but not really. In 3 weeks we have another event. So last week was hard just to get back on the water and just really focus and grind, but we're here.
A little sore?
Yeah, really sore. That's what really sucks. It's just getting through the soreness again. I took some time off, so obviously when you take time off, it's good for the body, but then also when you come back, it's hard on the body. So it was just good to be able to do it. I feel a little stiff today, but hey, we're in Miami. We're going to have fun.
I was just going to say, John, we got some South Florida conditions. You guys come on out, man. Hang out with cool guys like this. Back to you, Tony.
And if he thinks he's going to be sore now, just wait until next season, where the Jack Travers Waterski School will be host once again to the IWWF World Waterski Championships. So I'm sure that he's going to be putting in his best effort there as he did last season, and that last season's World Championship was a tournament for the ages, with some great skiing, some great action, and that was covered exclusively live on TWBC. All right. Next competitor, and in the water right now, coming to us out of San Gervasio in the northern part of Italy, it is Matteo Luzzeri. All right, so Matteo Luzzeri, who is a tournament organizer himself, not only will he be organizing the San Gervasio Pro-Am for the, 10th time in a row, but he'll also have the pleasure of hosting the European Waterski Championships on back-to-back weekends. But let's not gloss over the fact that he is a halfway decent slalomer himself. Gets round all 6 buoys on the opener, 32 off 13 meters. And while we wait for Matteo Luzzeri to shorten the line to 35 off or 12 meters, let's check in with Wade's World.
Hey, thanks, Tony. I'm here with Ben Stadelbauer. And Ben, we were just chatting. Your 11 and your 10 were nice. You're creating plenty of space. Tell us about your 41 start.
Yeah, no, thank you. I was focusing on creating space at 41. I was like, if you have space, at least maybe you can do something with it. And I created this space, and I wasn't able to commit through the backside of the turn. I had enough space. I had more speed because I had more space, which I think all those things are good, you know. That's what I want. So I'm quite happy with that. I just wasn't able to be comfortable enough and aggressive enough at the backside of it. Yeah, I think that was pretty much it.
So a little bit like your home site at Swiss, where there's some some sun on part of the course, and then some of the buoys are in shade, right?
Yeah, I definitely would say for the people at home watching, what you cannot see probably from the webcast is that on your first pass, you have pretty nice visibility, and the light is, it almost feels like the sun's coming from the back, and really like everything's lighting up in HD. And when you're coming back, it's a lot more shadows, it's a lot darker, you can't get your reference points as well. And so I think that plays a factor. I mean, people don't realize how big vision plays a part. And it really does. So I was more comfortable going from the dock away. So coming back and running 39 in a good fashion, I was happy with that.
Yep, good deal. We can get to another round this afternoon. We can get back to you, Tony. Thank you.
Okay, returning to live action, we've got Matteo Luzzeri. We're about halfway down this list now of 21 skiers. There is Matteo all the way through. Matteo, who's traveled all the way from Italy specifically for this competition, and has actually told me that the skiing conditions in his at his home site are actually pretty warm for the time of year. I mean, obviously not as warm as Florida or even South Louisiana, granted, but at least warm enough to where you won't you don't.
Looks good to me, sir.
To where you don't have to wear a dry suit to ski. All right then, so we're looking at dockside, and we've got a rope measurement system and rope measurement plate that's being developed by Pro Gear. Pro Gear are being led by Licia Bagnoli these days. A clean way to measure your handle, and you can find out more by going to skiprogear.com, skiprogear.com. And there we see handsome Rob. It's Robert Hazelwood on dockside, and he's looking out to another team member of Team Syndicate, Matteo Luzzeri. There is our leaderboard right now. Chris Parrish in the lead with 1.5 at 41 off, 10.25 meters. All right, so here we go. Right here, right now, this is Matteo Luzzeri, pass number 3, 11.25 meters. Letting the ski run down course a little bit, establishing some good traction here. Looking in great shape off number 5. Aggressive from start to finish. Gets through 11.25 meters. It'll be interested to see how well he attacks the next run, which is 10.75 meters. Yeah, bled off a bit of speed into the entrance there for this pass at 11.25 meters. He is a doctor these days. Not the kind of doctor you would go to see about a hanging fingernail or a knee injury or anything like that. He's a sports psychology doctor. Graduated from Florida State University up in Tallahassee not too long ago, with that doctorate in sports psychology. Florida State, one of the preeminent locations in all of the world for that field of sports medicine. No doubt, Matteo Luzzeri will definitely have his hands full. As I imagine with the tournaments coming up next summer, let's not forget about those, but also with the Winter Olympic Games being held in Milan and Torino in, I believe, 2026. I'm sure that he'll be plying his trade to great effect with the Italian winter sports teams. Here we go. This is Matteo Luzzeri, 10.75 meters, getting around buoy number 1. Good. Whoa, and laying it down on buoy number 2 and didn't have enough support from the line to affect that turn. And now now a lot of thoughts are going through his mind, how he approaches round number 2 for one thing, and what kind of score he'll need to advance, because it's certainly not going to be anything like this that's going to help him out. So lost line tension on the gate in towards buoy number 1, and when you get into that kind of there you see the slack in the line as he edged out. And when you lose line tension like that on 10.75 meters, it is extremely hard to get back into any sort of rhythm. And, rhythm is very, very much part and parcel of tournament water skiing at this level. And it definitely cannot be understated. All right, then. So, on the slalom dock, coming to us out of Lincoln in England, and has trained extensively in a number of different locations around the world, including at Jack Travers's site in Oklahoma in Central Florida, not too far outside Groveland, as a matter of fact, but also trains in South America during the winter time as well. And he'll be skiing with a little bit of off-season training in December there in Santiago de Chile, at, I believe, the same venue that's going to play host to the Pan American Waterski Championships in November and the Junior Worlds in January. The skier who I'm referring to, of course, is Robert Hazelwood. So here we go. This now is Robert Hazelwood, who's had a season that has been hot and cold. When he's hot, he's been extremely hot. And when he's cold, yeah. Looking, yeah, just playing with fire there a little bit off 4 into 5. But hopefully he'll learn from that and will continue on to the next pass of 35 off or 12 meters. All right, then, as we'll take a look at the tail end of this instant replay by Rob Hazelwood, especially that turn. Let's check in with Wade's World.
Hey, thanks, Tony. I'm here with Brando Caruso from Italy, a former 2-time junior masters champion. So, Brando, how was your week of training? Feeling good? You all ready to go today?
Yeah, I mean, it was good, my training, because after Jax, we trained like 3 weeks. So I really worked hard and work on my gates and stuff. So we'll see if pay out today.
So anything specific that you would tell the audience at home that you were working on?
My gates, pretty much, like, because as we said last time, I moved from one-handed gate from last year to two-handed gate. So it's kind of tough getting there, but we're almost there.
It is a big shift. So we're going to see him out there in the water. We're all cheering for him. Back to you guys.
All right, so that's the state of play right now with our skiing on the water. There we see Stephen Neville about to take to the water. We just saw Brando Caruso there with Wade. And Brando Caruso has become one of the better slalom skiers out of continental Europe. There's Robert Hazelwood, 11.25 meters. Although it's actually indicating 11.25 meters, but this is pass number 2, so it should be 12 unless he's decided to opt up right from the get-go. So yeah, just confirming that second pass was on 12 meters. And there we go. So some great action there, courtesy of Rob Hazelwood. Be looking forward to seeing him on pass number 3 at 11.25. Current lead score still 1.5 at 10.25 meters, courtesy of Chris Parrish. Still 10 skiers remain on this list, so we are about halfway through. We see Cole McCormick there limbering up. So just looking at his equipment there, he's got a little bit of back support there. You'll find that that with a good portion of our skiers that they do need that kind of orthopedic support with a back brace and or other kinds of devices along those lines. I mean, if you can just imagine the G-forces and the amount of pull and that is going on out there with each of our skiers, you know, it's not hard to determine why that's necessary. All right then, folks, here we go. This is Robert Hazelwood. 11.25 meters. Has an attacking style at the tail end of each turn, but almost overcooked it off number 3 into 4. And there we go. Just eased up after number 3 to allow the ski to follow through and allow him to get through 11.25 meters. Having a little bit of difficulty fully waking up out there, it would seem, but it is the situation that we have right now at 10.75 meters coming up next for Robert Hazelwood. All right. Not only do we have people on site watching the coverage live, we've also got people on site watching the webcast live, complimenting what they're seeing out there. A number of people have commented on the YouTube channel, and if you want to be part of that number, then hit the subscribe button. Yes, go to the YouTube channel and hit that subscribe button and also hit the bell icon, because you will know when we go live by hitting that bell icon. All right then, folks. Yep, not too much wind out there. And there is our illustration so far as the zero off is concerned, the difference between A, B, and C, when the boat responds and by how much. Here we go, folks. This now is Robert Hazelwood. Entrance, brown buoy number 1, good attacking posture. This is 10.75 meters. Ah, look at this, good effort there. Rob Hazelwood, nicely done. And probably took 1 or 2 coaching cues from a one Bob Marley. Especially in the latest video that he produced. But there you go, that's Robert Hazelwood, a fine, fine effort there. All right, so there we go, Robert Hazelwood. 10.75 meters looked a heck of a lot better than 11.25 meters. Even had to add a little bit of an elbow slam into number 2. But he had enough pace, had enough tempo to keep everything going in the right direction. And it is a 6 buoy count at 10.75 meters. Now, this puts him within range here of the lead. If he can get round number 2 into the wakes, then it's going to be game on. There's your leaderboard. And there is your driver, Becky Lathrop. And just in case those of you are wondering what the wait time is on each end, I can tell you, it's a minute and a half. Or 90 seconds if you like to use that method. All right. 1 1/2 buoys is the current lead on this run at 10.25 meters. Let's have a look at Robert Hazelwood. Good strike on number 1. Oh, well up. Oh, look at that, round number 2. Does he get outside number 3? Yes. He gets to the wake after the number 3 turn, but does he actually get the ski outside? I would suspect it will go to an immediate review, but we do know at the very least that he got round number 2 into the wakes and would have given him the lead by that stretch. Ski clearly outside buoy number 2. He's all over the show here and just really battling hard to get round buoy number 3. And definitely getting to the wakes, but the quick question is if he got a clear shot and move outside of buoy number 3. We'll take a slower instant replay look at this. Gets around the buoy number 1. That's not in dispute. Nor is this around buoy number 2. Handle up high. But let's see. Yes, he gets outside number 3. And 3 buoys are confirmed to the wakes. And he is your new leader. There you go. Let's have a look at the leaderboard now. Robert Hazelwood, your skier with 3 at 10.25 meters. Chris Parrish with 1.5 at 10.25 meters. Benjamin Stadelbauer with 1. And let's send it dockside with Wade's World.
Hey guys, I'm here with my Italian friend Matteo Lizzetti. And Matteo, didn't go great, and I heard you say you've done that a few times this year. You're a PhD of sports psychology, so how do you coach yourself now?
Well, I did the same thing at finals of Europeans, not surprisingly. Like what felt like a decent one but not good enough, overpowered 2, and there I stayed. I don't know, I just need to find a bit of calm into my onside. This ski wants to turn onside like mad, like I really like it. I just need to let it do its job and not overpower it.
So when you came out of 1, you mentioned, it wasn't great, but was there any sort of a thought of panic, like maybe I need more than you thought you did, right?
Yeah, that's what it is. Like you have the little bit of like, oh, I need to go, and then you overpower your pull to 2, and you find yourself way too high on the boat at 2 ball. You wait, and then try to overpower too soon, and then you just stay there. It's impossible to hold.
And sometimes, I know you run a ski school in Italy for many years, but sometimes we say to our students, it's just a simple event. You just pull too long to 2, right? We want to simplify it, right? But for the audience at home, is that really what happened?
Yeah, too long and especially too hard, right? Like I accelerated too much. And so I was too fast into 2. I would have had to wait. Didn't have the patience to wait, and I came back swimming.
Yeah. Okay, we'll see him out this afternoon again. Back to you guys.
All right, then. Thanks a lot, Wade, and thanks a lot there, Matteo Lizzetti. And I'm sure he's got plenty on his plate right now, aside from what he does out there on the water. We certainly appreciate him in no small fashion for his efforts. All right, then, folks. Our skier on the water is Stephen Neveu. It is a 13-meter opening pass. Riding that Radar Vapor Pro build. Looking good. Don't see too much wrong here with his opening pass, and you wouldn't expect skiers this caliber to have any problems whatsoever at 32 off or 13 meters. So the remaining skiers on this list consist of Stephen Neveu, who's out in the water, Dane Meckler, who's on the dock. That's Janina's husband. Cole McCormick, Brandon Caruso, Sasha Desko, and Jonathan Travers. And I'll give you the names of the remaining skiers once we get done with Wade's World.
Hey guys. With Rob Hazelwood as he's catching his breath from his big pace-setting score, right? I heard over here, Rob, when you came, we were watching the replay, and I heard when you came out of 2 at 41, I heard everyone go, "Wow!" So it was big, right?
Yeah, it was a good job I didn't let go, otherwise that would have been. Yeah, I just went for it. I've been getting 2s this year in the first round. And I was like, no, this is time to go out. 1 was but I got loaded really, really well out of 1 into the wakes, and I was like, right, Rob, go for it. 2's just not a good situation. It's stressful, it's annoying. So if you get to 3, it's still stressful nowadays because people can get 3 all the time, but it's a little more relaxing, you know, it's just that extra step.
Well, so after the first round, sort of as it's setting in, so will you make any changes for the next round?
Should I do it again, to be honest? I actually felt really good coming this way, which I struggled with in practice yesterday. But I think we'd all agree my 35 and my 39 were my 2 best passes. So just trying to repeat that next round and try just be a little more settled on my 38 and my 32. But I'm happy the end score's there. It's going to be up there. Whether it's guaranteed a final or not, well, who knows? But as a low seed in this event, you've got to put out a big score because there's no runoff. So 2's not much use to me.
3 at 41, our new leader in the clubhouse. Back to you, Tony.
All right, there we go. That was Rob Hazelwood, and the skier on the water is Stephen Neveu. 2 passes to the good right now, with that pass of 35 off. No worries there from him. Originally out of Calgary in Canada, but now a resident of Houston in Texas. And he recently got engaged to be married pretty soon. So congratulations to him on that. Getting a few folks commenting in on the live chat with the webcast, and I would certainly encourage those good folks to enter for your chance to win yourself a slalom ski courtesy of D3 and Conley. Accurately predict the podiums in the women's and men's competition, and you could win yourself a slalom ski courtesy of D3 and Conley. You can go to waterskibroadcasting.com/play for more details and to enter this totally free event for the last time this season. One other point of interactivity, and that will start tomorrow, is our skier of the day. That will take place starting tomorrow. So is there anyone in mind that you have slated to win that honor at this early stage of the competition? Or maybe you just have a favorite right from the get-go. Be on hand tomorrow watching this event for your vote of skier of the day. Here comes Stephen Neveu, 11.25 meters. He's good to go around the first couple of buoys. Halfway down the course now, letting the ski do what it's designed to do and not put too much pressure on it. And there you go. Excellent stuff. It's a 6 buoy count, and it is 11.25 meters on pass number 3. All right, then, continuing right along. Seeing some messages being thrown up here and on the live chat. My good friend there, Jeff Wiswell, very much appreciated with your comments there, sir. And I'm seeing a few familiar names on the list of people that are contributing messages on the live chat. Brent McNichol, who runs the Waterski Hub on Facebook. Thanks a lot for your contributions there. And hopefully whatever buffering issues that you have north of the border are resolved. Seems that for most people watching that it's coming through clear as a whistle. We are transmitting in 1080-60. Definitely high definition skiing. And here we go. We have got Stephen Neville at 10.75. Good hook up off number one. He's almost overcooks it on two. This is 10.75 meters. He's round buoy number four. He's still there on top of the ski. And despite a significant error off 2 into 3, he still has enough in store to run through the pass. Yeah. That is a mark of a skier who has years of experience under his belt. 10.75 meters, not the prettiest pass by any stretch of the imagination, but he just plain flat out gets the job done. Number one didn't look too bad. Being right foot forward, you would expect him to come up a little short there. However, he was off balance into number two. Right foot forward, he would have gotten a little bit more by way of an advantage with that turn, and that probably saved him a little bit in that regard. Round buoy number four, he's good. Round number five, safety checks up on that, and he knows that with a skier with his towering height, has more than enough reach and more than enough space to get round buoy number six under that situation. And Stephen Neville has a few fans around the world, from north of the border, even as close afield as Houston, Texas, where our good friend Calvin Kelm has thrown in a message or two. He skis out of the lakes at Katy. And Calvin Kelm, a big shout out to him, who has he's helped us out on so many occasions during the webcast this summer domestically in the United States, especially with the Nationals and Hilltop. And we certainly appreciate his efforts, and we'll look forward to another great season coming up in the future. All right then, folks, let's have a look. This is Stephen Neville, 41 off, 10.25 meters. Needs more than 3 for the lead. Realistically, if he can get to that point, then he has a good, solid chance of making it through to the next round of the competition. He bulks up on 3, gets to the wake, and establishes a two-way tie for the lead with Robert Hazelwood with the score of 3 at 10.25 meters. All right, looking good, looking in good shape. On this instant replay, a little bit of a double pull there off number 2. That probably made his mind coming into number 3 that he wasn't going to get much beyond that turn. Yeah, well in time for the boat wakes off after buoy number 3. And top banana there for Stephen Neville. Looking in good. And looking in great shape there for the most part. So our second Stephen to have made it into 41 off. We saw Stephen Island with half a buoy at 10.25 meters. And
hey guys, thanks. I'm here with Vanessa and Josh from Bang Energy. Josh, tell us about your drinks.
They're energy drinks. They have 300 milligrams of caffeine. They'll get you going all day long. If we're gonna be here all day, if you guys want to stop by and get some free drinks, we can sample them. Try the new flavors. We have key lime pie and mango here today.
So if you need a little boost before you ski, this is it, right, Josh?
Yes, sir. And we also have hydration drinks. So after you're done skiing, you're a little dehydrated, you could come on by and get some booze.
All right, come on by. Come out and join us. Back to you guys.
And I think that Stephen Neville wouldn't mind a can of some of that stuff there to rehydrate him after his effort out there. So well done to Stephen Neville. He certainly had a lot of people behind him on that effort. So 3 buoys at 10.25 meters. Certainly reward there for that effort. Great skiing there. Courtesy of Stephen Neville. All right then, folks, let's have a look and see who's coming up next. It is none other than Dane Meckler. All right, so no signs of any changes, any significant changes so far as the starting line length. I don't think we're going to see any, because the minimum starting line length for our skiers is 32 off or 30 meters, and I just had a glance at the dock there, and the handle instantly taken off the rope, being rechecked to determine if there is any change in length or anything. Whoa! What happened? I'm not too sure what happened there, and I don't think it's entirely Dane Meckler's fault. I know we put enough fuel in there, but the boat just lost power going in towards the course.
I didn't even want to chance it. That duck would have been all over you or me.
Oh, okay. Okay. Now we've got the answer. Are you ready for this, folks? There was a duck in the way. So, that's what happened, folks. That's all it was. There wasn't anything to do with the boat or anything like that. So you don't need to be ramming those messages down on the live chat and wondering what was wrong with the boat. There was nothing to do with that. There was just a duck in the way. And with that, let's check in with custodian of the ducks himself, Wade's World.
Hey, thanks. I'm here with Stephen Nouveau and our second 3 at 10.25 of the day. So let's talk about that. Before that, a little bit of an interesting start there at 39, right? A little funkiness at ball 2 and 3.
Yeah, I came flying over to 2 ball and had so much time. I kind of forgot where I was, I guess, and kind of just went to La La Land for half a second and had to regroup to get over to 3 and calmed it down, but it was a little scary for a moment there.
So it just went like a little bit overcast, but I heard a few of the skiers just before you talking about the sun coming over the trees, coming into 2-4, coming back. Did you have any of that?
Yeah, there's definitely a little bit of that. I'm sure the guys that skied earlier had a little bit tougher go than we did, but it's nothing we haven't had to deal with before, but it makes it a little more interesting.
So first set here, already got a 3 at 41 on the board. So if you had to go and do another set right now, what would you change, or would you go everything exactly the same?
Oh, just don't let up at 3.
Oh, I like that. Yeah. Feels good when everything goes right.
Exactly, yeah. No, that's the game plan for round 2 here.
All right, well, we'll see you back out this afternoon. Back to you guys.
All right, now that we've taken care of the duck, I don't know how we did it, but and I don't think I want to know how we did it. There's no duck in the way now. We've got Dane Meckler. Great skiing there from Dane Meckler. Recently gotten married to Janina Bonneman. That was certainly a love story for the ages. Both of those skiers meeting up as college teammates at the University of Louisiana at Lafayette, my alma mater. Thank you very much. And just hit it off, and the rest is history, so to speak. So Dane Meckler, who currently lives in Charlotte in North Carolina, worked until recently in the business world, involved in acquisitions and mergers, and is now looking to invest in startups and other types of companies that need that kind of injection of finance to get things kick-started, as it were. So here we are at announcing Central. Here's me, Tony Lightford. That was Benjamin Stadelbauer walking past, and Sam Damala, who we'll see a little bit later on in the competition in the women's slalom event. We'll look forward to seeing her out there for about the second time this season. Has had quite a busy summer in the interim. And Seeing a few of you out there with the messages, you definitely have a sense of humor, especially when it comes down to ducks in the slalom course. Or was it a Canada geese? I don't know. They do fly around this way. Anyway, here we go. This is Dane Meckler. Slaloming curiously on B1, which is middle ground so far as timing is concerned, and quite light on the pull at that point. So a little bit of a softer option there. Obviously, the softest option is A1, but just wants to get a little bit more sling and a little bit more whiplash coming across the back of the boat into them. So there we go. So that was Dane Meckler. He's gone through pass number 2. Our boat crew consisting of Patricia Burt. We've also got Becky Lathrop. And our camera person is Arno Durik, who comes to us out of the Belgian city of Antwerp. Diamond Geezer. And certainly for our skiers out there, if they need that little bit of a kick or a boost, we got some Bang energy drinks and some hydration products as well. We've also got some nice looking pens as well, which I'm rather interested in acquiring one of those before they disappear. I'm Tony Lightfoot. Glad to have you on board here for the 2022 Miami Pro. Yes, indeed. So we're partying in the city where the heat is on, outside on the beach to the break of dawn. Here comes Dane Meckler, 11.25 meters. They call this the Greater Miami Waterski Club, and for good reason, and good skiing there from Dane Meckler. Actually, just to give you a little bit of information regarding this site has been around since the early 1960s, and the land that was actually extracted to make way for these lakes, they weren't extracted for the point of view of actually making the lakes. Don't get me wrong. The land that was actually used as hardcore to go underneath the runways at a nearby Miami International Airport, and also used for road construction as well, as is the case for a lot of artificial facilities around the world, especially where I'm from in England, where motorway bypasses needed that kind of material, and they go out into the country, find a good place to dig up that kind of stuff, and what you have is a hole in the ground, and if that hole is large enough, it could become a ski lake. There you go. So, and you have places like Thorpe, and you've got places like Hazelwood Ski World and Lound Water Ski Club and a whole bunch of others in the United Kingdom that were constructed exactly the same way as this site right here in the Greater Miami area. We're actually closer to Durrell, which is a name synonymous with a sport, especially when it comes in conjunction with golfing. And I won't mention too much about golfing because I participated in a little bit of that yesterday. And let's just say, without patting myself on the back too much, I crushed it hard. All right, then, here we go. Dane Meckler, 10.75 meters, needs to get a good start, and he does on the first third of the course. You remember this was the guy that set the world alight in the World Championships last season by running 41 off for the first time in his career in a runoff situation, and he puts himself in a position where he could actually do it for real. 10.75 meters makes that one look absolutely spot on from start to finish. And you guys that are on the live chat right now, you have got a sense of humor that is just out of this world. I won't mention the messages too much, or you can view them for yourself on the live chat on the YouTube channel as we look at the tail end of Dane Meckler's effort at 10.75 meters. A little on the back of the ski, but rotates and pivots and well enough around to execute that run. Looking at the tail end of this, great effort there. We're kind of hoping for a fist bump there from Becky, but getting all the way through. We see a few of our skiers, a few of our women are settling down. There's Sam, there's there's Ali, there's Regina. Yeah, we can all see you, Ali. You don't need to be embarrassed. All right then, folks, here we go. Right here, right now. This now is Dane Meckler. Anything more than 3 will give him the outright lead. 3 will give him a three-way tie for the lead. Let's see what he's got. Round buoy number 1. Oh, nice hook up off buoy number 1. He's round buoy number 2. He's still there. He's going to make his mark here on number 4. He's still there on 4. Look at it go. Round buoy number 5. Bulks up for the wakes. He has the lead. And that is Dane Meckler with a 5 buoy count at 10.25 meters. Yeah, setting the bar high. So Dane Meckler, what we believe this performance to be is his best slalom performance outside of his runoff performance last season in the World Championships. His season's best coming into this competition was a 4 buoy count. So this is, in essence, a personal best performance courtesy of Dane Meckler. And he's certainly picked the right time to conjure up some magic. So, Dane Meckler, who hasn't ascended the podium this season, has certainly made his mark and is certainly skiing in the right direction to make quite possibly a first podium appearance. Let's not forget his effort last season. That was in a runoff situation, so the actual score that came his way would have officially been 3 and no more than that, even though he did run this pass in the runoff. It only, at the World Championships, it does not actually record itself as an official score. It's just basically used to tie break. But I tell you what, I wonder what was going through his mind off number 4, whether to turn the living snot out of that turn and try and make a play on the complete pass on 5, or whether 5 was the greatest expectation that he had. So, there is your leaderboard. Meckler with 5, Hazelwood with 3, Neveu with 3, Parrish with 1.5. And we will return right after these. All right, then, continuing right along. Looks like we got a little bit of a technical delay, but we'll get that situated. Okay, and here's the breaking news that's come through. Apparently, according to our boat path measurement system, the BPMS, in this instance, it's shore path, it has recorded a rejected boat path for that pass at 41 off at 10.25 meters. The question is, where? So, that score of 5 at 10.25 meters currently is the official score as of now. Now, we're just waiting on the officials to officially interpret the readings that they gotten from the boat path management system. I know a lot of you out there on the live chat and everything like that, you know, are probably just shaking your head and like thinking, where's the sport gotten to this point? Well, the reason why we've gotten to this point is because these skiers are performing at this level, you know, on a very, very consistent basis. And in order for everything to be fair, we got to have systems like this. I mean, that's the reason why we had a perfect pass originally, or AccuSki, and then now 0 off. And now we've got the boat path management system, of which the leader in that field is currently Shore Path, produced by James Timothy, who himself is actually skiing in a tournament this weekend. And if you are watching James, great skiing there so far in that tournament over in Polomadia Dam in Cyprus. And I'm sure you're monitoring the situation here, because a lot of the telemetry that's recorded here and other places that use Shore Path goes directly to essentially a server, which he currently has at home in England. And looks like we got a 4-buoy protected score. Okay, so looks like he's going to go with the protected score of 4. He had the option of either accepting the 4-buoy count at 10.25 meters, or to rewrite that pass and attempt to run it, and whatever he scored on that rewrite would have been it. But the score of 4 is what he's got, and that is still enough to take the lead. So, cool beans there for Dane Meckler, as we get ready to bring on our next competitor. Resides in Central Florida. Canadian by nationality. This is Cole McCormick. He's another one of our up-and-coming stars of the sport. Here comes Cole McCormick. And for those of you that are wondering about the boat path management system and to what margins it officiates, actually a good friend of mine, Jasmine Gagner, who is watching this from Alabama, and one of our distinguished officials who officiates, especially in the southern region, and has officiated at national championships. She reminds me that the deviation is 25 centimeters for each buoy in L-class tournaments, or 20 centimeters on each buoy in our class, which this one obviously is. And during the entire length of the slalom course, the cumulative deviation can't be any more than half a meter, or 50 centimeters, so to speak. So that kind of gives you an indication there. So there is deviation on one side or the other, of which you can have up to 20 centimeters. But if there is any deviation, the total deviation along a particular pass at our level tournaments cannot be more than 50 centimeters. I hope that clears things up for you. And thanks a lot, Jasmine, for presenting that reminder to our good folks out there watching. All right, then. So looking in at the tent and seeing some cheery, smiling faces, especially among our women competitors who get ready to take to the water. We've got skiers on standby that have won a whole slew of titles, collegiate national slalom championships and world records and world elite level championships, all contained under that marquee there. Skier on the water right now, this is Cole McCormick. He's on 12 meters. Looking very, very strong out there on his La Pointe slalom ski. And with that in mind, let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, I'm here with Dane Meckler, our new leader. So even though you're a leader, there was a little discrepancy. Tell us about that. What happened out there?
Yeah, I had a really good start. I actually really like skiing here. If you set the gate up right, I think this place skis really well. And yeah, I thought I was going down it. I got around 5-ball, and unfortunately, the bow path was just out of touch. But that's honestly that's what we want as skiers. We don't want the boat so tight and sure path, and I want the rhythm. And so it's no fault of Becky at all. I mean, she's one of my favorite drivers and one of the best in the world. So that's where I'd rather her be, even though unfortunately it docked me a buoy. But that's okay. We'll get it next round.
So you're secure at the 4, and as we're sort of waiting, I guess, Cole or maybe one more, and you'll already basically know if you have a top 8 score, correct?
Yeah, I think that's right. I mean, it's crazy to say that 4 these days. You don't even know. It used to be, oh, man, I'm in. But these guys are really good. I think I was 9th seed today, so we'll see. We'll have to wait a couple more.
Good skiing, Dane. Back to you.
All right, thanks a lot. And look forward to seeing Dane ski in round number 2. With the kind of score that he's got with however many skiers that we have remaining, of which there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There are 8 skiers remain, including Cole McCormick. So that kind of gives you an indication of where we are in respect to maybe penciling in some skiers through to the next round of the competition, at least at this early stage. Here we go. Entrance gates round. Oh, wheelies up on buoy number 2. He's still there on top of that ski. And I tell you, whoa, and number 5 as well. Man alive. He's making that pass look like a dog's breakfast out there. And he's now getting set up for 10.75 meters and not in the most confident of scenarios. But let's have a look at this. Entrance gates buoy number 1, probably the best turn he had on the entirety of the course, being left foot forward. Round number 2, taking a big old hit there off number 2. He was fine at that point. Round number 3, getting the ski out ahead of him, but this is where things started to go a little pear-shaped. Round buoy number 4, he was still on top of the ski. And there, that handle, he almost chomped on that handle. Round buoy number 5 and round number 6, he was almost falling out the back there. So now he's got to calm things down and settle down out there and see if he can make an impact on 10.75 meters. All right there, so we're looking at the dock, and we're seeing a Brando Caruso. He'll be eager to make a significant impact out there on the slalom course. Going toe-to-toe against his Italian compatriot, Thomas De Gasperi, who we'll see in a few moments' time. So a grand effort there. So far there from Cole McCormick, 10.75 meters. He knows he's got to get this pass. He's round number 2. Look at that, handle up high once again on number 2. He's still there. He's left foot forward, which means his final onside turn is number 5, and he absolutely stomps on it. Great, great skiing there. Much better than the 11.25 meter pass that came previously, and is now in a position where he can do some serious damage on 10.25 meters. Speed nicely bled off into the entrance gates into buoy number 1. Left foot forward skier, don't forget. So that gate shot, it was on his offside. Little bit down course, but he's a skier who's gaining in experience and gaining in skill with each successive season. He's only been at this level now for maybe about 2 to 3 years. So to get to this level and to stay there is certainly high accomplishment in itself. So good, solid effort there from Cole McCormick. Comes to us out of a well-storied water skiing family. I mean, Ricky McCormick, Hall of Famer, multiple-time world champion in many, many events, multiple-time national champion, tricks, slalom and jumps, you name it, he's done it. Susie Graham McCormick, many times a Pro Tour slalom winner herself, and a podium level skier at World Championship level herself, as well as being a multiple-time Canadian national women's slalom record holder. All right then, now this is Cole McCormick. Currently 8th on the Pro Tour standings, needs to get a good one, and he does. He's round number 2, stalls up on number 2. He's round number 3. Does he get any more than that? No. That puts him into a 3-way tie with Stephen Nephew and Robert Hazelwood for the lead. So 3 at 10.25 meters. And we've got a log jam at position number 2, which takes up half of the potential field going forward. So good, solid effort there from Cole McCormick. So great, great skiing. A little off balance there into number 2, halfway expected considering his right foot forward. But there you go. That is a 3-buoy count at 10.25 meters, and he should feel pretty good about his chances of advancing. But it may come down to an attempt on buoy number 4 to make that certain. All right, then. We're going to take a little bit of a break. We'll return with continuing action of the 2022 Miami Pro Slalom. Make sure you grab yourself a comfortable chair and your favorite beverage, and we'll return right after these. All right, next skier up is going to be Brando Caruso.
Ready when you are.
All right, getting ready to go. Opening pass, 30 meters off, 32 off. Skiing behind that Nautic towboat, this is Brando Caruso. Currently 7th on the standings list, and his personal best performance this season on the tour is 4 at 10.25 meters. Looking in good shape, and a good solid opening pass at 30 meters. And let's check in with Wade's World.
Hey guys, here with Cole McCormick. And Cole, when you're out there skiing, Tony was talking about all the history and the fact that your mom and dad skied here over the years. So great score. What do you have a little bit left in the tank though? What do you think for second round?
I mean, second round, I'm excited to get the 41 from the other end because we get a nice little head breeze from the other end. The light's like a little tricky, but as long as you stay on the handle and carry out, ski's really nice. Like, I mean, Dane ran 5, so, the 5 wasn't in tolerance. Like, he looked like he should have run the full 6. Like, it looked really good, so I was having me amped up to go out there, you know.
Yeah, so 35 next round. So with the 41, hopefully headwind. So what will you be thinking on the start?
Basically gates, the setups are really, really long here, and it's deep water, so it's really easy to be slow and early on your gates. So just pull out late, carry the speed, and be aggressive. Like that's the name of the game. Be aggressive, stay on the handle long, and its ski's amazing because your fin never blows out. So as long as think about being aggressive, we'll be good.
All right, I like that, man. Great words. Back to you, Tony. No, very cool.
Right, well, thank you very much indeed. And great skiing there from Cole McCormick. Be intrigued to see what he can conjure up in the next round. And that next round is coming up a little bit later this afternoon. In between this round of slalom and the second round of men's slalom is going to be the first round of women's. Here we go, Brando Caruso out of Rome in Italy. Believe skis out at Sperlonga, which isn't too far south of the Eternal City itself. And actually had occasion to visit that city this summer as part of our extensive European tour with TWBC. I got to saw many attractions there: the Vatican, the Trevi Fountain, the Altar of the Fatherland, and the Colosseum. You know, if you ever harbor ambitions of traveling internationally beyond these shores of the United States or even Canada, then you should definitely put Rome on your list of cities to visit, or at least the cities that are UNESCO World Heritage Sites. All right, that was Brando Caruso. We're getting through the opening 2 passes of 13 and 12. 11.25 meters beckons for him. All right, so no doubt the microphones are picking up a lot of activity in and around this area. Of course, we're right underneath the departure and arrival flight paths for Miami International Airport, which is less than 3 miles away from here. Certainly one of the busiest airports in the entire world, and handles more cargo tonnage than pretty much every airport in the world. But enough about that. Let's concentrate more on Brando Caruso on 11.25 meters and doing a stout job there. Yeah, a little open into number 2, but he seems to have a pretty good appreciation for what his ski is capable of doing. Doesn't load that ski up as much as maybe some of our other skiers, but sometimes you don't need to load up your ski. Sometimes you don't need to put that much pressure to make it go. It's like the whole quicksand analogy, isn't it? I mean, sometimes the harder you try to bury that ski in the water, you get sank deeper and deeper and deeper into trouble. And I think that the Brando Caruso has found that happy medium. All right, so we see Sasha Deska about to take to the water in a short while. Those very broad shoulders of his will no doubt be ready to take on whatever the boat and the situation throws in his particular direction. All right, Brando Caruso will come into the course at 10.75 meters momentarily. The boat should be making its approach, and indeed it is. Becky Lathrop at the helm of that towboat. We'll see what she can do, or more particularly what Brando can do at 10.75 meters. He's good to go around buoy number 1. Still very light on the ski again, even though he rode down course off number 3. He's back on time. He's a little bit further down course on number 4, but he's good to go around 5. And does he get through the gates? Yes, he does. Yeah, 10.75 meters. He was running late on his offside on at least a couple of occasions, but did he let that phase him? No, he did not. And that is the mark of a skier who has practiced a bunch. Skier who isn't fazed by little hiccups like that. And little hiccups like that just have a habit of coming round and just biting you in the you-know-where. But for Brando Caruso, he seems to have managed all of that energy and all of that turn and that pass extremely well under immense duress. All right, so what say y'all? 10.25 meters. He's gotten through the critical run at 10.75. We have a whole slew of skiers that have gone into 10.25 meters. Starting with the likes of Stephen Island with half a buoy on that line length and going all the way to 4 with Dane Meckler. We have a multiple way tie for 3 that's currently in second spot. Parrish with 1.5 at 10.25. Benjamin Stadelbauer with 1. Stephen Island with that half a buoy at 10.25 meters. He's still very much in contention here. But I suspect that a few of those skiers with the 1.5, 1.5 probably realize by now that they're going to have to conjure up some real magic if they are to stay in the positions that they are. There we go, that's number 1. He's round number 2. He can't afford to go that far down course anymore on that particular run, and it's going to be a 2.5 buoy score from my perspective. It could well be challenged by the officials, but it looks like it's going to be 2.5. And this view here should provide us with our best angle. He's round buoy number, horrid turn round buoy number 1, but he did get plenty good angle. And number 2 just was not going to help him out. He's round number 3. Tries to tighten up on the line, but unfortunately unable to ride it out, so it's going to be 2.5. So there we go. Swimming into shore. There, Brando Caruso. Just not getting the ski to work for him in the way that he would have liked on number 2. And just on the back. All right, and with that, let's check in with Wade's World.
Hey guys, I'm here with Miss Henrik and Kim Larson. They are the owners of Miami Ski Nautiques for 24 years. So if you've bought something online from these guys, these are your owners. So we're sitting in a 22-foot electric Nautique. Tell us about this boat, Henrik.
This is one of the first electric boats out there. Sold a bunch of them. Go out, you can ride for 2.5 hours. Charge in 6 hours. So it's probably going to be the future. Yeah.
Well, certainly as gas is going up and up, we're talking about sort of the green things, where not polluting. So tell us about that.
Well, in the U.S., it's not the biggest problem because gas is still much cheaper than it is in the rest of the world. But more and more of these boats to big resorts and internationally, and it's just they grow just like Tesla. And the electric car market, the boat market is going that direction too.
Well, awesome. You got to check this boat out. And I got to say, I've known these guys forever. They're former water skiers before they became dealers, and they're hosts of Miami Pro Slalom. So thank you guys so much. Yep.
I'm so excited to be interviewed by my Yeah, no, you're the best look. Go on YouTube.
Well, I appreciate it, but we are talking old school now, and we will get back to new school Tony on the water.
All right, then. So, yes, indeed, Miami Nautique International certainly emphasizing the international part. So here we go, Sasha Deska now, currently 6th place on the Waterski Pro Tour standings, has scored 1 at 9.75 meters is his best score of the season. And looking in good shape for the most part, I would say. Great skiing there from Sasha. Opening pass 32 off, no worries there for him. So, getting viewers from across the world. Already mentioned a few of you are tuning in from Canada. One or two of you from the great state of Alabama. Jeff Wiswall and Jasmine Gagner. Thank you very much indeed for tuning in. Our good friend also from Canada. He's chilling in Southern California right now at Imperial. That is Dave Miller. And a few more of you out there, Silvia Taranciano from Italy, and I'm sure that there are a few of you tuning in from Polomedia Dam in Cyprus right now, where they've got an international competition going on. And I know that our good friend James Timothy, the brains and behind the shore path system and many other innovations, I'm sure is checking in. Both watching the webcast and also checking in on some of the telemetry that's been delivered from the boat in respect to the shore path BPMS. So, all right, looking at the dock, we've got Jonathan Travers about to take to the water. Then we'll have 4 other skiers remaining after him. And why not subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel? Yes, subscribe. You know you want to. So get it done. Here we go. This is Sasha Deska coming to us. So coming to us out of the historical city of Lourdes in France. So great skiing there from Sasha Deska, getting through the opening couple of passes, 13 meters and 12. And Sasha Deska certainly has had plenty of challenges over the last few seasons, just staying and maintaining his fitness to be able to conjure up performances such as this. But we're certainly glad to have him here and have him participate. He's traveled all the way from France to be here along with his skiing partner, Brando Caruso. So, checking out some of the healthy snacks that are being offered to our skiers and athletes. There we go. We've got some rolled oats there. We've got some Avellina snacks. Yay! I could do with 1 or 2 of those myself.
I got everything. I'm hydrated and I got oats.
Yeah, hydrated and full of oats. All right then, folks. Let's see what we've got now. This is coming into the course, Sasha Deska. First view buoys not looking too bad on 11.25 meters. I don't see him putting too much of a foot wrong here off number 4. Has eased up a little bit so far as the harshness of his technique is concerned, but he's still a skier that likes to throw the hammer down. But not looking too bad for the most part. That is Sasha Deska. Good number 1. He is right foot forward, so the left side of the course tends to be the side that offers him the best advantage for getting back into the game if he's a little bit behind. So, we see Jonathan Travers. And on the water, getting ready for 10.75 meters, hailing out of the historic city or market town of Lourdes that's situated in the Pyrenees, in the Departement of Haute-Pyrénées. This is Sasha Deska. Good start on buoy number 1, a little down course, but he makes up for it with a firm strike there across the back of the boat. Little open on number 4, but I tell you what, he's got this pass under control to the point where he gets around all 6 buoys and runs it. Sasha Deska. Fantastic skiing there, and doesn't bleed off nearly as much speed as some of our other skiers in this competition. But that helps. It helps to keep him high enough on top of the water to where he can just throw that ski around and get good cross-course traction. All right then, so let's see what Sasha Deska can do. So, chasing down the lead score of 4. This now is Sasha Deska. Here he comes, entrance gates buoy number 1, a little bit of a bubble there, but he's still there on number 2. He's there on behind the boat, going cross course on number 3, and ties it up. So that was 3 buoys there, and that puts him into a multiple weight tie with 3 at 10.25 meters. Puts 4 skiers a level peg in, including Cole McCormick, Stephen Neville, Robert Hazelwood, and now additionally Sasha Deska. Little bit of handle separation there into buoy number 2, but he clearly gets around buoy number 3, and he throws the S-turn down to end all S-turns. Beautifully executed. He certainly knows his way around slack line, and he does it to such great effect. It's a 3 buoy count, and that puts him in a pretty decent position, I would say. Currently, Dane Meckler is in the lead with 5 skiers remaining, and you know, I mean, when you look at the scores and you look at the probabilities of the remaining skiers to actually get to around about that point at the very least, then you begin to understand why the possibility of a runoff or a tiebreaker becomes necessary, or at least preparing for that particular aspect of slalom skiing. But there you go. Dane Meckler with 4, Robert Hazelwood 3. Stephen Neville 3, Cole McCormick 3, Sasha Deska 3, Brando Caruso 2.5, Chris Parrish with 1.5, Benjamin Stadelbauer currently in 8th spot with 1. And Stephen Ireland currently on the outside looking in with half a buoy at 10.25 meters, currently in 9th. Okay, let's check in with Wade's World.
Hey guys, here with Thomas de Gasperi. And Thomas, it's good to be in South Florida, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, weather in Orlando has been great after the hurricane. So last push of the year. Let's see what's going on today. We got 2 rounds and hopefully finals tomorrow. But the scores are high, and you know it's never easy. Even if either I'm skiing good or bad in practice, it's never a walk in the park. So I'll just go out there, have fun, and give my best.
All right, go have fun, Thomas. Back to you, Tony.
Well, thank you very much indeed. And skier about to take to the water is none other than Jonathan Travers. Opening pass, 32 off or 13 meters. Looking in good shape. Opening pass, 32 off, no worries there for him, and shouldn't be a worry as a matter of fact as he gets ready for 12 meters coming back. And let's check in once again with Wade's World.
Hey guys, I'm here with Sasha Descons from France. Another 3 at 41. So just ask you, this is your first set ever here. You arrived last night, so tell us what you think.
What shocked me the most was maybe the light. It's dark actually when you get to 135 going this way. But yeah, the boat feels good. The driver is I think is perfect. So I will try to have a nap and come back a little bit more awake this afternoon.
Hey, and I heard you say, and I used to think the same, the place is really long. Most man-mades are very short.
Oh yeah, and it's really long. I'm not used to it, but it doesn't change anything. But you go out of the water and you don't even see the course either. But it's good. You have time to rest. So yeah.
All right. Well, speaking of rest, we'll let him go get his nap on. We'll see him out this afternoon. Back to you, Tony.
All right, then, yeah, taking all of that into consideration, a remarkable performance there. And I noticed a little bit there as well that Sasha actually back on the ski that I think that he transitioned from about a couple of tournaments ago, riding with the Conley GT instead of the DV8, which he was slaloming on apparently until recently. So here we go. This is on the water, Jonathan Travers. Nicely done. Good edge change on both sides. Looking good for the most part. Jonathan Travers just styling and profiling. Don't see too much wrong there for Jonathan Travers. It's going to be 35 off. He ran through that pass at 11.25 meters coming up next. One of 5 remaining skiers in this event, in this round, in round number 1. Then we'll go into round number 1 of women, and then we'll go into round number 2 of men to round off the festivities here for today. So, as we check out the leaderboard, let me give you a reminder that we dropped another episode of the TWBC podcast. I'll give you details of that in a moment, but also check out bplayfuel.com, bplayfuel.com. And the latest podcast that dropped a little bit earlier on this morning involved
back and front.
Elizabeth Montavon Island. You can check out what she had to say about her chances going into this event and what the future holds for her by checking out the TWBC podcast, available on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, or wherever you choose to listen to your podcast. That is the TWBC podcast. All right then, folks, we have got Jonathan Travers taking to the course 11.25 meters. Oh, let off a whole bunch of speed going into buoy number 1 for his gate shot. He gets round buoy number 2. He's looking in good shape. Round number 3, he's still there. He can run this in his sleep, but he doesn't want to. Oh, look at, he almost blew the tail on number 5 and got into a horrible situation there off 5 into number 6. Almost put the jinx and the curse on him there around buoy number 5, but thankfully calmer heads prevailed in this instance. It is a 6 buoy count, and there you see where the plurality of our skiers is so far as letter choice. A2 seems to be the choice for more than half of our skiers going into this event. So looking for a slightly delayed pull beyond on the second wake with about half as much intensity from the boat needed to get you there. So there we go. That is Jonathan Travers on 11.25 meters. Not the most stylishly ran pass or the smoothestly run pass, but there you go. Now, 10.75 meters as we take a look inside the tent and see a few of our women competitors just trying to get things situated and getting ready for their turns, of course. We see on the dockside Thomas De Gasperi out of Trento in Italia. We're out of power. All right, we got Jonathan Travers out there on the slalom course at 10.75 meters. And just not getting the best of starts going there to enable him to continue on with that pass, so he's really going to have to fight from the back here. Okay, just experiencing one or two technical difficulties, but we'll try and get you the. What did John Travis score? All right then, so skier on the water right now from Trento in Italy. This is Thomas de Gasperi. And Thomas de Gasperi, as he typically does, running the opening pass of 32 off or 30 meters and not looking in bad form. Just recently arrived from Italia, the current and 9-time European men's slalom champion. It's Thomas de Gasperi looking in very, very fine form indeed. All right then, so 2 passes to the good so far. It's Thomas de Gasperi. He's gone through 13, he's gone through 12, 32 and 35 off in respective runs. Now getting ready for All right, so Thomas de Gasperi already in a fairly good position after getting his opening 2 passes under his belt. And now comes the critical pass. It is going to be 11.25 meters. So here we go, Thomas de Gasperi. Coming in at 11.25 meters. Skiing on that asymmetrical slalom ski that we've made reference to at various points in the season. Narrow on one side, wider on the other, with his bindings offset by a few millimeters. And getting around all 6 buoys on 11.25 meters, and consistency, a hallmark of Thomas de Gasperi skiing. But such a great privilege to actually see Thomas de Gasperi out there slaloming, notwithstanding the events that have happened with his family in the last few weeks, and even the week or so prior to the European Waterski Championships in Rocchetto in Italy, that saw the passing of his much revered father, Marco de Gasperi. And obviously taking a little bit of time out to fully commemorate his life and his achievements and efforts, not only with developing Thomas de Gasperi's abilities and efforts through the sport, but also for developing tournament water skiing as a whole in the Trento region of Italia with their fantastic site. Okay, so here comes Thomas de Gasperi coming into the course. This is 10.75 meters. Needs to start, and he gets it on buoy number 1. Using that good wide ride slalom ski of his own design to get round buoy number 3. He's good sweep in turn round buoy number 4. And he had this pass from about the gates and into buoy number 1. And he is on fire. That is Thomas de Gasperi. Just knocking that one down and out of the park in the same measure. So Thomas de Gasperi, the bulk of his work already behind him, getting through the opening passes and getting through 11.25 meters and 10.75 meters in rapid succession. Now, let's see what he's got. 10.25 meters. If he can get beyond 4.
Hi, my name is Brantley Hawkins. I'm one of the co-founders here at New Dimensions Wellness. My partner and I have over 20 plus years of sports medicine and exercise experience working with the most elite athletes in the world. Together we have developed a proven system that has been sought out by these professional athletes and is now available to you.
You will move your body and loosen your joints in ways that you haven't before. It's not your typical weight training, it's not CrossFit, and it's not crunch fitness.
Once I got in here, it was a big eye-opener how much different that they go about everything.
All right then, folks, we are back and we've got Nate Smith on top of the water right now, getting ready for his attempt and his chase towards the next round of the competition. All right, Nate Smith, who's been off the water so far as tournaments are concerned for quite a considerable amount of time. He wasn't present for at least 2 or 3 professional events, the Malibu Open being one of them. And because of that, he fell down the ranking so far as the Waterski Pro Tour is concerned, and wants to try and round off his season in style and try and put himself high enough on the podium to see off the 2022 season, on top of which he will be skiing at the Pan American Waterski Championships in Santiago de Chile in the next few weeks. But he realizes that any effort to rise himself in the Waterski Pro Tour standings is a bit of an impossible task at this time, considering the point gap between himself, Will Asher, and Freddie Winter at this point in the proceedings. But he wants to end off on a high, as I mentioned, and we'll see if he can achieve that within the next few passes. Wants to try and get at least halfway down 10.25 meters to put himself in a better than average position to do that. So looking inside our tent, we got a good few of our waterski friends in there, and looking at the standings as it stands right now, the tie between Stadelbauer and Gaspery is currently a tie for 8th, but we don't anticipate that tie being worthy of a spot through to the next round. At this time, if the skiing stopped right now and we didn't bring in Will Asher or Nate Smith or even Freddie Winter into the next round, there would be that tie for 8th. And if things remained unchanged after the second round, then it could go to a runoff. But seeing the scores the way they are and the way that they're progressing at this time, we even believe at this stage that 2 may not be enough. There we go. That is Nate Smith getting through that pass. Pass of 12 meters. No worries there for him in that respect. So, got 2 more skiers to come after Nate Smith. We have got Freddie Winter and Will Asher. So there we see Will Asher there getting a little bit hydrated there, and the Pro Tour leader, and will finish out the season as the Pro Tour champion no matter what happens between now and the end. He's so far ahead, it's not even funny. And traveled extensively this season, it does have to be said. Pretty much every domestic professional men's slalom tournament there is to be had in the United States, and a good slew of others, you know, whether it be San Gervasio or Caiaphas or the Duel or the Scarnes Pro. All of those competitions Will was in attendance for, and his high place finishes in each of those tournaments, certainly a testament to his consistency from start to finish. But let's not put the cart ahead of the horse too much, because one of the best slalomers ever to have graced the stage is on the water right now. This is Nate Smith. 11.25 meters. Looking in good shape, looking in fine fettle. In getting through that pass, 11.25 meters, it just becomes academic now, doesn't it? That these skiers this far down the list, it's a tough pass, 11.25 meters. Let's not gloss over the fact that you have to stretch half a meter outside the buoy line to actually make it round all 6 buoys on that pass. But the way the guys make it look, it almost looks like they're taking a stroll in the park and just running through 16 meters. Isn't that right, Rob?
It is. It's quite hard. It's a lot harder than it looks, for sure. And it can be definitely kind of catch you sleeping. I've seen quite a few people today, me very much included, get a few shocks at 38. And it's kind of the first pass where you've actually really got to concentrate at all the passes. But it's kind of the first one that can really, really get you.
All right, then. So you're in the mix now. You're 3 buoys.
A very large mix, it seems to be. But
mix.
it's a large salad going on. But
speaking of salad, we saw a bowl of salad work its way around here somewhere, didn't we?
I'm not too bothered about that one. We can let that one go to the others. I'll wait for the meat.
The meaty salad. All right, there where we see Freddie.
No. A bit closer, actually.
Freddie Winter.
Yeah. Well,
Never mind, winter is coming. Winter is here for a lot of people, especially up in Canada.
Luckily, I got on the demo so I could pay for it. I was meant to share with Joel Poland, and then he didn't get in, so I was going to split with him. And so he phones me up. He's like, oh, I didn't get in. I'm like, oh man, poor you. And I'm like, wait a minute.
Story time with Freddie Winter. I have no idea what that was about.
Oh, and it just cut off at the interesting bit.
I was going to say. All right, 39 off. Nate Smith coming back from ankle injuries, obviously. Good one, boy.
Oh, yeah, look at this.
Beautiful hookup out of 2. Looking early out of 3. A little funky into 4, but nothing too crazy.
Oh, we
Beautiful 5.
Oh, we stomped this.
Yeah, that was a nice pass. That was a really nice pass there from Nate. I know he's been, I was speaking to him the other day, and he says he's in considerable pain, I think were his words. No, he didn't. He just said that. He said it's fine. It just hurts. So he's dealing with some pain out there. Obviously, he's using the rubber binding. You can see some discomfort there.
Yeah, that T factor.
Putting his weight on it, and it's pretty impressive that he can absolutely smoke a 39 like that while gritting your teeth. But great skiing there from Nate, putting himself in the mix.
Is he wearing an ankle brace out there, do you see?
I don't think so. I think with those rubber boots, it's pretty tough.
It's pretty hard to see.
I think if you're gonna use an ankle brace, it's got to be a duct tape situation kind of thing. Because if you're just using a standard neoprene, it gets all grippy and grabby and horrible.
A bit like Scott Ellis back in the day, yeah?
Yeah, well, yeah. Like a lot of jumpers have to roll around with some tape on.
How many rolls of duct tape do you think he went through?
It must have been a lot. Well, I injured myself for like 10 minutes, and then I end up getting, you go through a few rolls of duct tape when those ankles go, but let's see what Nate can do here on 41. Interesting. Oh, the wind's kind of died again. But a little bit of a wind change I noticed here for... Has it? Or is it changed back? Oh, no.
No, it's turning
No,
around.
it's changed back. It's turned around. I know, and the kind of baffling thing is we're so protected here. It's actually, I believe, a 15 to 17 mile an hour wind out here right now, and the lake's pretty much glass flat. So it's showing some impressive conditions out here for it being that windy outside the tree line. But here we go. Nate coming in on 41. Let's see what he can put together. He's going to want to put a 3 to get himself in the mix, but we all know he wants more. Let's see. Pulling for a gate. Good speed. Oh, getting heavy out of 1, but he's still there. Good out of 2. A little bit down course.
And he gets the 3.
S-turn.
And he gets the 3. I mean, come on. He's just playing around with you.
Yeah, just giving us a little tease out there, but
it's like grabbing you by the neck and slapping you around the face.
that was good skiing there from Nate, really. Obviously not the Nate that we're used to seeing, but whoa, there we go. I think he had a little bit of shock going on there, but held it well.
And I tell you what, that's
Good
about as good
hook-up out of 2.
good a onside turn as you're going to see at 41.
Yeah, and it's
even with the bum ankle.
It's not the place he's going to want to be. I know that for sure, but I think he's going to be happy. I know, again, speaking to him the other day, he very much said that there's no pressure on me this event. I'm purely here just for just to be here. You know, his ankle is still killing him. He's had about 10 sets. He just wants to be here. He's missed being on the water. He's missed being with the guys and having fun at pro events. He just couldn't keep himself away. So it's great to see him back, and it's great to see him putting out some solid scores. Let's see if he can improve in these next few rounds.
Yes, indeed, because I mean we have a multiple weight tie right now with
many. What are we on? Are we on 7 threes yet? 6 threes? Too many threes. This is making men's slalom skiing too competitive. 5? Oh, that's better than I thought. No, we've still got 2 yet. Yeah, it's pretty competitive out here at the minute. It's kind of crazy to think that threes now are no longer guaranteed. They used to be. I mean, you could win with a 2. I feel like 10 years ago, 2s would win.
Yeah, exactly.
And now we're getting what? Yeah, we're getting 5 threes already, a 4. So it is kind of crazy the way that men's slalom skiing is going, adding on the pressure, but it's making the events mighty fun. What is going on here?
Is that boat docking?
I don't know.
No, surely not.
Oh, no. We've ran out of fuel.
All right, then. So that being the way that it is, we're going to dump some fuel. Not too much of it, mind you, but enough to...
just a can.
Just a can. And we'll be back with some more skiing. We're continuing coverage of the 2022 Miami Pro.
Sounds like a plan.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
Today is gonna be a little something more. I've got a plan in mind, a special thing in store. The light bulb inside my head says, get out and play, 'cause you never feel this way.
Having a ski commemorated for my World Championship win is super cool. Getting up on the ski and being able to look down and see my name, see World Champion, a little maple leaf, and the colors that I was able to pick with the team at HO and really be a part of the ski build shows all the hard work from the team that's gone into my skiing throughout the years and ski development, and it's just been a super fun experience to be a part of. I've always ridden a little different flex than what was out there on the market. I really liked it and it performed really well for me last year. Now we're taking that and producing it and having people be able to go and pick this ski up for themselves. So we took the base graphic and then we were able to add in little parts that really represent who I am. So we added in my signature for the Signature Series ski, but then also maple leaf. I'm super proud of where I come from and it represents my roots. And then being able to add in a little color, to be a little bold and have it be a little different and have it stand out a bit. The ski is gonna be limited edition. We're only releasing 75 skis, and that's because this was the 75th World Championship. So it's really cool to see HO support my win and try and make it special by commemorating not only the win, but also the year. I'm super excited to re-release the ski and give the public the ability to ski on the layup that I ski on.
Welcome back, guys. I'm here with Nate Smith, and he's wearing the red jersey from being defending champion from last year. So 3 of 41, and tell us about it. How was it?
It was all right. I mean, I'm happy with that. You know, I haven't skied the last, 2 months basically, and just got back on the water 2 weeks ago. So I'm pretty happy with it. You always want more, but it's a safe score, I think, for the first round. We'll see how things stack up in the second round, and just see how it goes. I'm just happy to be on the water. That's the important part.
Well, your Midwest buddy up there, after he skied, Dane Meckler says, man, it's kind of crazy when you don't really know if 4 of 41 is safe anymore, where you're making, if you do get a 3, you're like, well, man, I really wish I would have got 4. It's changed, right?
Yeah, I mean, you used to think that you get over to 3-ball and you're in any kind of final or in contention to win the tournament. You know, we saw a few weeks ago up at Travers that, 2 guys running 41. So you just never know what can happen here. You like to think something's safe, but, you really never are, so.
Well, he's safe, and we're going to see him back out this afternoon. Back to you guys.
All right, thank you very much there, Wade, and to Nate Smith. And always skiing with the attitude of Oliver Twist, always wanting more.
That's Waterski for you.
Mm-hmm.
But next up, we have Freddie Winter. I don't quite know what I'm waiting for. We are having some very long wait times this weekend, which is very pleasant, actually.
Yes.
It's nice to relax at the end.
And probably one who appreciates that more than most is our skier on the water, coming to us out of the London borough of Wandsworth. His name is Freddie Winter.
Let's see what he can put together here. 13 meters, big one ball.
Nice.
Smooth out of 2.
Well, everyone's got
very effortless.
Meters. Looking in good shape. Oh, nicely done.
Some pretty solid skiing there from Freddie, looking strong. It's always fun to kind of see who's... We've obviously had a little bit of almost a month break from this event to the last, or last event to this. So it's kind of always fun to see how people are skiing after whether they've taken a little bit of a break, whether they've been working, or and seeing what they've been working on,
Just scoot back a bit.
Got Miss Heather Lynette Bonney there on the dock with Wade Cox.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I'm here with the world's greatest water ski fan, Heather Bonney, all the way from Australia, from the west coast of Australia. How are you, Heather?
Fine, thank you. Happy to be here.
So, and you've gone to quite a few events since you've been over here.
Yes, I have the Show Ski Worlds and quite a few, yes, from the French Worlds as well, the Senior Worlds. Yeah.
So it's really cool having her here instead of sending me a message on my Facebook or Instagram from the other side of the world. So now she can just say, Wade, this is what we want to say.
Yes, correct, yes.
So we're having fun down here in the dock. We've known each other for 35 years or so. So, yeah, great stuff. Thanks for coming out. Back to you, Tony.
All right, thanks a lot there. Thanks a lot, Hepper. Thanks a lot, Wade. And continuing to rock and roll, we've got Freddie Winter, and former world slalom champion himself, way back in, what was it, 2017?
I know it was Paris.
Yeah, it was 2017. Yeah.
Yeah, 19 was Malaysia, 21 was Jackson, 23 will be at Jackson yet again.
Yes,
some
indeed.
Exciting news coming out this week.
Yeah. How stoked are you about that?
I'm very excited. I'm not excited. Well, I am excited, but also not excited for the insanely high scores that it's going to have. But it's going to be an insane event for the whole Waterski world to watch and ski in. So
don't feel like we're pushing you or anything.
Well, everyone's going to be pushed, including this man, Freddie. Big 2-ball out there, getting a smooth hook up out of 3, calming down a little bit. He's got a meaty onside going today. He's really whipping that ski around and getting balanced, but a pretty smooth pass all in all. And he will be heading down to the end for his rest.
Coming down from the north side.
But yeah, no, it's pretty exciting to have the Worlds at a great side again. And we just know that the best skiers are gonna shine, and I think that's always a fun thing to have. There's going to be no excuses. There's no rollers. There's no bad boats. There's no bad drivers. It's just straight up great skiers. And it was such an amazing event in 2021 that I'm very excited for 2023. I might even have to strap my jump skis on for it and my trick ski.
Uh-oh.
We shall see.
Uh-oh.
Get the overall career striked back up.
Anyway, so going back to this site a little bit, you've slalomed out there before, and one of the things a lot of people have commented on is the light from one side to the next, like skiing away from the trees, skiing into the trees.
I'm glad I didn't have epilepsy.
Oh.
That's not a joke or anything like that. Honestly, into 2-4 today, it was a little like, it's like little daggers in my eyes. I was a little off. It's challenging. That's kind of the trees protect us so beautifully. Look at the water. It's like a 15-mile-an-hour forecast today, and the lake is dead flat. But obviously those trees, when that sun's out, blocks part of it, and they get a little thin at the top. So you end up getting straight up shadows on the water, but as you move through those shadows, there's obviously little paths of light. And that for me was a little bit uncomfortable. But I skied great. I had a great performance. It's really not that bad. It's just a little almost shocking for that first pass. And I think obviously we skied earlier, so I don't think the light is going to be an issue as of now. Because I think I skied around 10 o'clock and it's now, midday? So
yeah, it shouldn't be too much of a problem.
38 off, looking smooth out of 2. Beautiful out of 3. Big hook up out of 4 again, but he is keeping very calm. I think the one thing that Freddie does, and is doing incredibly well, is even when he gets that big hook up, he doesn't just sit there and lean on it. He makes sure he drives his rotation, drives his angle into the wake, and keeps his line. A big mistake of a lot of people. You'll see out of this kind of 1 and 2, really. They were both pretty solid turns, I believe. That part there, as he takes the load kind of through there, he really makes sure all of his momentum is going in the right direction.
He's flat-footed into 135 and just somehow makes it work for him.
Flat-footed? You mean as in what do you mean by that one?
Just not really being too much on the rear of the ski.
Oh yeah, very centered. Yeah, he does a very good job of that, and I think a lot of that. A lot of people have a hard time changing things at the buoy because they're trying to change things at the buoy. Freddie does an incredible job of keeping 2 hands and really driving his rotation off the second side. Look how he brings the handle and look how he keeps things close, and that gives him the balance and the pull and the rope to be able to stand up on the center of his ski. If you just kind of let everything fly through the edge change, jump inside, you can try stand on the middle of the ski all you want, but you're not going to be able to get there. So everything that he does from first wake, from the previous turn all the way, sets him up to be able to be that flat-footed or centered on his feet at the buoy.
And just slalom being the very nature of the event, you don't want to develop bad habits or anything like that, that tends to throw you off your rhythm. So you need to be conscious of that going forward whenever you train and do stuff like that, right?
Yeah, and that's the biggest thing. A lot of people focus on the turns in slalom, but they're very rarely the problem. It's often the setup beforehand. But here we go. Freddie Winter coming in 39 off. Let's see what he can put together. A beautiful hook up out of 1. Very light, very early. Little taily out of 2, but he's all good. Tail slide out of 3. He's early. He's on it. Moving well through the pass. Beautiful hook up out of 5.
Oh, great attacking skiing
Yeah,
from
that
start
was-
to finish.
That was great, and you can. What's interesting is you can see him feeling things out. 1 ball kind of underturns it a little bit. 3 ball, oh, maybe a little much. 5 ball, perfect. And that's a really, really tough thing to do as a skier when you've kind of got swinging too far the other way. Oftentimes you get a loose 1 and you overdo 3, or you get a heavy 1 and you underdo 3. So doing a really good job of just feeling around his ski, feeling where he needs to be. He's been here practicing for a few days, I believe. So he's going to know what the feelings are. He's going to know the light. He's going to know the boat. He's going to know the driver. So just kind of finding his feet on the day.
And look how he extends. He extends forward, then out into his 1-3.
Yeah, he does it. And again, off that second wake, keeps that handle so tight as he moves out off the second side that he has so much room to move. You know, if you start letting that handle go, if you start jumping inside, kind of like what I do, you end up pretty reached at that stage, and it's not ideal for consistency. But he does a great job of that, keeping connected, keeping all of his weight on top of his ski.
All right you are, and we got Becky Lathrop, one of the best in the business there.
Oh,
I mean, how important is that?
Oh, it's so important. I always used to really try not ignore the driver personally, but in my head try kind of go driver to driver, whatever happens on the day. But as you spend more time around the pros and people start moaning and kind of saying things and saying, well, they're a good driver, they're a bad driver, you start to pick up some feels. And Becky is by far one of the up there with the best and is a fantastic driver. And I think what speaks words, one, no one said a single thing about the driving today. There's been no mutterings, and the driver, if you're starting to talk about the driver, it's a problem. I forget about Becky, and I know that my pulls are going to be straight, and things are going to be set up. So let's see what Freddie can do here on 41. Little light on the gate, little loose line out of 1, but he's okay. Oh, that is not the move. Is he going to get to 3? He does.
Oh, he doesn't get to the weight.
Not going to get back. That is... Oh, that has thrown a little boom in the mix there.
And he knows it too.
He knows it. Well, I mean, I don't think we quite realize how mad it is, the fact that people aren't guaranteed in with 3s. Like, Freddie's getting a 2.5, and at the minute he's on the bubble, I believe. Not a great 1. Ski gets a little caught under him, and at 2 just gets so flat-footed, essentially, out of the buoy. Trying to pull for 3, gets around it. Incredibly impressive effort. Just 2 hands, got the slack, not getting back to those boys. That's frustrating for Freddie, and I know he had a tough time here last year, so I'm sure he wanted to kind of reset and dial in on this set, but 1 didn't look too bad as things go. But here you see 2 got a little narrow, got stuck on the wrong side of that ski. I mean, he knows that 1.5 isn't going to be in. Not a single chance. So I think almost got a little reached at 2. Ended up having to safety it, and
just marginally beyond that boat guide.
Yeah, and that's a tough. We were literally talking about an hour ago about S-turns.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and Sasha. Yeah.
No, with Freddie. I was literally talking to Freddie about S-turns about an hour ago. So. Maybe he needs to forget that conversation and go back to what he does best. But unfortunate there from Freddie. But again, 2.5 of 41, not a bad score. No, it's baffling to me that 2.5 is now not good. We're not happy with 2.5, you know.
Yeah.
As Nate said, as I've said, it's the level of skiing is just absolutely incredible. And for 2.5 to be not in, as of now, I believe, or right on the bubble, I believe.
It's right on the bubble because we've got 5 people on 3. We've got 1 on 4. So
Yeah,
so that occupies 6. So
Yeah.
so 2 more spots are available for any skier that's marginally below.
Yeah.
But not at that point where they're tied.
Yeah. Yeah, but anyway, great skiing there from Freddie, and like I say, just probably trying to get loose. Passes look great up until that 41. Just got a little caught on 1, got extra caught on 2. So I'm sure he's going to go back, watch the footage, make sure he's kind of dialed in on what he needs to work on, and probably then just try to forget it. You know, find your keys.
Yeah.
I know that's what I try to do. I try watch my video, really try dial in some keys. If it's bad, I don't really watch it that often. If it's good, I watch it a few times, try to get it drilled in there, you know.
And I think that score of 2.5 puts him in a 2-way tie for 7th right now with Brando Caruso.
Yeah, so 7 and 8. So at the minute is in, and we will see what Mr. William Asher can do.
Well,
But
William
there you
Asher
see-
is.
Yeah. So the 1.5 is out. And mad that no twos. Everyone knows that two's kind of out now. I think, and that's showing in the scores. So often we are seeing now that people are just going for it at 2 a lot more often than they used to. There used to be S turns at the wazoo. And now people are going for it, and it's great to see scores are going up. It's exciting to watch. It's exciting to watch for me here, and I'm skiing in it. So,
and let's not forget that the running order for round 2 is reseeded.
Yeah,
and that gives our skiers a little bit of an insight as to what they need to do, because if it come down to a tie for multiple ways, then it comes down to the backup score, and if there's a perfect tie, then it runs off.
Yeah, I've always been beautiful pass there from Will, 13 meters there, 32 off as he heads down the lake. But yeah, this year it seemed, we're going to head to Wade's World.
Yes.
Hey guys, and we're here with Freddie Winter, and Freddie, I watched the replay over here, and it certainly looked like on your 41 start you had enough space between the gate and out the one, but you lost a little space or something because you didn't get maybe a good enough hookup out of one?
No, 1 was fine. I just didn't get a hookup out of 2. It's exactly the same as what happened here last year. Like, got a average 1, but good enough to go down it. And then I don't know, I'm struggling. Even with 39, the whole way down, I'm struggling for rope out of 2 and 4. So, that's my bread and butter. You take that away from me, I'm in trouble. So, frustrating. I mean, that was I should have done better.
So any changes, anything you may alter for second round?
Definitely letter, I think. I want more pull out of the turn, and I'm going to try and make sure I'm not... but the problem is it's hard. Like, you know how it is. Like, you get to short rope and you start moving. And so, anyway, that's all right. I'll figure it out.
All right. We'll see him out again this afternoon. Back to you guys.
All right. Speaking about rope.
My favorite.
Yeah, your favorite subject.
The syndicate rope. Yeah, the event sponsor, obviously my sponsor as well, HO Syndicate, sponsoring the rope part of this event. It's just a very good rope.
It is.
And to be honest, the greatest thing I feel about it is you come to an event and you know exactly what it's going to feel like. Yeah, it's a little stiffer than some other ropes out there.
Yes, indeed
but,
it is.
That's just a characteristic to a rope. I ski with it all the time, so I just kind of get used to it. But here we see Will on that same rope, the HO Syndicate. Beautiful hookup out of 1, very light and airy out there. Ooh, a little heavy out of 3, but nothing too untoward. Beautiful 5. And a great 6 there, so beautiful 35 there on 12 meters from William Asher.
All right, so great skiing there from Will Asher, and we'll check in with Wade's World.
Hey guys, I'm here with Miss Alana Jones, many time junior national champion. First pro event though, right?
Yes, sir. I'm pretty excited for it. By the way, it's also Elena.
I'm sorry. Well, I've known your mom and dad forever, so you sort of grew up at the lake. You don't have any memories without being at the lake, right?
No, I was actually asking my mom yesterday, like, I've basically been skiing since, like, I could walk, huh? And she was like, yes, you have. It's been pretty fun.
Well, it's fun here. We're going to let you get because you're going to be the first lady on the water, but we're going to get back with her after she skis, and she's going to tell us what it was like. Back to you, Tony.
Okay, a quick reminder there that you can, for the last time this season, enter for your chance to win a ski. If you can accurately predict the podiums in women's and men's, you could win yourself a D3 or a Conley slalom ski. So get on it. Waterskibroadcasting.com/play, waterskibroadcasting.com/play. Actually, going a little bit back to the subject of rope, this was a discussion that I had yesterday with Regina Jaquez as part of a podcast episode, which is going to drop tomorrow on the TWBC podcast.
It's exciting. I'll make sure to tune in.
Yes, absolutely. She definitely has some choice words.
I can imagine. And yeah, it's a challenging. The ropes are kind of like a ski. Imagine being given a different ski to go on when you haven't trained with that rope in a very long time.
Indeed.
And that's kind of the challenge. But let's see, Will. We can come back to this. 38 off. Beautiful hookup out of 1 there. Very light on the gate, carrying great speed. Nice out of 3. A little loose rope, but back on it out of 4. Looks very, very settled out there.
Yeah.
A nice little 38. And yeah, I mean, back to the ropes, it's like someone giving you, it's a different feel, right? And that's one of the toughest things about it, is going to a site when you haven't trained with the rope is always a challenge, no matter what rope you're on.
But how does that feel kind of reconcile itself scientifically? If one day someone decided, okay, we're gonna try and standardize the ropes, or if not standardize it, at least make it to where that there are some certain factors that you can take into consideration before
you
buying
give
a
any
rope.
single person a rope here, any single rope, any kind of brand, and obviously some are better than others, and that's up to you to decide. I ski with the Syndicate all the time. I know Will does, John does, Jamie does, and I know a lot of people that do, but it's different. You come to a new site with some different conditions. You come to a boat with different driver that you haven't been behind in a while. And then you throw the rope in there, you throw everything in there. It can be a challenge in general. And I know, obviously, the Syndicate rope's been at a lot of events this year. It was at the Travers Grand Prix, which had the highest scores in the world.
Yes, of course.
I mean, the most, 241s. Regina ran 2 at 41 herself. So, yeah, I don't know. I personally love the rope, and I think if you look at the scores of the Travers Grand Prix, I think a lot of the world do. So it's exciting for me to be able to train on that every day, and it's great for me to be able to come to these events and know exactly what I'm going to feel. The Syndicate ropes are so consistent, and that's kind of why I can deal with a little bit of stiffness, because I know exactly what I'm going to get. But anyway, we have Mr. William Asher coming in on 39 off. No practice, rocking in last night, and just wanting to feel things out. He skied here a lot when he was younger with Rocky, I believe, a great mentor of his. So let's see what he can put together here on 39. Oh, heavy shoulder drop on 1. He's good, he's early, big out of 2. He's back on time, little loose line out of 3. Oh, heavy 4. Little loose out of 5. And that was not the greatest 39 we've seen from Mr. Will Asher.
Well, I tell you what,
I got my heart going now out of 1 and 4. But if you kind of see the rest of the stuff, not too bad out of kind of 2, 3, and 5. But after you get that kind of 1 ball, you're on scramble mode, Technique's kind of gone out the window, and you just fighting to survive.
And that's the thing with being English, right? I mean, we judge our happiness by the measure that, things are clearly bad, but they could have been a heck of a lot worse.
Oh, they could have been way worse. Well, he could have been swimming. So, I mean, that was a big 1 ball, holds it well. And look at the way he's able to kind of take that load and move through 2 is very impressive. Safety is 3 a little bit, obviously a little scared after 1. You don't want to underdo it, but you don't want to overdo it again, So just trying to kind of dial in, find some balance on that ski. And his early passes looked pretty amazing. And I think that's maybe just a little bit of a wake-up call there for Will for his 41. Probably a good thing. And he can come back in and make sure he has a big score to put out there.
Okay, so what score are we looking for here? I mean, two and a half is a two-way tie for.
No one's looking for a 2.5. He's looking for a 4, and if I know Will's headspace where it's been this year, he's looking to run it. I train with him a lot. I've seen him running a lot. I know he's on form. So yeah, conditions are a little different, but he can do it, and I'm excited to watch and see what is going to happen. All right, so let's see what he can put together here on 41. We have lost our TV screen, so we are scrambling to watch what is going on.
Here we go.
All right, let's see. So pulling out for that gate. He's getting a solid hook up on that gate turn. Oh, a little back out of 1.
Excellent 2. He's still
good
there.
2.
He's okay for number 3.
S-turns.
And he S-turns 3. So that means that puts him into a tie that occupies second,
many people.
second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh.
Yeah, and that puts him in with it. And again, turn up on site, no practice. I think the 3 was maybe just kind of a little bit of a safety. Looked heavy out of 1 and 2. So I think just wanting to make sure that he got that full 3. 2.5 isn't a place that you really want to be right now. He knows that that's not a good backup. So getting that 3 allows him some space to really move into the second round. But I think he'll be happy with that. It's a solid start. And I believe that now puts 2.5 on the bubble, so 8th and 9th place. So if finals were the next round, we would be seeing a runoff. But as of now, there is Dane Meckler with the 4, and then I believe 6 threes. But great skiing there from Will. Congratulations. Getting himself in the mix and putting him up there. All right, so we are just going to probably put a little bit of fuel in that boat. Get all the judges swapped and ready. And come back with the women. All right, I believe it is time for our leaderboard. So the men's slalom leaderboard for the Miami Pro. Dane Meckler out there in front, the only person with a 4 at 41, 10.25 meters.
Okay, and let's alternate with these names. So, Robert.
Stephen Navu.
McCormick.
Sasha Deschamps.
Smith.
Will Asher.
And then we've got our two-way tie for 8th space between
Brando Caruso
and
Freddie Winter.
There you go.
That was very special. That was like a theatre production there. And that's, I mean, insane skiing there. But let's go to Wade and see what he has.
So from one amphibious ride to another, tell us about that start at 41. A little interesting out of one, and typical Will Asher big old 2-ball.
Oh, it was rough out there. I just wasn't doing anything I set out to do today. I came out of 1. I'm like, well, this isn't going to go well. Maybe I'll get 2. And then I just kind of was able to drop a bomb at 2 and get a piece of 3. That was it. That's all she wrote. That was it.
Well, the 3 sort of puts you in a sweet spot. At least gives you a great backup score. So with sort of after that, what would be your thoughts going for the afternoon?
Yeah, I'll probably just start the first pass with more intention. Like my first 2 passes were just a disaster. And then really, by 39 is kind of how my 32 should have been. And I was so far behind the boat at that point. Yeah, but that's okay.
All right, well, maybe this dude will take us on a ride again. Back to you, Tony.
All right then, and thanks a lot, Wade, for all your efforts there on Wade's World, and we'll just listen to
Are we glossing over the floating car that we have on the lake? Is that
well, we
going on?
didn't see it.
I just saw a car drive on the water at like 30 mile an hour.
Yeah, with the wheels up.
That is mad.
It is. It's absolutely bonkers. All right, we've got continuing coverage of the 2022 Miami Pro, and we'll have more right after this.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
I'm involved with the flow point method because I think it's a really strong program. We've been working on a couple things and it's just fine tuning, and I want to be able to make sure that I can do those movements no matter where I am, so I can feel confident skiing at any site. It's just really all encompassing, and I think that's really beneficial. It's very helpful to keep on those keys and have a support team behind you that you can ask questions to and are there for every step of the way.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Try Match Play at bplayfield.com.
All right then, folks, and good afternoon. It's almost afternoon. It's about 2 minutes to midday. Great timing. We've got the women's slalom, round one, about to take to the water very, very soon. And we've got the starting list coming up in just a moment. Elena Jones will be getting things up and running, followed by Janina Bonneman-Meckler, and followed by Bree Carter, Samantha Dumala, Vanessa Veek, Elizabeth Montavon Island. Then we've got Karen Trulove, Alicia Bagnoli, Chelsea Mills, Paige Rini, Ali Garcia, Ali Nicholson. And after Ali Nicholson, there are two more individuals. We've got Whitney McClintock Rini, followed by Regina Jaquez. All right. Jeff Kepcher is our driver at the helm. We've got our camera person in the boat. And we're almost ready to go. Still receiving a whole slew of messages from all corners of the world. So whether you are watching us from Nicosia or Kathmandu or Casablanca or even Athens, you are most certainly welcome to the 2022 Miami Pro. All right, so looks like we got Connor Parley, our camera person there. And we've got Elena Jones, our first competitor out, coming to us out of Scott in Louisiana. Won the Junior Pro Women's event at San Gervasio earlier on this season. And followed that up with some great performances at a number of tournaments from there on out. And she will actually be traveling to Santiago de Chile, where she'll be competing in the Junior World Waterski Championships coming up this January, and brought to you exclusively live on TWBC, along with the Pan American Waterski Championships, also from Santiago, and that will take place over the last weekend of November, essentially Thanksgiving. Elena Jones looking good with the opening pass, 14.25 meters minimum starting line length, and looking in very, very good shape. Sure, a good few of you out there are watching the webcast using the YouTube channel. Elena appears to have quite a few fans out there, including my good friend from Alabama, Jasmine Gagner. And quite a few, I'm sure, will be tuning in from South Louisiana as well. Looking inside the trailer, we got Vince there with the ones and twos. Believe that Alice is in there somewhere. I'm not too sure, but Alice is actually, for her part, is getting ready. We have two officials in the trailer looking over what's going on and able to instantly make a call based upon what they see on the screen if there's a contentious score produced out there on the water. There we see on dockside Janina Bonneman. Janina Bonneman-Meckler, I should say. All right, so just
pensively looking out towards the slalom course as Elena Jones works her way towards pass number 2. Nice sweeping start, a little bit down course, not too much angle as a result. But not trying to overly stress herself at this point. Round all 6 buoys. That's Elena Jones. Looking in very, very good shape, as a matter of fact. Getting round all 6 buoys on that particular run. And setting it into the water as she prepares for 35 off. Started in at 28 off and running through the opening 2 passes. Now 12 meters comes up.
No, you're right. I drive here a lot. Sometimes they go on the other side, but that's enough. I'll bring it right here, maybe a little further down. Sorry about that.
All right. So there we go, Jeff Kepcher, one of our two official drivers. The other one being Becky Lathrop, who we saw a little bit earlier on steer the ship rightly down the course for our male competitors in round number 1. Of course, for those of you that missed the action in round 1, you can easily scroll back on the bottom of the webcast player on the YouTube channel to get to whatever point you are most interested in. Maybe the multiple way ties, around 3 buoys there that occupy most of the 8 available positions going through to the next round of the competition. And we do have a 2-way tie with Brando Caruso and Freddie Winter with 2.5. That currently occupies 8th spot right now. So very, very close towards the top as we see Elena Jones at 35 off. A little bit broken over into number 5, but I tell you, whoa! And getting round buoy number 5 and as far as the wakes, but unfortunately unable to make a play on buoy number 6 as we see a little bit of counter rotation exerted by Elena Jones going into a gate shot. Looking here on the instant replay. I'm sure for the benefit of our folks on the shoreline, they can see exactly the same instant replay as our good folks that are watching online as well. So why not take the opportunity to also open up your phones and do just that? And looks like it's going to be 4 1/2. 4.5 for Elena Jones. And that was at 35 off. And she probably knows that a score of that range probably wouldn't be enough to send her through to the next round of the competition as a part of the top 8. But she puts something out there, and we'll see if she can put something a little bit more substantial in round number 2, which will take place tomorrow morning. All right. Just gotten broken over and unable to continue skiing. So, all right then. So we're going to go back out there in just a few moments, and we'll see Janina Bonneman next.
everything turn, turn, turn. There is a season, turn, turn, turn. And a time to every purpose under heaven.
All right, then, let's rejoin the action here at the 2022 Miami Pro Slalom. Skier on the water right now, Janina Bonneman. Meckler.
There you go.
It's a bit of a mouthful.
Yeah, just a recent name change in the last month here for her.
Indeed, and it's one that she can be comfortable with, of course, you know, Meckler being a German name.
Yeah, I suppose so. I didn't really think about that too much.
All right. All right, then. So for Janina Meckler, for her part, making her way through pass number 1 on 28 off, and joining me here at the announcing point is Nate Smith. How you doing there, sir?
I'm good. Back next to you again down in Miami, one of the last tournaments of the year. So happy to be on the water this time.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm feeling good. Yeah, I'm feeling all right.
You are?
Yeah.
I didn't ask how you were doing, I guess. Good to have you here, though.
Why, thank you.
It's always great having you announce all the tournaments. I know it's a hard job sitting here all day, every day, but all of us and everybody at home certainly enjoys it.
I don't know, just looking at the doc there, Bree got that reference straight away.
Oh. I couldn't see her.
Yeah, she wasn't like stomping around the dock or anything. She'd have the headphones on listening to BB Rexha. All right, then. So, all joking aside, we got Janina Bonneman out there, 14.25 meters opening pass, and we'll see what she can do with 13 meters coming back. So, obviously, been off the water for a little while. What you been doing in the interim?
Laying on the couch, putting ice on my foot, and elevating it. But just I guess traveling around a little bit, being at home, and the last 2 weeks trying to ski a little bit. But same thing for Janina here. She's been injured most of the summer, so this is also her first tournament back since I believe the July 4th weekend. So I know she's pretty excited to be getting back on the water as well.
I thought for a moment you were going to say laying on the couch, inflating Frito-Lay stock.
No, none of that. But it's nice to take a little bit of a break. You miss some of the tournaments that these guys were at, going hard and skiing hard. But the flip side of that is I'm ready to get back at it, and some others are ready for the season to end. But just watching Janina come back through there at 32 off and just kind of managing her way through. We all came down here and skied a practice ride yesterday, so we'll see what score she can put up.
Okay, so let's talk about you for a little bit as we work our way through Janina's opening passes. I mean, she's gone through 14 of 13, and she's pretty capable enough to run through 12 meters or 35 off, which you would need to effectively get ahead of Elena Jones. Percentage-wise, how good is your ankle at this point?
Well, it's more foot than it is ankle. It's that midfoot area. I don't know if I could put a percentage on it. I would tell you that, I've had more people tell me that I shouldn't be skiing this weekend than have told me to ski. So I just have to be careful. I would say that skiing ability, I don't know, maybe 70% or so. I just don't have the reaction time, the strength, getting broken over at 1 like I did there at 41. I just don't have the reaction, and I can't put pressure on my front foot coming in. So I'm kind of back foot and then sitting on the tail a lot while I ski, very conservative. But you know, I feel that I'm good enough to be safe and not put myself in a situation, you know, take an S turn when I need, not push it too hard to blow the tail or anything like that. So I just got to be safe here and, you know, hopefully that whatever I can do is enough to put me on the podium.
All right, then. Isn't that scary? A 70% Nate Smith is better than 90% of the other competitors.
Well, I don't know if I want to say that, but I just, you know, score-wise have been good. I just don't feel myself. That's all.
All right, here we go. Janina Meckler, round all 6 buoy is there, 35 off. That is just easy money for her.
Yeah, it looks super easy. You know, she's been skiing in Florida a little bit this week and, you know, I think been running 35 pretty consistently. So, you know, she's getting back on the water and after this injury and just ready to go. So you can see a little bit of bumps there at one ball. I think I felt that on my 41, but you know, she's so strong and she's so, you know, confident in her skiing and she's got this, you know, aggressive style that gets herself across course. And I don't know if you remember last year, Tony, that she, I think it was either set or tied, I think it was set a PB with 5 at 38 here.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, towards the end of the season, she started to come through with some decent scores. And but, you know, for the majority of this season, she's kind of been off the water, having to battle with an injury or two, right?
Yeah, she had, you know, an injury back in July. I remember it's when we were over in Italy, San Gervasio. You know, Dane got that phone call that she had gotten hurt. So this is her first tournament back on the water since the beginning of July. But I think she's feeling pretty good. She feels, you know, her elbow and all that seems to feel pretty good. So it's just a matter of getting back on the water and feeling comfortable and getting consistent again.
All right, we'll see if that consistency parlays itself onto a better than average score for Janina Meckler as she comes back into course, 11.25 meters. Obviously, if she can put a decent score up, a better than average score up, then that will really, really enhance her chances of making it through among the top 8 to ski in the women's slalom final. Let's see what she has got. Janina Meckler. Oh, a little bit on the tail heavy on that ski. She's good to go round number 2. She's there. She's battling it out, and it's going to be halfway down the run. So she has that lead already, no doubt, but 3 at 11.25 meters. It's a commendable score, but it's not a score that would give you an awful lot of hope of being among the top 8.
You never know. You know, that's the crazy thing with our sport is until that last skier comes back to the dock, you really don't know. You know, taking a look at this replay here, I thought she had a pretty good gate. You know, she was wide. She was you know, pretty good turning in. Kind of fell over there a little bit at 1, but, you know, took that hit and was able to swing out to 2, just a little bit down course there sitting back. But I thought she looked pretty good, maybe just having to stretch too much there at 3, maybe playing a little bit conservative maybe, knowing that she's got 2 rounds to try to qualify. So she's going to be a little bit disappointed, but, you know, in the big picture of coming back from an injury, you have to have no expectations. And I think that's kind of how I went on the water as well, is you don't have expectations, and sometimes it's for the better. But it's a solid score, 3 at 11, 3 at 38 off for the first round. See how things play out, and take a stab at that second round and see where all the pieces lay.
All right, we'll see how that stacks up against our remaining skiers. The first of which is going to be Bree Carter, then Sam Dumala, Vanessa Veek, and Elizabeth Island. And
all these names are changing.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, each of those skiers have had difficulties, you know, remaining consistent on the water and actually getting some time on the water in a pro event during the course this summer. Bree and Samantha and Vanessa and Elizabeth, and then from there on out, you see the usual suspects, you know. So it after we get done with Elizabeth, then there are just 8 more skiers to come. So it's just funny how that works out.
Yeah, so they're taking 8 into the final for women also.
Yes, indeed.
Got it.
All right. Okay, so we've got 1 or 2 technical issues that we're going to deal with, but we're going to take a brief pause. We'll step aside, and we'll come back with continuing coverage of the 2022 Miami Pro. Okay, so we got Bree Carter. Okay, so Bree Carter out there on the water, 14.25 meter start. And do you know much about her, Nate?
You know, I've not really skied with her. I've seen her at tournaments and talked with her and all that, but you know, made it into Masters last year, which I think is pretty big for her. She had a big year at Worlds. Did she make finals last year? I'm pretty sure. I know she had the largest cheering section there at Worlds last year. I do remember that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I remember that. And I don't know whether she actually made it through to the final, but if not, she'd come pretty darn close to it, I would imagine. So she's gone through the opening pass of 14.25 meters and 13. You know, these opening two passes, you know, it's like very, very easy to gloss over. But I mean, for a skier of your level, what information are you trying to get out of the first couple of passes to kind of aid you going forward into the next series of runs?
I think when you haven't skied at a specific site, whether that's here or anywhere else, I think the first couple of passes, it's good to feel, you know, what the boat feels like, what the wake feels like, how the rope feels. And then also, you know, your gate timing. How is the water fast? Is it slow? Is it deep? Is it shallow? All these different things that go into a factor of, you know, how your gate's going to be. So the first couple of passes are a good way to kind of feel those things out with knowing, hey, I can still run this pass no matter what I do. So it's a good way to kind of feel what you have going on out there. And then as you shorten in, for us, like to 38 and 39, you can start to dial in the things that you learn the first couple passes. So same thing here for Bree. I mean, this is an easy pass for her, these first two, and just kind of feeling things out a little bit out there. And, you know, the wind, the water looks pretty flat right now, and these lakes are very, very protected, but there's a pretty good east wind, which is a crosswind. So you have these tall trees, and it kind of comes over the top. And, you know, I felt a few gusts out there, but seems to be a no factor right now.
And certainly using those opening two passes to gauge what you mentioned there is certainly critical. You know, I mean, from my experience, you know, and I mean, this is like ages and ages ago, the lake that I had the hardest time adjusting to was the Idroscalo in Italy. And, I mean, when they built that thing, they didn't exactly build it to be a ski lake. It was used to land Mussolini's seaplanes. And that during the length of the slalom course, the water depth would severely change from in 5 or 6 times during the length of the slalom course. So you try and pull out for the gates and try and bleed off some speed, and you end up going quicker, and all that kind of stuff, you know. So I mean, it's for something like that, it's pretty critical. But for somewhere like here that skis generally very, very well all the time, you know, it's not quite as.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the water temp is exactly. I think I saw the boat say 84 degrees yesterday, so the water's plenty warm. These lakes are, I'm going to throw a random number out. I'm going to say they're 3,000 feet long, and maybe more, each one of these. But so
you probably could land one of his seaplanes on it.
Yeah, exactly. And then also the depth is roughly 45 feet or so. So they're long, they're deep, warm water. So the general feel is a little bit slower, more sluggish here, I think. But they're not crazy wide either, and you have these tall trees, so it's kind of like a tunnel effect as you're going down the course. You feel good, but you also kind of have the sides coming up on you pretty quick. But, you know, we've seen some pretty big scores. There were big scores here last year, and, you know, heck, I think it was 20 years ago Andy Mapple ran one at 43 here. So it's been happening for a very, very long time down here in Miami.
All right, then. So coming to us out of Lake Tallico in Tennessee. Skied for the University of Alabama and currently works for Correct Craft in Orlando and skis over at La Pointe Ski Park. This is Bree Carter on 12 meters. Doing a fine job, a little bit of a delay off number 5, but gets around number 6 and pulls through on that particular run. And big shout out to my good friend Andre Broussard for all of that biographical information that he's hoarding for times such as this.
Andre does a good job. We really appreciate him putting on tournaments. You know, looking at Bree, and like you said, a little bit delayed maybe, but, you know, she has such a strong position behind the boat. It's something you always kind of see with her. You know, no matter what happens at the buoy, she's always able to get herself back into position and be strong and be aggressive, get over to that other side, as you can see right there on the webcast. So that should have been 34 35, I believe, coming back 30.
Yeah, that was 35
coming
off,
back
12 meters.
Yep, coming back at 38.
All right, let's see what she's got for us with 38 off. The top score at the moment is currently halfway down the pass at 3.
I think that 3 ball is going to be a score to shoot for some of these girls. You know, it's a score that you know you need to try to get past, but it's also in your head a little bit to be safe there as well.
All right, pacing up and down dockside is Sam Damala, who hails out of this area of the Sunshine State.
She must be from here now. She's got a top on. I don't know if it's cold or what. At 90.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if it gets below 80, game over.
Yeah, I guess so.
All right, here we go. Now, this here is Bree Carter, originally out of the volunteer state of Tennessee. Good, almost overpowered it off number 1, got round number 2, and no more beyond that. So took a really big hit on buoy number 1 and just couldn't really keep it going there, Nate.
Yeah, it was kind of interesting there at 1 ball. I mean, the gate looks pretty good. She's turning in pretty progressively and loading behind the boat just fine. Maybe came off the hand a little bit early, kind of clipped the buoy a little bit, maybe threw her off balance and just couldn't quite get herself back down going to 2. Taking all that speed and just unable to make that turn on the back side of the buoy there. So, you know, like we said with Janina's score of 3, it's kind of, you think you're safe, you're not sure if you're safe, but, you know, she's 1 spot closer to maybe being in that final tentatively. You know, there are 2 rounds.
All right, then, and speaking of Janina, let's check in with Miss Meckler, along with Wade's World.
Hey, thanks, guys. I'm here with Janina Meckler. Congratulations. And congratulations in the short run again, because you're leader on the dock. And tell us about how your run went.
So it went really well. Like every pass felt better and better. So when I came into 35, I just thought, okay, I just got to get through this pass and then get a good start at 38, and we'll see where we end up. And especially after yesterday, after my practice set, I was a little nervous, but it all worked out, and I'm happy with the 3.
So for the audience at home, for a second round, would you make any changes? And if so, what would they be?
I don't think I'm going to make any changes. Maybe a little bit more speed on my gate on 38, and then just like trust it, run little bit more down course, and not just like circle 3, and just head over to 4, and hopefully it gives me a little piece of 4 or 5, or who knows? Maybe I'm going to run it.
Maybe all of them, and maybe this afternoon. So we're going to see how it again tomorrow morning. We're having fun. Back to you guys.
Yep, she's still got plenty of adrenaline going through her veins after that run of slalom. Janina Meckler almost sounded a little bit like Fran Drescher there for a moment, but there you go. Okay, coming into the course. Pass number 1, it is Sam Dumala. She herself has had a storied career in women's slalom skiing. And here is the hallmark of her technique, that huge counter rotation that she employs on a 2-4 side, and proceeds that with the gate shot.
Yeah, it's you know, a little bit of a unique style to her. You know, everybody does things a little bit differently, but you know, here we are at this 28 off pass, just a warm-up pass, but this is where she skis now. This is home for her. She's in school down here. So we're gonna head over to Wade at the dock for a moment.
Hey, thanks, guys. I'm here with Miss Elizabeth
Montauban Island.
I love it. So 2 interviews in a row, recent marriages. So defending champion of this event. That's been like a great ride, hasn't it?
It's an honor, you know, to win the first inaugural Miami Pro is really cool. I was talking about it with Stevie last night. Did you know my parents actually wanted to name me Miami? And at the last minute, they're like, oh, Miami Montauban. I don't know, it's a weird alliteration. So it felt kind of fitting that I won that. And I'm honored to be back here again. I'm so excited to play with everybody and spend some time on the water.
Because you really are a South Florida girl.
Oh, yeah, through and through. I mean, don't look at my birth certificate. I'm a Florida girl.
We're having fun. Anybody you want to give a shout out to?
My mom and dad, they've been traveling a lot this week. I miss you guys so much. I wish you were here. Of course, my coach, Chet, I wouldn't be doing this without him. And Mr. LaPointe for this beautiful ski.
Wow, big changes. Back to you guys.
All right, and just a subtle reminder that you can listen to Elizabeth Montavon in the latest edition of the TWBC podcast that dropped earlier on this morning. Check it out on Spotify, Google Podcasts, and Apple Podcasts, or wherever else you listen to podcasts, even on iHeart if you have that. It's everywhere. All right, then, here we go. Sam Damala, and just look at this gate shot. Rather unusual the way that she sets up over a ski, a little flat-footed. Not looking bad at all for the most part, but a little down course and showing us some signs that she hasn't had an awful lot of practice.
Yeah, I mean, I know she's in school. I've kind of been out of touch with her as of recent, I guess, just with her being so busy and not being in Orlando anymore. But I'm not sure how much she's really getting to be on the water and practice and all that as she's trying to balance, real life and water skiing. But she's a good skier. She's a strong skier, and she's able to usually get it done when it matters most.
All right, let's check in dockside with Wade's World. All right. So it looks like we got a few of our folks getting worked up and getting situated for their runs out there on the slalom course. We see Sam Damala out there on the water. On dockside, we see Vanessa Veek from Australia who skied the first two pro events of the season and hasn't skied many pro events since that time. And this is the first time that we'll see Vanessa out there on the water for a good few good months since her Masters qualifiers attempts in May of this season. And I think the same could actually apply a little bit to Samantha Dumoulin as well. She attempted to qualify into the Masters, came up a little bit short, and we haven't really seen her ski too much since.
Yeah, I was wondering when the last tournament she was in, but, like I said before, I think she's been pretty busy with school and all that, but I think maybe the Swiss Pro might have been the last tournament that she was in. But here we go, having her come back in at 35 off, 12 meters.
Looking good. Oh, a little broken over there off number 2. This is the 12-meter run. But if she does make a mistake, she is very, very quick to react and react effectively. There you go. That is a 6-buoy count of 35 off. That's 12 meters. And now that puts her in with a halfway decent chance here.
Yeah, so you have Bree with 2, and then Janina with a 3 at 38 here, the top 2 scores. So we'll just see if she can get a good start down there at the gate and work her way down it. That 3 ball, it's kind of a tricky spot because you want to run 38, but you also want to make sure that you get a safe 3 and not mess anything up there, because I think that's kind of going to be that little spot to get over the hump. You get past 3, I think you're going to work your way in, but anything's possible. I mean, you've announced enough tournaments, things are never what you think they are.
Yeah, exactly. There are always 1 or 2 surprises thrown up into the mix, including that Chris Parrish deal, where he got 1.5 at 10.25 meters, and he almost went out of his way not to score 2.
I know. Did they end up giving him 2, or was it 1.5?
1.5.
It was 1.5, yeah. So, it's just one of those brain farts you have, just a mental error, kind of losing awareness or, whatever might have happened there. But, watching Chris, though, that looked like a really, really good round for him. And I thought he had a fantastic 1 ball at 41. So, I think this next round for him is going to be, it's going to be pretty good.
All right, so looking at the back there and checking in on 1 or 2 of our athletes who will be getting changed and ready to go. There's Regina Jaquist going through her stretches. So here we go, Sam Damala. The lead is 3 on this pass. Let's see if she... Oh, a horrible start, and just basically stands up and phones it in after 1.
Yeah, that's really odd. I'll have to see what the replay looks like. I mean, I didn't think anything looked too out of the ordinary. I mean, she has that unique style there at the gate. Turned in, loaded nicely. Maybe just kind of what Bree did. You know, the ski kind of stopped on her and got stood up there.
Hang on a second. I'd love to see that replay again, because I mean she showed signs that something isn't entirely right physically. I mean lower back, I would say. She tries to stretch and just...
Yeah, I guess you're right. It's something weird for sure. I mean, maybe she felt something that we don't see. There's always that. Definitely a little uncharacteristic for her to not come out of one ball like that. But, you know, hey, we have 2 rounds. You have the second round to go out there and try and make some adjustments and try to figure out how to better your score. I don't think that score is going to be enough to make it through alone, but, hey, anything's possible.
Indeed. All right, then. So next competitor out, originally out of Perth in Western Australia, but now resident here in South Florida. It is Vanessa Veek.
You know, her husband, Noah, we grew up just a few miles apart in Indiana. So his family helped build a ski lake like 5 minutes away from mine, and so we kind of grew up in the same area.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Yep. And I mean, like skiing up in the Midwest and skiing here in South Florida, I mean, 2 separate worlds, really, if we're being honest.
Yeah, he got the heck out of there a long time ago. He came down to Chet's and never came back home.
There we go. All right, then, here we go. We have got 14.25 meter opener at 28 off. It's actually a 13 meter start. So she's looking to get back into full performance mode and starting with a pass that she typically goes in with, and that is 13 meters. Vanessa Veek.
I like that. I mean, she's going out there and being confident in her skiing. And we're going to head over to Wade real quick, and we'll come back.
Hey, guys, I'm here with Miss Sam Damala, and basically you're home lake, you're home away from home. And so tell us about your ride. How was it today?
It was great. That was my goal today, to come out and run the 12, and it was smoother than I was expecting, so I'm super happy about it.
Yeah, it is. So let's talk about that. The only basically knock on this place is it's a little bit rolly. So tell us how you handle that in sort of tournament intensity.
I just try and make space so you have more room for error and stay long on the line.
No, there you go. You guys hear that at home? Yeah, make yourself ski out wide and then be patient like this young lady. So how's med school going?
It's going well. I just finished the halfway point of my 3rd year. I'm on my surgery rotation right now. I'm having a good time.
Congratulations, and we'll see you tomorrow morning. Back to you.
All right, then. So continuing right along, check in with Wakehouse, wakehouse.com for all of your water skiing needs. So check out wakehouse.com, wakehouse.com. And also check out pentalago.com, which isn't too far away from here in Barber City. Check out pentalago.com, one of the latest and greatest water ski communities in South Florida. There we see on dockside Lisbeth Montavon Island, getting ready for her a go out there. And out on the water in the meantime is Vanessa Veek, who we haven't seen an awful lot of since the Masters qualifiers. Actually sustained an injury which has kept her out of the scene for quite a substantial amount of time. But looking to continue on from where she left off a few months ago.
Yeah, she's always such a consistent skier. You saw her kind of come on the scene a little bit stronger in the last couple of years. I think maybe took a little bit of break away from it, but you know, made a run in the LCQs 2 years ago, and then this year as well. But just a really smooth style of skiing, and you know, she spends a lot of time with Noah, her husband, and down at Chet Raley's place, which, you know, I know Elizabeth has skied there a lot as well. So yeah, we'll see as she comes back at 38. Taking it the other direction, which I think is smart also, because I think in the finals we have to start at 13 meters for women and 12 meters for men. I think even the second round is that way, actually.
Well, we'll see if we can confirm that. 13 and 12 in the second round as well. So
it makes sense. I mean, just take your whole set that direction and get yourself dialed in and move forwards with it. I debated it because 32 off weight kind of hurts my foot quite a bit. It's a little bit of a firm bump back there, and thought about doing it, but then, you know, first tournament back starting at 35, I didn't know if that was a good idea or not.
we'll actually talk about that in a little bit, how much the weights affect your physical stance on the ski, and especially those that are carrying an injury like with the foot and the ankle.
So we got
look at this.
Yeah,
38 off.
So there's the lead.
There's more than the lead.
And
it's a complete run for Vanessa Veek.
Full pass, and that looked easy. Control the whole time. I mean, that looked. We'll watch this replay, but I didn't see a doubt in her mind at all that whole pass.
Yeah, absolutely on fire from start to finish there, and I like her tall stance as she works her way into the rotation and then the edge change, and doesn't do too much on top of the ski on her offside. You know, just tries to stay neutrally balanced, and then allows the ski to do the job that she's set it up to do.
You saw her get a little bit down course there at that 3-ball, but you saw how patient she was. She was patient to let that ski bleed its speed, make the finish of that turn, wait on the line, and then start that, you know, progressive pull into the weight going to 4-ball. And it's a very unique thing to have with your style, that you can be patient and stand over your ski. Like you said, she's very upright. She's tall, she's balanced on the ski, and you know, she's able to stand there and wait for that line to pick her up, and then use the boat rather than work against the boat.
Right, you are. I mean, and being able to stand on that ski and just be as light as possible certainly helps. I mean, I made that analogy a little bit earlier. I don't know if you're around to hear it, but I mean, sometimes you put yourself in such a deep position and it feels like you're struggling to get out of quicksand, you know, I mean.
Yeah. Well, coming down here to Miami with the warm, deep water, that's kind of what it feels like out there. But, yeah, I mean, here we go. We have Vanessa coming back 39. You know, we'll see what she can do here.
All right, here we go. 39.5 off. She has the lead. How long she can keep that lead for is going to be determined by how far she gets down this run. There we go. That's number 2, and that is going to be 1 1/2 from this vantage point.
You can hear her trying to call the judges there a little bit, but I think you got to have that handle crossing the wake.
She was getting ready to play that card almost before she got into the course.
I think she's saying that she was in skiing position, but
Do you think so?
I'm not so sure she had the handle at the boat guides, though. Yeah.
No,
it wasn't
no,
there,
definitely
but,
not.
Either way, you know, you could kind of see
she was trying to pull the wool over her eyes. It ain't happening.
Well, hey, it wasn't a terrible start, but you could see maybe a little bit of indecision on whether she was going to stand up to or commit and turn, because 1 wasn't all that bad. You know, she came out of 1 on the back a little bit, you know, created some space over there, and kind of like, do you stand up or do you go? And you can see right there she wasn't sure. But we're going to head over to the dock.
Let's check in.
Hey guys, I'm here with Miss Paige Reaney, who skied last year in the inaugural Miami Pro. So what did you take away from last year that you're going to bring out on the water with you today?
I don't really remember how I skied last year, honestly. But I'm just going to go out there and do my best and do what I do every day. So we'll see.
No, I like that, because sometimes we can get too hung up in our past thoughts, correct? So once you leave the dock, do you have any sort of pre-ritual in the water or sort of approaching the gates?
I just think about what I do every day in practice and focus on my keys and hope it goes well. So
there we go. We see she's all smiling, relaxing with her puppy, so it's going to be all good. Back to you guys.
All right, moving right along to our defending Miami Pro Slalom champion. This is Elizabeth Montavon Island.
You see she's on a different ski here this year.
Yeah, she is. She just transitioned to that ski about half a dozen sets ago.
Really?
Yep.
Good to know. Well, we'll see how she's able to handle a tournament pressure situation. It's always a little bit different when you come into tournaments. Same thing with an injury. You go ski in practice, you feel pretty good, but the intensity level turns up just a little bit when you get to a tournament. So things kind of change a little bit, and the results are a little different, but this will be a good test for her.
Yeah, and she did comment that the ski tends to work a little bit better for her. I mean, if she's a little bit out of position, she can still follow through a little bit with that ski underneath the line and pull it and like complete her leverage and her rotation away from the boat well into the edge change.
Yeah, and you see on the men's side, you see Cole McCormick out there on that ski as well, and he's able to be pretty darn aggressive with that and, take a lot of speed into the buoys sometimes and come out of the backside of the buoy. So it'll be interesting to see what goes on the next few passes. But we'll head over to Wade's World at the dock.
I mean, not really a mental ritual, more just like staying in the moment. I know what I'm trying to do out there. So no, I wouldn't say there's a lot of mental ritual, just being in the moment and adjusting while I'm out there. And it's more about like just relax and see if you can just like ski more relaxed. That's for me, that's more what it's about.
No, I hear you. I like that. So any breathing you do on the ends once your heart rate gets up?
Only if needed. Like if I need to, I'll take one deep breath. But sometimes, yeah, one deep breath entering the course, maybe, yeah.
All right, good deal. We're learning from the best. Back to you, Tony.
Here we go, Elizabeth Montavon Island. Looking good. Fantastic effort there. And good skiing all the way throughout there on the that second pass. I believe that was on 30 meters. And one thing that I was wanting to discuss with you a little bit earlier is the impact that the wakes have upon your stance, and if you happen to be carrying an injury to your ankle, that kind of stuff. Because obviously, as the rope gets shorter, the wakes get narrower. But do they get any harder or any softer at that point? And does that make life more difficult or less difficult going forward if you are carrying such a knock?
Yeah, I mean, the first pass, 32 off for me, I have noticed it a lot this week that's been the most difficult pass for me just because, you're kind of on that rooster tail a little bit. So it's a pretty firm bump that you feel, and it's an impact in that midfoot section of mine that I feel. But once I get to 35, it pretty much disappears for the most part. Every boat's different, though. There's some boats that you get a little bit closer, shorter line, you're closer to the back of the boat. There's a bit of a trough, and you kind of fall into that, and you hit that, exit trough, as you might call it, going out. And, that can hurt just a little bit and how you land on that inside edge. So for me, the biggest challenge is the edge change into 1-3. I have a really hard time putting pressure into the left part of my front foot, which is my right foot. So that's my biggest challenge right now, just being able to kind of make that turn. But, every boat's a little bit different. For today's skiing, behind this boat, it seems to be okay for me once I'm past that 32 off loop. But the 32 off loop certainly hurt quite a bit today.
Well, like they say, as Alice in Chains once sang, here comes the rooster.
Exactly, yep.
Here we go, Elizabeth Montavon, looking good. Ooh, very nicely done there. Look at the load that she puts there on number 3 and how she releases all of that energy towards the outside and makes that pass look very, very straightforward.
Yeah, looked pretty easy to me. I don't see a whole lot of difference in the style. I mean, she looks confident and, trusting the ski. I see her creating a lot of angle, maybe a little bit more than she's normally used to doing, but that's all a good thing. You can see she's right there on the backside of 1, and then swinging out to 2 nicely. But yeah, that whole ski goes in the water and just makes a real tight radius turn around the backside of the buoy. So maybe something a little bit different than what she was not liking with her previous ski that she might be getting out of this one. But these are still early passes, so as it gets shorter, that's the telling story, I suppose.
And actually, the ski that she's riding on is actually Chet Rayleigh's ski.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
He can make anything work, I think.
Even a 2x4.
Yeah, I think so. He runs 39 on everything.
All right, so we'll see how things progress right along. She went in at 28 and came back at 32. That was 35, and 38 off is next. The Pro Tour standings you see right there. Jamie Ball not here, but on 364 points, and about 40 points a little further back is Regina Jacquez, who has in her possession the world women's slalom record with 4.5 at 10.25 meters. We'll see if she's up to that task or not.
So we have a lead at, 1.5 at 39. And
Yeah.
we got a 3 and a 2.
Yeah,
and
we got 3, a 2, and a 1, and then 4.5 on 12. So here we go, right here, right now. This is Elizabeth Montavon Island. This is 11.25 meters. Oh, look at that, round number 2. She got tremendously down course. But I tell you what, for someone who has not skied professionally in a significant amount of time, she gets round number 6, but not through the gate.
Yeah, you hate to do all that work and sit right there in between the exit gates like that. It's like all that hard work, and you just kind of watch it go away. I thought the first part of this pass looked really good. I mean, if we're talking about ski still, I thought the ski looked great on her. As you said, hadn't been skiing in tournaments for quite a while, but I thought she looked pretty good here.
Yeah, for the most part. I mean, she had this pass pretty much on lock, but I think things started to get a little bit out of hand when she tried to safety check this number 5. Got on the back of the ski, didn't generate too much angle, and then had a whole bunch of speed that she tried to bleed off, and she just isn't quite well versed on performing an S-turn there on number 6.
Yeah, there's not really enough room to do that. I think I've seen that before, but I just don't feel like there's enough room. But yeah, just a little bit of slow 5-ball there and pulling all the way to 6 with all that speed. Just couldn't quite hold on to that. I think, if she really, really wanted to, if it was for a win or something, I think she probably could have and would have. But, she's got another round. It's, full pass at 38, or should be, maybe 5.5. It's a good, solid score. I don't know if it's going to be enough, but it should be pretty close to that. Yeah, you can see right there just all that slack line. She wasn't even going to try to hold on to it, but she knows the second that rope went away that she wanted it.
All right, you are. Now, next competitor up. 8 skiers from the end of this list. We have got Karen Truelove. Let's see what she's got.
Yeah. No.
I believe this line length for Karen Truelove is going to be a 14.25 meter line. It looks long enough from here.
I would agree with you.
Does the business out there. No worries at all. Let's go dockside with Wade.
Hey guys, I'm here with Miss Allie Garcia, and Allie, the world wants to know, what are you going to jam to today?
Oh, every time this is embarrassing. Right now it's Bulletproof by LaRue, I think.
Your fan base wants to know, so I know everybody's like dialing it up. So you've had a great year, won your first pro event, so did you have a good week?
Yeah, I came down a little early from school, skipped some class to try and get ready for this tournament, so hopefully it pays off. Ready to close out the season, though.
Good deal, and national champs again?
Yeah, collegiate national champs, so pretty happy with that. I know all the Cajuns are happy. I'm happy coming out of that event with an individual win as well, so it was a good year.
Go Cajuns. Back to you, Tony.
All right, and yes, indeed, go Cajuns, my alma mater. Yes, the Raging Cajuns of Louisiana Lafayette, and congrats there to go to Ali Garcia. There's a collegiate water skiing connection with our current skier out in the water, Karen Truelove, who actually initially enrolled and skied for the Northeast Louisiana University Waterski team way back in the day, and actually transferred to ski for UNC Chapel Hill. And actually, at that time, there was no redshirting rule at that time, which meant that as soon as she transferred from NRU to UNC Chapel Hill, she was able to ski immediately as she was an undergraduate student at that time. After that, they imposed the Coble True Love rule in regards to redshirting transfers.
What was that rule?
It just basically meant that you can't transfer from one school into another if you're an undergraduate student and immediately compete athletically.
Got it.
And that
Makes
rule,
sense.
yes.
Karen and April rule. I haven't heard that before.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I'm glad you have all these fun facts.
I do.
I like fun facts.
Yes, absolutely. All right, then. So that's Karen Truelove. Originally out of Fuquay Varina in North Carolina, but making her way in Windermere, Florida. And with that in mind, let's check in with Wade's World.
So here with Miss Regina Jaquist, all-time, won every event in the whole wide world. So prepping for your warm-up. So tell us what your sort of special routine or?
It just kind of depends on the day, how I feel. Just was warming my knee up right now, so it looks great out there, and I'm looking forward to it. So just kind of make sure the body's ready to go. That's all it is.
And it certainly helps when it's warm. Like we're down in South Florida, and it's 85 with humidity versus cold, rainy days like Hilltop.
Yeah, I'm not a cold fan. I like to stay inside. No, this is great. It's beautiful out here. It's hot, humid, and it just already makes your body feel warm. You're actually ready to go and jump in the water. So look forward to it.
We do too. We're going to see you out there really soon. Back to you, Tony.
Yes, and I think it's snowing in Santa Rosa Beach roundabout now, by comparison.
Probably.
Yeah.
It does get cold. Florida's a big state. Some people don't realize how far Regina lives up there from Miami. I'm not sure how far of a drive, but...
And it's one of the very few states that actually has 2 time zones.
That's true. True.
Yeah. All right, then. Here we go. This now is Karen Truelove. Karen Truelove has probably one of the best slalom coaches at her disposal in the form of Freddie Krueger. 2 wonderful kids as well, who, if they're not going to excel at skiing, they're going to be circus freaks.
Yeah.
And there you go. Great skiing there for Karen Truelove. And it's got to be a little bit of a hard dynamic, okay? Because Karen Truelove, and the entire family come up to be at the come down, whichever orientation you are on the compass. Coming down here at Miami, knowing that it's you and only you that ski in this event. Your kids aren't going to ski. Your husband is certainly not going to ski because he would only be jumping. It's just you and you alone. That must put a little bit of pressure on you.
Well, Karen's been doing this so long, so, I think there's a pretty good balance of, putting pressure on yourself, but also, they brought their little camper down here and they're making a weekend of it. So, they're down here as a family trip and water skiing as well. And, I think they've done a really good job as a family to balance life and skiing. And, they demand perfection. So when it's ski time, it's go time. And that's why you've seen Karen and Freddie be so successful at what they've done, because they never settle. They never settle for just okay. They always want to be better, and they're going to ask questions on how to be better. And, you can really appreciate that a lot.
And they're so athletically gifted as well. I'm willing to surmise that Ridge and Dash between them can drive 300 yards off the tee in golf and probably take down the likes of Nicky Antonsen.
Yeah, I was around them a little bit when the 2 boys were much younger, when I first started coming to Florida. And, as soon as Rich could walk, it seemed like he was always jumping off things. Like, you could just see it in his eyes.
All right, then. Here we go. Karen Truelove for the lead. And for a possible top 8 spot. Oh, and not getting the start she would have liked, which means that provisionally, and we haven't done the second round yet, so don't read too much into this, that our current leader at the moment, Vanessa Veek, with 1.5 at 10.75 meters, is currently provisionally has a spot through to the next round of the competition.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's like you said, it's not a given yet because there's one more round, but you also like to think, hey, I'm safe for this round. You know, you kind of make it through round by round. But, you know, I was going to say it when she was starting there on the live feed, but I think she got a little narrow and slow on that gauge. She just, you know, she pulled out, got slow, got narrow, went heavy and hard, and just kind of lost the line and, you know, on the backside of that buoy. But we've seen a couple of the girls have troubles coming out of that one ball, and we just saw Karen kind of lose the line and the tail of the ski slide around. So, you know, like we talked about Freddie and Karen, I almost guarantee you that Freddie's taking video down there in the middle, and they'll make an adjustment for the next round.
And if he's not taking video, he's watching this.
Exactly.
So that was at 11.25 meters, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it was 11.25 meters just to get that one. So through her earlier performance, Vanessa Veek has kind of bought herself immunity a little bit, if we were to draw comparisons between this and Big Brother, I guess. Yeah, I mean, I would think that Vanessa's score is going to be safe for tomorrow. I mean, you'd like to have that full 2. Yes,
but,
of course.
You know, I guess these girls don't have a second round today. So their second round is tomorrow, which conditions can always change. But, you know, like we said before, even when the wind picks up here, unless it's right down the lake, this place is pretty protected.
All right, here we go. Skier on the water coming to us out of Italia. This is Alicia Bagnoli, who recently as the Travis Grand Prix, created a share of the Italian national women's slalom record with 3 at 10.75 meters. She now shares that national record with Irina Reinstaller.
Pretty impressive.
Yeah, very impressive. And even more impressive by the fact that she'd only actually completed the 11.25 meters maybe 2 or 3 times in the course of this season up to that point. Let's check in with Wade.
Javelina rolled oats. You can tell you're a sponsor of our event. You can see it on the skiers' jerseys. So, Grace, tell us about your products.
Okay, hello guys. Okay, we have Javelina Brown here. We have granola and also the coconut oats and the classic oats. So these products are very healthy and it's good for breakfast, good for the family, for the kids, and also it's good for the cholesterol and prevent heart illness, heart disease. And it's good. You have to try, and you can find our products in public stores, and that's it.
Well, all of us skiers, we all have the munchies, and we all need good stuff. So Javelina rolled oats, good healthy product. Check it out. Back to you guys.
All right, good stuff there. Yeah, if you want your oats, better get it from Javelina.
Absolutely.
Yeah. All right, so Alicia Bagnoli opening pass 14.25 meters under her belt, and now coming back in on 13 meters. Now, obviously, you're kind of encouraged a little bit towards the tail end of the season, having run through 11.25 meters and getting halfway down the next pass. But it's been a while now. It's been a while since that last competition. Do a lot of those earlier doubts in the start of the season come creeping back?
For myself?
Yeah, maybe for someone in the likes of Alicia.
No, I mean, you know, I think that she's had a good year. She's been very consistent in her skiing. She always is, right? But, you know, she had a good weekend, as did many other skiers up there at the Travers tournament. So I think you just kind of use that as motivation. Like, hey, I can do this. Rather than trying to figure out, I wonder if I can make it there or if I can run this pass every time. She knows that she can do it. So you kind of go out there hitting the water with that confidence boost saying, hey, I can do this. And I want to go out here and do it again. So she doesn't have to prove anything to anybody else. We all know she can do it. But you know, I think for her, you know, it's all about just proving to herself that she can do it. So, you know, I mean, she's down here at this last tournament of the year, and the conditions are nice. So she's looking good so far.
It's like trying to build up the confidence with some of the earlier passes as well, because I'm sure the same happened, you know, earlier in her career, you know, when she was a junior, you know, or like an under 15 or what have you, you know, going through those earlier passes, you know, you run it enough, you convince yourself, okay, every time I go out there,
I can and I will do it. And then you go to the next pass, okay, I'm pretty sure I can do this, but I'm not 100%. And then going further, you run that a couple more times and then you said, ugh.
Well, and it only takes, it takes many sets to build that confidence up, but it only takes one to tear it down. So, you kind of build that confidence up, trust yourself, and then you blow a tail or something weird like that, then, you slowly lose confidence in what you can do. So you kind of double think about what you're doing, but I've never seen her do that. She always skis 100%, is always aggressive, and keeps that intensity level up.
Yeah, full bore from start to finish. All right, then, here we go. Alicia Bagnoli, who has friends across Europe, including her training partner in Italia, that is Patrizia Ianni, who is watching this coverage, no doubt. You got a message from her earlier getting behind Alicia Bagnoli. Good solid effort all the way through, no worries there, not a doubt in sight. And it's going to be 11.25 meters next, and we'll see what we can do.
Well, and with the scores the way they are, we're watching this replay here. What I saw live looked pretty good. Maybe a little bit of damage control throughout the course, just a little bit of loose line midway, but the start of it was really nice. You see a couple of skiers go in deep here at 2-ball, but she didn't really seem to get in there that time. But, just working hard, doing work in the right places. The first part of that pass, really no comments whatsoever. I think I saw it maybe around 5. There was a little bit of drop in the rope, but, coming back at 38, the score, there's 3-2 and some 1.5s or 1s.
Yeah.
And so, it's going to be in your head a little bit, like, where do I play it safe? Do I play it safe? Do I try and run the whole thing? Where do I go? So that's going to be in your head maybe just a little bit to try and make sure you get ahead of those girls that are right there.
Only one person has gone through 11.25 meters at this point, and that's Vanessa V.
It's 3 or 5.5. 3 or run it, basically. So, do you tiptoe around 1, 2, 3 and then, turn up the heat there, or do you just come into an attack?
All right, then. So a question asked of me here, Tony, do you have to submit the audience prize after round 1 or round 2? After round 1. So there we go. So make sure that you get your entries in by the end of the first round for your chance to win yourself a D3, the kind of D3 that Nate skis on, or a Conley ski. All right, then, here we go. Essentially needs to run this pass and get more than 1.5 on the next one to take the lead away from Vanessa. Oh, good look at that. Good strike off number 2. She's, oh no, and that ski goes over the line and down she goes. It's going to be 2.5 at 11.25 meters. She's got some work to do.
A little bit. So, going back to that, do you tiptoe around, make sure you get that full 3, have, an equal best score with someone else, but she wants to run it. She's out there to attack, and I couldn't agree more with her on what she's doing. So, going to be a little bit disappointed. Going to have to do some work probably the next round. But, she came in here and she committed here at 3-ball and just kind of had the ski slide out and get stuck there. But maybe the tip came over the rope. I'm not really too sure. It's kind of an odd fall from that angle. But really, I thought a good start.
Looking very, very strong behind the boat. She's strong as an ox, I tell you.
Still got stuck a little bit at 1-ball like some of the other girls.
Yes.
A little bit down course, but got a great turn there. And let's see what happened here at 3. I don't know if the tip came up, went over the rope. Yeah, maybe. Just maybe. That fall right there, that's usually characteristic of a rope or the ski getting stuck on the rope a little bit. So only she will know, I guess.
Mm-hmm. All right, she'll probably look at this on tape and try and diagnose that a little bit to see what she can conjure up with the second round of competition for the women, which starts our events off tomorrow morning. In the meantime, next competitor to take to the water will be Chelsea Mills. And Chelsea Mills, who's had a rather unconventional path to high-level tournament women's slaloming, coming into the course on 13 meters, which is a little bit of a departure from what we've seen in among our more recent skiers. But Chelsea Mills, a former tennis coach at UNC Charlotte, Still does a little bit of tennis coaching here and there, but is more involved in sports psychology training with the entity that she represents called Winning Mindset, and works with some of the sports top athletes, including Sasha Denyaskaya, who is the current world women's overall champion, and used some of the techniques that the Chelsea parlayed through into her psyche to win that title last season.
Yeah, I mean, there's another part to skiing. I mean, there's the physical ability, but also there's that mental ability. When you're sitting on the dock and you may be that last skier off the dock and there's a score to go out and beat, you know, what's running through your head? How do you manage those thoughts and the things that are going through your head? So there's definitely that side of things in the tournament as well that, you know, some people don't think about.
And certainly, I mean, and there was a whole subset to that I discussed with two of our female skiers yesterday. First of all, I spoke with Elizabeth Montalvan Island, and she actually brought up the subject of injury-related PTSD, and also brought that subject up with Regina Jaquez as well, who will see ski last out on the water, and who herself has had more than one or two challenges in getting back into the full swing of the sport to the top level that we still see her at today.
Yeah, I mean, theirs are a little bit different than mine. I mean, mine was a freak accident. I actually see the ski right there that I got hurt on, laying on the concrete over there, that big wide ride there. But, you know, someone like Regina was jumping. And Elizabeth, you know, she took a real hard fall that, you know, it was a crash. Mine was just kind of a freak thing. So, you know, it's a little bit different for those guys to hit the ramp for the first time, to get out there and take, you know, Elizabeth coming out the gates again. Do I want to take that hit? Do I want to do cartwheels across the water? So, you know, there's all those different things that go through your head. But, you know, here we have Chelsea coming back at 35 off 12 meters, looking just about as smooth as ever, I think.
So coming to us out of the North Beacon end of the lake. These lakes run north and south. And you know, that essentially means that that slalom conditions at any given time during the day, I mean, you don't get much in the way of glare.
You know, I did have a little bit when I practiced yesterday. It was about 2:30, 3 o'clock, somewhere in there. The gates at the far end, it was real bright going through there. You kind of have the one ball in the dark, the gates are real bright. So you go through a transition of trying to, the sparkly where the gates are, and then it gets real dark on you real quick. So not too bad, but you do have a little bit of challenge because of such tall trees, basically.
Indeed, tall trees on one side and light industrial complexes on the other. As a matter of fact, the opposite side of the lake to where we're on right now, there's this huge building, and it just happens to be one of the largest facilities of its kind in the world to refrigerate flowers.
Really?
Yes.
And they didn't bring you any?
Oh, I'm flattered. Dozen roses, please, thank you. Long stem.
Yeah. Well, there you saw on the screen a little bit, you saw Freddie and Karen like we talked about. You know, he was down there in the middle. He was, you know, analyzing what Karen was doing, and they're discussing on how to fix maybe what happened into that next round.
All right, so here we go. We got Chelsea Mills, who indeed herself actually took a little bit of time away from tournament skiing during the course of the summer. Didn't go over to San Gervasio to defend her title, and has only skied in the select few events. Took a little bit of time over in Canada for a little bit of rest and recuperation, and I think had to deal with one or two injuries herself along that line, which, you know, it kind of begs the question a little bit. I mean, how much is too much? How much are they putting out there, you know, to get to where you need to be in slalom, and, you know, and is it worth the pain and the suffering?
Well, first thing, I think that was 38.
That was 38, yes.
So,
yeah, that was, she started on 13.
Yeah, good score there, good pass for Chelsea. Secondly, to your point, I think it's important to sometimes step away or, you know, have you time a little bit. You know, myself with being injured this year, it really was a bummer not being on the water, missing a few tournaments, but also you kind of step away from the grind and the mental draining that you can have by competing all the time. So I think with Chelsea traveling a little bit and enjoying the summer, I think it's allowed her to be fresh for this fall. someone else, we saw Janina out there. This is her first tournament. So
And you got your instrument navigational rating at the same time, didn't you?
I've got a lot. Yeah, I've got all my ratings. So
you got all of them.
That was long before I was hurt. But just kind of stepping away and balancing life with skiing a little bit to not burn yourself out and not make it all about what happens out on that water. The competition's on the water, and when we step on that dock, it's real world, it's life, and we're all friends.
So you're looking forward to piloting a 737 into MIA?
Well, I've been seeing a bunch of them go over about every 30 seconds here. So, maybe one day it'd be kind of cool to fly right over Miami here. And there we go.
All right, then, here we go. We got Chelsea Mills. She's gone for 11.25 meters. She is in second place outright at the moment. She's almost dumped it heavily off buoy number 1, round number 2. She gets a piece of 3.
Yeah.
Now, that is going to be a handle call.
I mean, the judges have the best view, but very quickly, I think it's at least a quarter. I'm not sure it's a half, but it looked to me like she got around it. I saw the buoy. I saw her ski outside the buoy. I did not see the handle. So we'll see what the judges have to say on that. And,
okay, so let's go down to definitions, okay? If it comes down to a call so far as can maintain control with the handle, if you get outside a buoy width and you have the handle in your hands, then it's at least a quarter. If that ski actually makes it round the buoy and starts its rotation inside the buoy line on the opposite side of the buoy, it's a half. And if you can get behind the boat with both hands on, then it's the full count.
That looks like a quarter to me. So the quarter starts when your front boot, I believe it's your front boot, basically breaks the plane. Imagine a line that goes from the yellow boat guide straight out to the turn buoy. Once you break that line and you have the handle on your rope, that's that quarter buoy. So when you make that turn back towards the wake is when you're considered a half buoy.
Like that.
Yeah, so basically right when that front boot gets there, quarter, and then she never really came back before that handle dropped. So in my mind, that's a quarter. The judges are going to make their call, but if she was to make that turn back towards the boat, you would consider that a half.
And this kind of information is critical for our skiers going forward because they need to know what they need to go for.
Yeah, in this quarter, it's not going to matter for Vanessa, but, that 2 for her rather than that 1.5, would have been nice, but
well,
it is an official score.
Well, you called it.
2 1/4.
He called it.
Yeah.
Top banana.
So that may separate Chelsea just a little bit. We also have. I've not read the rules too closely, but I think if there's a tie after the next round, we go back to this round. So that quarter may play a role.
Yeah, and then if there's a perfect tie, then it runs off.
Yes.
All right, then, here we go. Coming in, this is Paige Reaney. She's got a wonderful style. I mean, and the way that she's able to shift her weight and balance her from front to back is something to behold. And with that in mind, let's check in with Wade's World.
Hey, thanks, Tony. I'm here with Alice Bagnoli, who recently tied the Italian NASTA record, 3 at 10.75. So tell us about your ride today.
After doing such a great job last time at Traverse and tying the Italian national record, I kind of dropped a little bit. Emotionally wise, it was a couple of weeks before this tournament. So today I just did 2.5 at 38. Not my best score, but also not terrible. I'm happy about it. I hope I can do more next round. Just need to be more pumped about it a little bit.
Well, yeah, no, and you skied really good the weekend before Travers at the Malibu, so it's sort of we ride those waves. So what did you learn from this morning that you'll take till tomorrow?
I just need to be patient now. I was just a little bit in the back at 3-ball at 38, and then my rope got caught in the ski, so then I fell backwards. Honestly, I didn't ski terrible. Just be a little bit up course and be patient.
Okay, we're going to see her tomorrow morning. You guys tune in. Back to you, Tony.
All right, thanks a lot, Wade, and thanks a lot, Alice Bagnoli, out of Italy. Currently in about 3rd or 4th place right now. If that leaderboard can be flashed up for a second or two, we'll see that currently
in the top of the standings right now with 1 1/4 at 10.75 meters is Chelsea Mills. Ahead of Vanessa Veek with 1.5 on that same line length, and then we have Elizabeth Montavon with 5.5 at 11, and the list goes on and on from there. So, we've got 5 more skiers to come, including Paige Reaney, who is out in the water right now. So, we've established some scores that would actually be in the top 8 prior to the second round coming through tomorrow. And there we go. That's Paige Reaney with the second pass. She went in on 14. That was 13, and doing a remarkable jog. She actually went in on 13 meters. I beg your pardon. So that was 12. So quite a few of these female competitors deciding that 14 meters just ain't cutting it.
Yeah, I mean, I do like the call. I think I would have liked the call even in the men for myself. I just, I needed a round to get back to a tournament scene. But I think, the next round, round number 2, is this 13 meter start, 32 off. So why not go out there and just get, assuming you make to the finals, just get 3 solid rounds of the same direction and not having to change things up. So it's very likely that Paige has been starting at this also. So we're going to go check in with Wade.
Hey guys, here with Miss Allie Nicholson. You've had a big year. You still got energy left for this last event?
Yeah, I mean, I'm back working now, so it's definitely been trying to balance a little bit more, but I've got, the solid season to fall back on, and it's been a great year, so I have no complaints, and I am looking forward to a little bit of the off season, though, I'm not going to lie.
All right, well, go get your mojo on. You got to do it one more time. Back to you guys.
Yep, that is Allie Nicholson there. Good to hear from her. Yep, ready for the off-season, and that's no lie.
Well, and I was going to comment on that. So we were just talking about the mental drain of a long season. Allie spent the whole time over there in Europe and traveled around, so it's been a really, really long season to her. And, you've got to have that break. You got to give yourself that mental break just a little bit. But here we have Paige coming in 11.25, 38 off.
Allie Nicholson, for her part, wanted to be part of the dancing girls at the Kai Athos. But that was a raucous tournament, I tell you.
I saw some videos and pictures. It looked like a lot of fun. Hopefully next year that everything's not piled up on one weekend and can make it over there. But Paige Reaney just made that 38 off pass look pretty darn easy.
Yeah, indeed. From start to finish, she is extremely light on that slalom ski. I mean, she makes it work for her. She doesn't bury herself up to her ankles or indeed her knees. With the turns, she keeps it moving. She doesn't really drain off that much speed coming into the turn. She keeps it all one speed. It looks like.
Yeah, I mean, there was nothing out of the ordinary there. There was no hiccups or getting heavy or anything like that. Just nice and fluid, moving through every turn and doing the work all in the right places. And her boyfriend, Robert Pagozzi, sitting on the dock. I think I know why he's not skiing. I think he's worried that Paige might beat him. I think that's why he's just sitting there.
I think that's a valid concern, a very valid concern.
Yeah. 8, 9, and 10.
Either that, or we can't make it back into the Dominican Republic.
That's not what it says on the rule. No, if you read it, that's how it says.
Yes, and I tell you what, I mean, speaking of Robert Pagozzi, I mean, he's going to have a rather intense time within the next few months because he'll be trying to mount his defense of the Pan American Games men's slalom title, and that would take place in October of next year in Santiago.
Yeah, well, we have Pan Am Championships in the first week of December down in Santiago also.
Indeed.
So 39.
Yeah, they're really rocking it. Here we go. This is 10.75 meters. Oh, look at that start. Oh, beautifully executed. Look at this. Paige Reaney.
Go, Paige. Man.
Keeping it going.
Oh, man. Wow. We thought that might have been 39.
We thought. We heard a 13, 12, 11. Okay. So someone gave us the wrong call on the starting line length. We thought it was 13. That was indeed 14. So that was an 11.25 meter run. However, let's not gloss over the fact how impressive that was.
It was really good. I mean, we understand why that 12 maybe looks so easy to us now, but really no issue here at the 38 at all. So going to get ourselves set up nicely for this 39 now, 10.75, and looking at a score to beat of 1 and a... What was it? 2 and a quarter.
2 and a quarter by Chelsea. Yeah, our previous skier.
It's hard to keep track of all these scores.
Yeah.
I didn't know what the scores were when I skied. I had to ask Becky.
You didn't?
I had to ask Becky.
Oh. That's nice. All right, here we go. We've got Paige Reaney. Coming to us out of Central Florida in Lake County. Trains over at the Matt Reaney Waterski School. Matt Reaney has taken on the role that was occupied by Busher. Steve Bush now is Matt Reaney is pretty much the head honcho so far as a Canadian team coaching is concerned.
Nice.
And he'll be traveling over to Santiago with the Canadian contingent to mount an effective challenge for the team title at the Pan American Championships. But for the moment, that is Paige Reaney. She gets round 2 and slots herself into second place with 4 skiers remaining.
So that 1.5 by Vanessa is going to come into play a little bit, maybe.
Yeah, I think so. Vanessa Veek with 1.5 at 10.75. That slots her into third, relegated down 1 more spot. But Chelsea Mills with 2.25 at 10.75 meters is your current leader at this time.
And we have 4 skiers left.
Yep, we have 4 skiers remaining. We'll see Ali Nicholson coming up in a few minutes. Then we'll see Whitney McClintock-Reaney, and then finally Regina Jaquez. But before all of those skiers, we've got Ali Garcia.
I noticed we're missing Jamie Bull this weekend.
Yeah, she's gone back to Canada.
Yeah, I get it.
She's watching this. I mean, she's had a pretty darn good season by and large. You know, she didn't ski all the events, and I mean, she had to wrap up her degree plan and everything that goes along with it at Louisiana Lafayette. So I mean, she had to schedule those priorities ahead of what she would do during the summer. But with that in mind, let's check in with Wade's World.
Hey guys, here with Miss Whitney McClintock-Reaney, and so you seem to be all cash and loose with your pregame here, showing up late.
I've been warming up on the other side, watching a little bit, but this is such a nice setup where you don't have to be in the hustle over here. I just was over there watching Zane play in the lake, and yeah, it's perfect.
It really is a fabulous family setup. I mean, the ski club's been here for like 60 years, and I know multi-generations have come out here, and hey, the kids are playing on the dock, and mom and dad's out skiing.
Yeah, it's perfect. I mean, they have a little beach over there, so that was just good for Zane, and he's ripping around on his little bike over there too. So we're just out of the hustle and chilling.
Anyone you want to say hi to at home?
I don't know who's watching today because I didn't post the thing, but maybe my grandparents, maybe my mom, I don't know, maybe my aunt, but maybe my brother. Who knows? Hi, guys.
Always families watching. So anyway, hi, guys. Back to you. We're having fun.
All right, then. So good to hear from Whitney McClintock-Reaney. Good to see the new brand of clothing as well, called Go Ski. So, about to take to the water is Ali Garcia, the current U.S. National Collegiate Women's Slalom Champion. Took that title a few weeks ago at San Marcos River Ranch. And certainly helped the Raging Cajun team effort to the National Collegiate team title. for this season, the third in a row. Here we go, Ali Garcia. That looks pretty long for 13, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I see 14.25 graphic up there, and that's typically what she starts at. So I would imagine this is a 28 off pass for her. But these first two passes just, like we talked about earlier, just go out and feel things out, see what the boat feels like, the wake, the wind, the rope, just everything, and get back down here to this end, and then
Okay, let's check in dockside with Wade's World.
Hey guys, I'm here with Miss Vanessa Veek, and we haven't seen you in a while. Your first stop back, so all healed up?
Yeah, so the day after Masters, I woke up with COVID, and after seeing 3 doctors, we decided that it was probably COVID that just went straight to my knee, and it just exploded. Yeah, I've had lots of pain for the last 3 months, haven't really been able to ski that much, but you know, Miami is near and dear to my heart, so it's in my backyard, and I really tried my best the last few weeks to come down here and ski with everyone again, so it was great.
Well, and also when you're coming back from not being on the water, and you set a target like you're a South Florida girl, it really motivates you, doesn't it? Like on a different level than maybe a PB or something, right?
Oh, absolutely. My heart rate out there was probably the highest it's ever been. And I tell you what, getting out of the water here requires more athleticism than actually slalom skiing. Like those banks up there are crazy. So yeah, it's just good fun to be down here with the family and to support the tour and everything. You know, I couldn't be more blessed.
Awesome. We are so happy to have her back, and we get to see her in the morning. Back to you guys.
Maybe if I would humbly suggest maybe taking one of those battery-operated PWCs out there to pluck them out the water.
Yeah, I think that thing looks awesome. I was taking a look at that earlier, and I think you're allowed to go do some demo rides. So
yes, you are.
Might have to go give that a try. But I saw that amphibian car or whatever you call it too. That was pretty cool.
Yeah. I think that might be a little bit difficult to get in and out of when it's floating.
Yeah.
All right then, so we've seen Ali Nicholson there with actually Ali Garcia with her opening passes of 14 and 13 meters behind that Nautique towboat. And supplied to us by Miami Nautique International, not too far away from here. And Miami's a pretty big place. Actually, technically we're in the city of Doral. Which is about half an hour north of Miami itself, and this club is called the Greater Miami Waterski Club because, well, it encompasses a lot of those places. You know, Miami, Doral, Homestead. You know, all of those that go into the Greater Miami area.
Yeah, I mean, we went over to the beach last night, and you know, it was a good 30-40-minute drive. There was some traffic, but it's a little bit of a hike across town. So we're just on that far, I think west side it is, right next to the airport.
Indeed, indeed, and so many things to do around here. I mean, if you can't find something worthwhile to do around here, you ain't looking hard enough.
Exactly. Yep.
And went over to a sporting facility last night. I absolutely, I'll go so far as to say, and I'm being humble, I crushed it.
Did you? What'd you do?
Some Top Golf.
Did you? Awesome. Nice. I like Top Golf. Thought you were going to say pickleball or something like that.
Oh, no. Although I do have to say that it's doing wonders for my good friend Jay Bennett, who's in Zachary, Louisiana, is probably watching this. He goes to the Y and does pickleball. And that.
Yeah. I played for the first time this summer, and I really, really enjoyed it. It was a lot of fun.
All right, here we go. Entrance gates number 1. This is Ali Garcia.
35 off, I believe.
Now, she did say that she suffered a little bit of a knock to the head, a little bit of a concussion after the Mastercraft Pro, and which kind of affected her for a good few days after that. But she managed to get her confidence back enough to win the Collegiate Nationals.
Yeah, she skied well there, and you know, she's been back in Florida all this week. She swung by my house and took a ski ride this week, and you know, ran right through 38, and I think it was a couple at 39. So I think she's got herself back into skiing, and just get the mind right and trust yourself that you can go out and do what you know how to do. And you know, she's got such a great style and very consistent at both sides. So you know, looking forward to seeing these next couple passes with her. You know, Allie's come a long way also. I remember when I first moved to Florida, I guess it was probably 6 years ago now. If I was over at Hancock, I think, you know, she was skiing with T-Gas a lot, and, you know, a good day for her was running 28 off. She was happy to run 28, get a couple at 32, and, you know, it seems like she's gained a pass a year almost since then. So she's really progressed very, very quickly, and she's been at the top of the game this summer, and just loving what she does. So, you know, the most important thing I think for her is just go out and have fun and enjoy the ride.
And I mean, she's had to work hard to get to this point because her brother Taylor Garcia was more into the sport and at that level way before Ali Garcia really got seriously into the sport. I mean, you could even argue that her mother was closer to the point of being.
Yeah.
At that level at that time. But, you know, I mean, she's worked hard. She's gotten to this point and is now, you know, slicing and dicing it among the very best. This is 11.25 meters.
Yeah, a little bit slow there at one ball and a tip rise here at two, but, you know, she really stays confident and strong here behind the boat. So she's a fighter. That's one thing I've learned about Allie. A little bit down course here at 5. She's going to be disappointed. She knows that she had that in her, but, you know, it's still a good score to have. Like, I wouldn't be too disappointed about it. You know, it got a little away from her there in the mid-course, but going back to what you said, one thing I've learned about all the Garcias is when they want to do something and they put their mind to it, they do it. And I did ski a fair bit with Allie over the last few years and before she went off to college, and it would be windy, it would be raining, it would be freezing cold, whatever. And, hey, do you mind come pulling me? You know, nobody else is skiing, but she would go out there and do it. And, you know, she's a tough girl. She's a fighter, and, you know, you got to give a lot of the credit for how she's skiing today for those days of, you know, hard work that she put in.
Indeed, indeed. So that score of 5 at 11.25 meters, 5 at 38 off, puts her half a buoy shy of the score set by Elizabeth Montavon Island. So that is Ali Garcia. And don't forget, a lot of things can happen between now and the end of round 2. I mean, there are a few skiers that have come up short of the pass on 11.25 meters, but they can just as easily, I wouldn't say just as easily, but I mean, it's not totally inconceivable for those skiers to come right back around, produce a score halfway down 10.75 meters, and just basically shake up the entire event.
Yeah, I mean, you never know. Like, that's I guess the good thing and bad thing about skiing is anything can happen. So, you know, you can come off the water disappointed with the score, and, you know, at the end of the round, it all works out just fine for you. So, you know, we'll see here what Allie Nicholson does, and then Whitney and Regina. But, you know, Allie's got herself right there in the mix. It's not a bad score. She's got herself more than midway down that pass as a backup score, and she'll go back to the drawing board and figure things out for tomorrow's round.
All right, from one alley to another. Hailing originally out of Gallatin in Tennessee, and making a residence in Central Florida, where she works as a traveling nurse. This is Allie Nicholson.
Yeah, you heard her say she's back to work now.
Yeah,
so
she is.
The fun travels of the summer seem to be coming to an end for her, but you know, she had a heck of a run. But I guess that's one of the things with being a travel nurse. You can kind of have these contracts of working really, really hard for a long time and then getting some time off, and she's been able to make that work with skiing, which is you know, a very unique thing to do that, you know, a lot of people do struggle with.
You know, one day you can be in Atlanta, the other day you can be in Phoenix.
Yeah, exactly. So I think she's luckily been able to stay in the Orlando area for the most part. So it's worked well for her skiing and for work, and you know, just living in that Winter Garden area.
Yep, there are a lot of people that are under the weather in Orlando.
Yeah.
They all need tending to.
I don't remember exactly what she does, but some type of nursing of some sort.
Yeah. All right then. So skier on the water, as we mentioned, Allie Nicholson. I believe she started at. I know she's well accustomed to starting at 13 meters, and yes, it was 13 meters. That confirms my suspicions right off the get-go.
She's been doing that a bit this summer, and I think you'll see the same thing with Whitney and Regina. They'll both go off at 32 as well.
And there we see the whole bevy of equipment that goes into the setup there for Whitney McClintock-Greeny. She's there on the dock.
Make sure those screws are tight.
Oh, yeah. Lock them down. Oh, look at that vicious gate shot into buoy number 1.
It's another skier that you see very, very strong position behind the boat. You know, Allie always gets herself locked and loaded back there and does that work all in the right places. And a little bit different style at the buoy, you know, kind of dips the head and shoulders in a little bit, but is very open and allows that ski to come around and just get herself in line for the pull off to that next buoy.
And I tell you what, this summer season for her hasn't been without its challenges. I mean, at the San Gervasio Pro-Am in the elimination round, which she progressed from, she actually put the ski through the handle and actually snapped it from the top down. So she had to borrow a ski. And then after she got done using that ski, she went over to Kaiaphas in Greece, where she skied on a ski that was provided by the local HO Syndicate dealer whilst there. And I think that is not only a testament to her strong-mindedness and an ability to switch from one to the other and still ski, but it's also down a little bit to the entire team that goes to making those skis and making them available.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a bummer whenever you break a ski. Luckily, unfortunately, I've never had that issue, but I can only imagine what it's like to feel helpless and, not have something lined up to ski on the next round. So, everybody's a team and, you have that support group that helps you get back on the water. And luckily, she had enough people around her to get her a ski and get back on the water and actually perform pretty well.
Okay, rock and roll, as they say. This now is Allie Nicholson. Coming to us out of the volunteer state of Tennessee. Resides here in the sunshine state of Florida these days. Oh, no! And going down on 11.25 meters.
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
That's opened the door. Seriously.
Just a little bit. I mean, that bumps Allie Garcia up just a little bit there.
Yeah, that keeps her above. That puts Allie Garcia above Allie Nicholson at this point in the proceedings. So work has to be done in round 2.
Yeah, I didn't see anything too weird here. I mean, getting in pretty deep there at that 2-4 side, but we'll see as we get a little bit further down this course, going over to 5, maybe a little lazy there at 3, but nothing too crazy. I think maybe just turn the intensity down a little bit, maybe. Just got...
And what I noticed, and this was especially true on number 3 as well, is, I mean, she brought the handle in, but the ski didn't want to work with her.
Yeah. It was very weird. We'll see. Really hard gate. I mean, I know that's the
her longest pull into one. There we go. Handle up. Ski got round, but not nearly as far enough as she's used to.
Yeah, and you see it turned pretty well there at 2, but this 3 and 5 just coming up. There's just this delay.
There, right there. See? Yeah, see that one perfectly. I mean, it's as clear as day.
And she's just pretty far down course and didn't quite get the turn there at 4 ball she was looking for. And yeah, kind of weird. It's kind of like what I felt at 1 ball at 41. I thought I was going out the back, but well, as we said, things get mixed up, changed up, and
there is your leaderboard. Chelsea Mills with 2 1/4. Pedrini 2. And the scores progress down from there. The likes of 1.5.
So that kind of puts, that's going to put Janina in the 9th spot. If Regina
something like
Whitney,
that, yeah.
I think. Yeah.
It's going to keep her in contention because, I mean, she's still got the second round to go. Now let's go on the assumption possibly that Janina Bonneman, or Janina Meckler, as we should say, basically skis out of her skin and puts a score up a little bit higher. Now, it could come down to a backup score.
Yeah, it very well could. So, let's just assume that both Regina and Whitney, run this 38 and get midway down 39. we're looking at that 8th spot of being basically Allie Nicholson, right? 4.5?
Yeah. All right, 2 more skiers remain. The first of which is going to be Whitney McClintock-Rini. Clear to proceed. And this is going to be a 32 off start, I would imagine.
I would think so. Both her and Regina are pretty used to doing that. We talk about warm-up passes. This is definitely one of those to put under that list. The 32 and 35 for both Whitney and Regina, I think.
Yeah, no worries there for Whitney McClintock-Rini, who looking pretty strong out there. And let's check in dockside with Wade's World. Oh, hello.
Hey guys, I'm having a casual almost a snooze on the dock, and I run into this girl right here. So you said I couldn't yawn. I wasn't allowed?
Yeah, because you're going to make me yawn, and I got to go ski, so it was kind of rude.
So we're obviously rather relaxed. So, yeah, this is a great spot, though. We talked about with Whitney how many generations of water skiers have come through, starting with early 60s, already skiing the Miami Ski Club. This is a great spot, right?
Yeah, I know. I think the men's world record was here by Andy as well back in the day. So it's got some history, definitely, here at this lake.
When you landed, did you see the lakes?
I flew into West Palm because there's a Florida State versus Miami football game going on tomorrow night. Tonight. So it was a little packed.
Go Seminoles.
Go Tigers.
What?
We're having fun. Back to you guys.
Tigers? Tigers? No, that's the Hurricanes, right?
Yeah.
Anyway. Also, let's think about this. There was probably a good, strong chance that among those national championships that were held here in the 60s and 70s, that Jim Jake was probably a competitor during one of those nationals. Please, Jim Jaquis, if you're listening in, please confirm whether you participated in any national championships in the 60s or 70s that were at the Greater Miami. All right, then. So here comes Whitney McClintock-Rini. Looking very, very strong on that Vapor Pro build. A ski that was partially designed by her husband, Matt Rini, with not an inconsiderable amount of help and assistance in the design by Chris Rossi.
Yeah, I mean, Matt's got his hands in a few different things. You know, obviously the skis there, the boat that we're skiing behind today.
Yeah.
You know, he has his input in, not this rope, but he has input in some ropes and things like that. So.
And the Canadian team.
Yeah, he definitely is all around a little bit.
Yeah, he's just absolutely Mr. Busy himself. And he also has enough time to coach his one of his sons golfing, and also taking care of Zane along the shoreline when Whitney is out there skiing herself. And does it all in immaculate stride. All right there, so we see Regina Jaquis out of Santa Rosa Beach, Florida. And we'll see her out in the water very, very soon. Actually, you can listen to her tomorrow morning when the latest edition of the TWBC podcast drops. The interview with Regina Jaquis, the end-of-season interview, will drop tomorrow morning on the TWBC podcast, which you can find on Spotify, Google Podcasts, Apple Podcasts, iHeartRadio Podcasts, and any and all of your favorite podcast platforms. So here we go. Whitney McClintock-Rini, 11.25 meters. Good strike off number one. Ski a little bit behind her. Looking in good effort here. Little down course, but the ski reacts well to her input. And there you go, another pass, another 11.25 meter run, and that is Whitney McClintock-Reaney. Now, if we're talking about sports-related PTSD, I think Whitney McClintock-Reaney can probably write a whole chapter on that.
Yeah, that was definitely a crash that everybody's going to remember, and none of us really ever want to see again. And I don't know if the right thing to do is to keep talking about it and bringing it up, or try to move on from it. I mean, it's a part of life. It's part that, that everybody saw. But, I think she's mentally strong enough now to not worry about it, to not think about it. Clearly.
And I think she did that at Travers.
I was getting ready to say, at Travers, you saw her. I think she went just inside a 3-ball maybe at 41. So I think mentally she's gotten herself over that. I know you kind of hear jumpers talk about it a little bit. If they have a bit of a crash, the first thing they want to do is get back out and go over the ramp so you don't sit and think about it. So she got herself back out there, and I think that's finally, gone and, out of her mind now. I think. I don't know. I've never asked her. I don't want to ask her, but it seems that way.
Well, not a few weeks after that deal, I actually had opportunity to speak over the phone with the TWBC podcast, and she was quite open and frank for that discussion. And as a matter of fact, keep your eyes open for TWBC in the next few months, because there'll be something that we would show you that will open your eyes to the sport of tournament water skiing. So keep an eye on TWBC. Here we go. This here is Whitney McClintock-Reaney, 10.75. Oh, look at this. This is buoy number 3 and number 4. She's on the back of the skis. She's open into number 5. Can she make it round 6? Oh, buddy!
Very impressive. That was, she kind of got stuck a little bit there. At the start of that pass, maybe 1 and 3 or 1 and 2, you kind of saw the ski get stuck, pitch her over the front just a little bit, but she stayed strong and just stayed aggressive the whole time and confident. And I think the key word confidence is what got her through that pass. So, it's good to see Whitney, you said, coming all the way from that injury and kind of being out a little bit, and, a year ago having a kid. So, getting through 39, that's quite the accomplishment today.
And I mean, she has tremendous amounts of experience at this. I mean, it's one thing having the ability to make it through this pass, but it's when the chips are down and when things aren't going quite your way, and you still have enough in hand.
That's the key. It's one thing in round 1 and round 2 to get things done, but it's another thing in the finals to go out and get it done there. And she definitely can always seem to get that done between her and Regina, and when Jamie's in the mix.
All right then, so Whitney McClintock-Reaney, here we go in round 1. Already has the lead with 1 skier remaining. This is definitely going to put the wrench in the works. Here we go, folks. This now is 10.25?
Should be.
Indeed it is. 10.25 meters. If she can get outside of 3 and to the wakes, it would be a Canadian national record.
Ooh.
But won't get to that point, so it looks like it's going to be half a buoy at 10.25 meters. Half a buoy at 10.25 meters for Whitney McClintock-Reaney. And I think she's your leader.
Yeah, she's the leader, but I'd call it safe. But look at this coming out here at 1. You can kind of see she got rid of that handle real quick. Kind of a little similar like we talked about earlier, knowing it was going to be a big load, and she got out of that, just knowing to play it safe. And that's really smart on her part. You got the lead. It's not a big pressure situation. Don't put yourself in a bad situation. And, very, very smart skiing by Whitney there.
All right, then, and keep a mental reminder to yourself about these performances, even at this early stage of the competition, because when it comes down to tomorrow, we've got the skier of the day vote. We'll announce that to tomorrow when that is active. But just keep a few of these performances in mind, going forward, and we'll see if we can pick ourselves a skier of the day towards the end of tomorrow's action here at the 2022 Miami Pro. Oh, and by the way, you've got seconds to go before you enter for that ski, that audience prize. Yes, the D3 and Conley ski. You have seconds to get your entry in. We're at the end of round 1 in the women's competition. We're already done with the end of round 1 in the men's competition. Once the end of the women's competition in round 1 has occurred, we will accept no more entries. All of the entries will be locked in, and then from there, everyone, it's basically skiing for the podium positions among the women and the men's. But if you want to win that slalom ski for the last time this season, go to waterskibroadcasting.com/play. Do it now, if not sooner. Better get on it, because once the opportunity is gone, it's gone until the Swiss Pro.
Wow. That's a long time.
All right, here we go. We've got the leaderboard. Whitney McClintock, Rini Half at 10.25. Mills with 2 1/4. Rini with 2. Veek with 1 1/2. And those are the only scores that we've seen so far that are in to 10.75 meters or above. Montavon with 5 1/2 at 11.25 meters. Then you look down a little further to see a 5 buoy count from one of our other skiers, who I believe is Ali Garcia. And then you work a little bit down towards the halfway mark and beyond on 11.25 meters. But there you go. So in the next, I'll say 4 or 5 minutes, that's all you have to get those entries in for the audience prize. You could either win yourself a Conley slalom ski, or you can win yourself a D3 slalom ski, just like the one that Nate Smith rides on.
I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we have Regina coming out at 32. At least I assume it's 32.
Yeah, it is.
And looking at some of these scores, I know she's got other things on her mind, but really a midway through 38 off is going to put her, tentatively into the finals, at least the top 8 for today. So I guess she can ski a little bit more relieved after she runs the 38 pass. But, she's got her eyes set on what Whitney just did.
Well, there you go. Good skiing. Opening pass. Just strong as an ox out there, and I mean, that's one of the secrets to Regina Jaquiz's ability to succeed in the slalom event, because she isn't all that tall. I mean, she doesn't have the height going for her. So she has to have pure guile and strength to work on her side.
Well, and I want to bring that up from the men's side, because I'm not sure the height differences, but her and Dane are probably very similar heights as well. And we saw Dane run around 5 ball at 41 today. So, you're trying to work with style and strength versus the height and reach of some of us.
Absolutely. So, Regina Jaquiz made the decision a long time ago. I mean, this was like in the latter part of the 1990s, early part of the 2000s, and basically said to herself, well, if I'm going to be the big deal out there on the slalom course, I've got to build myself up, and I've got to get a compatible slalom technique to work with strength that works better with strength rather than with height.
Yeah, I mean, we go back to that mentality again. She's super confident in her skiing, and she has that drive to want to win and be the best all the time. So she never settles for anything. So every time she hits the water, whether it's practice or a tournament, she's always going out there to do her best. And even when she has a big score in practice, it's not good enough in her mind. Something can always be better. So it's that mentality and drive just to be better and go out there and challenge yourself. I mean, Regina really just skis for herself when she's out there. So, we have her coming back here at 12 meters, 35 off, and really should be just a simple pass. But we talk about, like what you said, the style and strength and all that, and when she's got a ski under her feet that's working well for her, really it just comes down to her saying, I've got to go run this score. Whatever this score is, she typically can go out and do it. And that's one really, really impressive thing about Regina.
Fantastic effort there on the second run. 35 off straight away. All right, so Regina Jaquez looking in very good shape on this instant replay, and just really straight up walk in the park at this point at 35 off. Now 38 off comes into view. So looking down the list, it's I think it's fair to say that more than halfway down 38 off is an absolute must to keep one in contention, at least so far as the backup score is concerned. But we're talking about Regina Jaquez here, of course.
Yeah, I mean, you would hate to see Regina not put up a score here this round, but, you know, give her 2 shots to try and make 38 off. I think she's probably going to do that.
On both, yeah, on both times. So here we go. We have got
should be a 11.25, 38 off coming in for Regina. Nothing really too crazy for her here. Probably still trying to work on getting the gate timing down, and that's one thing she really focuses on in her sets that really set her up for that great one ball like she just had. A little bit slow there at 2 though, but always able to make it up on that offside turn somehow. So not looking like the smoothest 38 I've ever seen Regina run, but, again, not something she's going to miss either. So that score right there being good enough to put herself through tentatively to the final, depending on the next round of scores.
And only 4 other skiers are currently ahead of her at this point, and they've all skied. Those competitors having registered scores of 1.5 at 10.75 meters. That's Vanessa Veek. Chelsea Mills with 2 1/4 at 10.75. There's Whitney McClintock-Rini with half at 10.25 meters. So essentially those are viable targets, and then you also include Paige Rini as well with 2 at 10.75 meters. So you got a fair slew of skiers ready to really wreak havoc out there on the slalom course come the second round, which is tomorrow morning, as we determine who makes it through to the final round of women's slalom competition tomorrow.
So we got Whitney at a half. We got Chelsea at 2 1/4. And Vanessa 1.5, I think.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah. So there we go. We got a half for Whitney, 10.25, 41. Chelsea with a 2 1/4. Oh, Paige with the 2 at 39, and then Vanessa 1.5. So, we got Regina at least putting herself in that number 5 spot so far.
All right, so immediate targets: 1.5, 2, 2 1/4, and then from there it's a shot at 10.25 meters, where more than half will take the lead.
And she wants to run it. She wants nothing less than to just run this pass, though.
There's the 1. There's the half. That supersedes Vanessa Veek. And there was the 2 as well. That betters Paige Rini. And there was the 2 1/4 there from Chelsea Mills. There was the number 5. There's the number 6, and is now within half a buoy, taking the lead away from Whitney McClintock-Rini.
Again, not the smoothest pass I've seen Regina run. But she's able to manage her way through it. Just seems like very stop and go, kind of at the buoy, a little bit of tip rise, some hits, but really looked in control the whole time. I never really thought that she was out of it, just maybe having to kind of manage some of the hits and speed and the tip biting and then wheeling a little bit. So I think she got a really, really big one ball here on this replay, as she always does. Somehow that offside turn always seems to be a little bit better. A little bit of tip rise here at the 2. Not so much. I thought I saw that on the live feed, but again, just running through 39, that's a pass that she wants to run every time. It doesn't matter what the score is, whether it's 1, 3, 4, 6, whatever. She wants to run that pass. So, she'll be coming back here at 41. Definitely wants to get that full 1 to make sure she takes the lead all on her own, but also maybe see if she can work her way over to 2 or even further. We see Jeff Kepcha there. Skis down here in South Florida at Okeechobee. I've skied with him many times. Great driver. The women are putting up good scores with him. So good to see him and have him driving some of the tournaments. 2 drivers from the Okeechobee area, West Palm Beach.
Indeed, indeed. And
with Becky.
Yep. So here we go. We got Regina Jaquez 10.25 meters. Now, this line length also is home to the world record, which is 4.5. Let's see if she can get the kind of start that might give her an outside shot of taking her that close.
I would imagine she's going to go for the full 1, but I think if she gets a good turn out of it, she'll definitely make the pull to 2. Yeah, there you go.
There's the 1.
Yeah, just
and inside 2.
It's all right. Still good skiing. I mean, that takes the lead for this round. You have Regina sitting at the top just by a half buoy ahead of Whitney.
All right, so there we go. That's your new leader, and we'll go into round number 2 tomorrow morning with the women, but we'll go into round 2 so far as the men are concerned. Coming up next, so some great skiing that we've seen. All right, so some great skiing all the way around from Regina Jaquez. Took the one that was necessary to take the lead, and I mean, she gets one at 10.25 meters, and I don't foresee 6 other skiers surpassing that score in round number 2.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a very safe score, probably for the, I would think the top 3 girls, honestly. Even Paige right in there. So we'll just see how things stack up tomorrow. You know, they get to sleep on it tonight and come back first thing tomorrow. But, you know, I've enjoyed my time sitting up here with you, Tony, but this time I get to go get ready to ski and be out on the water this round.
Oh, excuses.
Hey, you get to watch a barefooter here behind this amphibious car, which that could be cool too.
Yes, indeed. But do you have to ski round 2?
You don't have to, but I will tell you that I don't know that I'm safe with 3. I mean, I guess I would know towards the end, wouldn't I?
Yeah, you would, yeah.
We'll see. I was a little worried about skiing 3 rounds total this weekend if I made the finals. So my foot's sore, but it doesn't hurt as bad as it did yesterday in practice. So I'll kind of make that a game time decision whether I ski or not.
All right, then. Well, whatever happens now, I think Regina needs to swim on out the way, because I believe we've got a barefoot water skier taken to the water here at the Greater Miami Waterski Club, and it's going to be a barefoot performance with a little bit of a difference, because for the first time ever, we are going to pull a barefoot water skier behind an amphibious vehicle. Yeah, you heard me. Yeah, a vehicle that can run on the road and in the water is going to pull a barefoot water skier in speeds in excess of 45 miles an hour. Is it possible? Can it be done?
I think they had better have a long rope, because I just saw the wash coming out of the back of that thing. So
it's jet propelled.
You're going to get a jet blast in your face if you don't have a long rope. But I was talking to the guy. He said 44 miles an hour.
Something like that.
Yeah. So I think it can be done. It's just going to be real slow start, and then once they get on plane, they'll have plenty of speed.
Yeah, you tried your hand at barefooting once, didn't you?
I did. I love barefooting. It's a lot of fun. I enjoy it.
All right, then, let's check in with Wade's World one last time.
Hey, thanks, Tony. I was just over listening to Regina get out of the water with Gonzalo. You said, gosh, I wanted more, right? Because I thought your 38, 39 passes, you were cruising.
Yeah, I think my 30 probably my best pass, and I just kind of felt like the gate was good and I wanted more out of that 41, but I guess we have tomorrow now to do that. So save it for tomorrow, because we are done for the day for the women, and it feels great. Thanks Gonzalez and Miami, everybody down here at the Miami Ski Club for putting this event on.
So Lady Slalom in the morning, 10:30 East Coast. Check it out. We'll be here. Back to you guys.
And Regina sounded a little bit like little Orphan Annie tomorrow. Tomorrow.
Well.
All right, then. So, okie dokie, folks. We will step aside, take a little bit of a break, and we will return to continuing the action of the 2022 the 2022 Miami Pro. We'll be back right after these.
Hi, my name is Brantley Hawkins. I'm one of the co-founders here at New Dimensions Wellness. My partner and I have over 20 plus years of sports medicine and exercise experience working with the most elite athletes in the world. Together we have developed a proven system that has been sought out by these professional athletes and is now available to you.
You will move your body and loosen your joints in ways that you haven't before. It's not your typical weight training, it's not CrossFit, and it's not crunch fitness.
Once I got in here, it was a big eye-opener how much different that they go about everything.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down, and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
Today is gonna be a little something more. I've got a plan in mind, a special thing in store. The light bulb inside my head says, get out and play, 'cause you never
Having a ski commemorated for my World Championship win is super cool. Getting up on the ski and being able to look down and see my name, see World Champion, a little maple leaf, and the colors that I was able to pick with the team at HO and really be a part of the ski build shows all the hard work from the team that's gone into my skiing throughout the years and ski development, and it's just been a super fun experience to be a part of. I've always ridden a little different flex than what was out there on the market. I really liked it and it performed really well for me last year. Now we're taking that and producing it and having people be able to go and pick this ski up for themselves. So we took the base graphic and then we were able to add in little parts that really represent who I am. So we added in my signature for the Signature Series ski, but then also a maple leaf. I'm super proud of where I come from and it represents my roots. And then being able to add in a little color, to be a little bold and have it be a little different and have it stand out a bit. The ski is going to be limited edition. We're only releasing 75 skis, and that's because this was the 75th World Championship. So it's really cool to see HO support my win and try and make it special by commemorating not only the win, but also the year. I'm super excited to re-release the ski and give the public the ability to ski on the layup that I ski on.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got a set in.
Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
I'm involved with the flow point method because I think it's a really strong program. We've been working on a couple things and it's just fine tuning, and I want to be able to make sure that I can do those movements no matter where I am, so I can feel confident skiing at any site. It's just really all encompassing, and I think that's really beneficial. It's very helpful to keep on those keys and have a support team behind you that you can ask questions to and are there for every step of the way.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Well, hello, good afternoon, and welcome. This is the Miami Pro 2022. Glad to have the pleasure of your company. My name's Tony Lyford, and glad to have you on board. All right, running order for round number 2. Starting off with Austria's Nicky Antonsen, followed by Belgians Arnaud Duric, then Austin Abel from the United States, followed by Jaime Palomino of Mexico, Matteo Lazzari of Italy, Jonathan Travers, United States, Martin Bartowski of Slovakia, Charlie Ross of Canada, Stephen Ireland of the United States, Benjamin Stadelbauer, Switzerland, Thomas de Gasperi, Italia. Then Chris Parrish from the United States, followed by Brando Caruso of Italy, Freddie Winter of Great Britain, Robert Hazelwood of Great Britain, Stephen Neville of Canada, Cole McCormick of Canada as well, Sacha Deska of France, Nate Smith of the United States, Will Asher of Great Britain, and Dane Meckler will be our last skier to take to water from the United States of America. All right, first skier is about to take to the water from Austria. It's going to be Nicky Antonsen. So, continuing on, round 2. In the previous round, the skiers had the option of going into the course on a line length shorter than 30 meters. Now, they don't have that option. At minimum, they can go into the course at 12 meters in round number 2. In the men's competition, this now is Nicky Antonsen. Good start on number 1. Probably doesn't do this too much in practice, let alone in regular tournament action. starting on 12 meters and gets it to go. Wonderful stuff. There we go. That is Nikki Andersen of Austria. So there's a leaderboard. Dane Meckler with 4 at 10.25 meters. 1 buoy ahead of Hazelwood, Nevue, McCormick, Desker, Smith, and Asher. Then Brando Caruso and Freddie Winter with 2.5, currently in a two-way tie for 8th. And then Parrish in 9th with 1.5.
I'm being serious though.
Yes, there are very few things that you can mistake in the world of tournament water skiing. One of them is Benjamin Stadelbauer's laugh. They should hire him for Halloween. But that's gone and passed now, so his window of opportunity there just went within the last few days. 38 off, second run. Coming in. Round buoy number 5 and number 6 gets it done. All right. Didn't run 38 off in round number 1. Has come through in the clutch this time around. Let's see if he can, how far he can get down 10.75 meters. If not, run it. Beautiful start on number 1. Just stayed loose into number 2 and just allowed the ski to do what it's created to do. So here we go. We got Nikki Andersen about to approach the course.
I felt that way.
Got 20 more skiers on this list in round number 2 before we put a button on this this section of the competition. This is to determine the 8 finalists who will be skiing in tomorrow's final round of men's slalom.
Thank you, John.
All right, let's see what Nikki Andersen effectively needs to run this pass. His personal best is 5. Round number, oh, good load up number 1. This is at 10.75 meters. Just couldn't get the start. But coming up half a pass short of his personal best. Shouldn't be too displeased about his effort out there. So it is going to be a score of 2 at 10.75 meters, which unfortunately eliminates him from future contention in this event. So there we go. That's Nikki Andersen. And he is our first skier out, and we'll go on to Arne de Rick coming up next from Belgium. We're going to take a step to one side, and we'll be back right after these. After we get done with this instant replay, seeing him on buoy number 1, getting blown out over the ski into buoy number 2. There's Nikki Andersen. 2 buoys, 10.75. We'll be back right after these.
There you go. Hey guys, I'm here with Austin Abel, and so as he's suiting up, we'll chat about your ski school. It's at Lake Lure, North Carolina, and although you just closed down for the winter, getting a little break, when we open it up next spring?
Yeah, like the first week in April, and we'll like close down the last weekend in October. About 200 days of beautiful ski days, just in the mountains, trees all around. You can go hiking, you can go biking, mountain, all around beautiful views, and a nice place to go. Kind of the opposite of these nice palm trees down here in Florida.
Well, I've heard good things about it, so I want to come visit one day.
Yeah, definitely, man. That'd be awesome. It'd be great to have you up there and have some turns and go have some fun.
Well, we're going to see him do the same right out there right now. Back to you guys.
He sounds like one of those spokespeople from like the local Chamber of Commerce, doesn't he? That was Austin Abel. So, coming to us out of Belgium from the historic city of Antwerp, this is Arno de Rijk. So Arno de Rijk on the water. A 12-meter start for the first time in his career. See if he can make this happen, Captain. Oh, huge load there off number one. Now this is starting to feel more like home for him. Arno de Rijk. There you go, 6 buoys, 12 meters. Let's check in dockside.
Thanks, Tony. I'm here with Nikki Atkinson. And so tell us about how your round was. Better than this morning?
Yeah, much better. 135 felt a lot better. I took the tape down, as you can see. No, it was much better. Had also a really good start at 39. But I don't know, too much time at 2 maybe. I don't know, I was just waiting there and didn't turn, so I don't know. But I'm happy, so all good.
Well done. Second pro event now, and how's life as a pro water skier?
Very good. I don't know, I'm not really a pro yet, but yeah, no, I'm happy. It's nice.
No, we're having fun, so we're going to see him out here again next year. Back to you guys.
And last reports from last night with Nicky Atkinson confirmed that he was picking up balls from the turnpike after his stint at Topgolf. He can crush it off the tee as well. But well done to him with his score at 11.25 meters. 10.75 meters, I beg your pardon. So some good skiing there from Austria's Nicky Atkinson. Now Belgians, Arno de Rijk is our skier about to come into the course on pass number 2, which is going to be 11.25 meters. So here comes Arno. 12-meter start, and did 4 buoys on this line length in round number 1. Oh, and trying to get across course quickly, but unfortunately it was not going to happen for him. So 1.5 at 10.75 meters. 1 1/2 at 11.25 meters there for Arno de Rijk, which currently puts him in second place in this round. But safe to say that between Nicky and Arno, both were eliminated from future contention in so far as tomorrow's finals are concerned. Next skier up, coming to us out of the Tar Heel state of North Carolina, it is Austin Abel. Looking at the instant replay once again. And there we go. And that is 1 1/2 buoys. Austin Abel. We've got Patricia Burt in the boat with the line. We've got Alicia Bagnoli with the camera. And at the helm, Becky Lathrop. Austin Abel not leaving too much to chance out there on 12 meters and gets the job done. So no worries there. First 3 skiers out. Getting past 12 meters. Let's check in dockside with Wade's World.
Hey guys, had the mic off. Charlie, so what's your plan when you go out this time? 35 start?
Yeah, you know I've got to put a pretty big score out. There's a lot of people at 3, so I'm just going to go out there, ski the best I can, see where it falls.
So after sort of digesting it for a couple hours, will you make any sort of adjustments on your gate pull-out, sort of boat settings, any sort of changes at all?
Boat settings I'm going to keep the same, but yeah, a couple things on the gate. I'm going to try to get a little bit wider and then carry more speed through the turn, and then yeah, just attack a little more. I felt like I was a little more timid, or a little bit timid, so yeah.
No, I like it. Like it. Already a seasoned veteran right here. He's coming up soon. Back to you guys, Tony.
So basic translation from Canadian to American English translation. I'm just going to go crush it. Hard. And we certainly wish him the best of luck in that endeavor. All right, Austin Abel, who's been pretty active in the tournament waterski slalom scene, and especially in the Carolinas, which kind of helps considering he's from North Carolina. Just working that Denali slalom ski. We'll see what he can do with it on 11.25 meters. Each competitor getting 90 seconds drop time at each end, so they have plenty of time for that water to subside. Austin Abel, way down course off number 2. He's really going to have to barrel hard here. Round number 3, Austin Abel, round number 4, and just stalls up on buoy number 4 and gets 4 buoys at 11.25 meters. So 4 buoys, 11.25 meters. It still means that Nikki Anderson is in the lead in round 2 with 2 at 10.75 meters. By that backup, by that score, Nikki Anderson at least moves 2 spots higher than his nearest competitors, ahead of Anna Durick and Austin Abel. And our next competitor to take to water coming to us out of Mexico, it is going to be Jaime Palomino. All right, so as we look at the last portion of this effort, let's check in with Wade's World.
Hey, so guys, here with Matteo Lazzetti. So what were you jamming to?
Oh, Jimi Hendrix. The Jimi Hendrix Experience.
I like it. So you're an old school, yeah?
Yeah, classic rock. Classic rock is my vibe before I ski.
I love it. We're going to get his vibe on right now. Back to you.
And hopefully Matteo Lazzetti won't be experiencing crosstown traffic between here and the end of his run. right, here we go. Skier on the water right now, Jaime Palomino. On 12-meter start, he probably hasn't practiced an awful lot with this kind of setup. Although now it's becoming a little bit of a trend in multiple round record capability professional tournaments. Some skiers may well change that strategy and do it a little more often. Here we go. Let's check in with Wade's World.
Hey guys, I'm here with Gonzalo Pesquita from the Miami Ski Club. Second year of the Miami Pro, bigger and better. I can already tell. More vendors. It's exciting, right?
Yes. Today, this is a lucky day, year for us. I think we got some good sponsors, different companies, not just water ski industry, but also an amphibious boat, the jet skis, electric. I think it's all different, new, and I want to bring more things into the Miami Pro and also to the Waterski Pro Tour.
And it's also, we talked about first thing this morning. For me, the first thing I think of with Miami Ski Club is the history of water skiing, like nationals being here in the 60s, 70s.
Exactly. We opened up in 1962, and 1955 we got incorporated. So it's been over 60 years doing water skiing. We used to hold the nationals back in the days. Andy worked the world record 1:43 back 18 years ago or so, which actually Nate tied in last year. So pretty excited, pretty happy to have all the skiers coming around. You guys, your team, TWBC, and the whole people that come and join us.
Well, thanks so much for having us, Gonzalo. We're really enjoying it. Back to you, Tony.
And I tell you what, opening in 1962, that was a really stressful time around this area. I'd have to say a big shout out to Gonzalo Pechera there. And 1962, for those of you that don't recall, was the year of the Cuban Missile Crisis. So a lot of things were on the top of people's minds aside from putting a water ski facility together. But they all banded through and created what is an absolutely exceptional facility that continues to deliver year upon year. Here we go. This here is Jaime Palomino. Oh, and getting round number 4 and not beyond it, I'm afraid. It's going to be a 3.5 buoy count. Three and 1/2 buoys there at 11.25 meters for Jaime Palomino, and he bows out with that score. Certainly got the first third of the course under his belt very nicely indeed, and just wasn't prepared for that tension. And a reminder: skiprogear.com. Check out the best gloves on the market. If you're losing your grip out there on the slalom course, Ski Pro Gear is your cure. Check out skiprogear.com. So next competitor to take to the water, and an individual who's going to be quite busy over the course of next summer with not one but 2 major tournaments back to back at his facility in San Gervasio. It is Matteo Luzzeri. And he too, like all the skiers before, coming into the course on 12 meters for his opener. And Matteo Luzzeri has been known to start in on 12 meters, not only in practice but also in professional level tournaments, including the scene of his best tournament performance this season, which was at the Caiaphas Battle. With that in mind, let's check in with Wade's World.
Hey, thanks, guys. I'm here with the Tower, CP. So after sort of assessing this morning's round, we already know you're going to go 12-meter start. So what's your plan?
Oh, definitely just want to I felt like from 38 to 41, my gates got pretty dialed, and just want to make sure that you know, I just don't come up short in the 2-ball. If I can get there at 41, you know, get out there nice. And I got to get down the line, obviously. I mean, you got to get, I think, a piece of 4 just to try to get in. So it's pretty tough field today.
Yeah, we could be looking at, I mean, this could be the highest 8-man cut ever, correct?
Yeah, it's looking like that. I mean, there were some guys today that, man, had some really nice starts at 41. So it's definitely skiing pretty well today.
Yeah. We're going to see him do it really soon. Back to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Wade, and thanks a lot there, Chris Parrish. Look forward to seeing him ski in a short while. There we see dockside. There, John Travers. All right, returning it into the course. This is Matteo Lizzeri, 11.25 meters. Fully aware that he's got to go hardcore on this one, this round, to put himself in a position where he could make it through to the next round of the competition. In order to make that happen, he's got to complete the next 9 buoys. The 6 on this pass and more than halfway down on the next to give himself a realistic chance. So let's have a look at Matteo Lizzeri again. The approach into number 1, good width, good angle.
So no 41 today?
No. Negative, Ghost Rider.
All right, so we're checking in on
Spectators.
checking in on Wade's World a little bit.
I'm a good spectator now.
Oh, you're a good announcer too.
I'm working on it.
All right, in the water, getting ready for pass number 3. It is Matteo Lizzeri, who will be organising the European Waterski Championships towards the end of July and precedes that with the San Gervasio Pro-Am. 2 events you will be absolutely crazy to miss. Both events covered by TWBC next summer. For this end of the season, this is Matteo Lizzeri at 10.75 meters. Oh, and just getting a little bit behind the pole, a little bit behind the rope. And unfortunately for him, it is going to be 4 1/2 at 10.75 meters, which effectively eliminates Matteo Lizzeri from future contention in this competition. Didn't look too bad for the first third of the course, but just couldn't really assert himself deep enough into the pass to continue on with the effort. So it looks like it's going to either be 4 or 4.5. Either way, it's not enough to send him through to the next round of the competition based upon his previous round score on this one. All right, with that instant replay of Matteo Lazzeri, let's send it over to Wade's World.
Thanks, Tony. I'm here with Jaime Palomino. And Jaime ran 38 this morning, but change scenario, 12-meter start, makes it a little bit more difficult. Tell us about it.
Well, I mean, the morning felt good, but of course, starting at 12 it's hard. You just gotta start already very pumped up. Everything. I was skiing a bit on the back, but I mean, I guess just pressure got me. Like pressure gets you sometimes, and that's what happened now. And I guess I just gotta learn from it.
So on short notice in this, what did you learn? So you said I got to learn. So let's just take a stab. What did you learn?
12-meter start. You just gotta like go for it. Like no hesitation in the buoys. No, I don't want to fall or anything. You just gotta go for it. Because if not, you start getting down course. And of course that affects at 38 later.
Yeah, and maybe you're gonna have to start practicing a bit, right?
Yeah. I will definitely do that.
Yeah, for sure. So that's what we learned. Check the list. So on to next year. Back to you, Tony.
All right, good stuff there from Jaime. And skier on the water, Jonathan Travers, who, like Matteo Lazzeri, is going to have a pretty full dance card next season because his facility over near Groveland in Central Florida will play host once again to the IWWF World Waterski Championships. Which will be brought to you. Which we are hopefully going to be brought to you by TWBC. Looking good, looking strong, and on fire. All right, let's check in with Wade's World.
Hey guys, I'm here with Dane Meckler, and we were chatting with you earlier about how water skiing's changed when you go out and run 4 at 41 and you're early in the round going, man, is that going to be enough? You also get to sit and watch instant replay and watch the webcast at events at the starting docks now. You learn from it?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely am very fortunate. So, it's not often I'm in this position, but it is nice. So, yeah, it's kind of nice to watch these guys, and I think we'll see them push down the lake here. It's always hard that first round. It's like you're just trying to get in and not, being a little tentative. And so I think we'll see everybody take a little bit bigger poke and get down the course. So.
Well, I'm certainly guilty as charged, hanging around the VIP tent looking for the replay.
Yeah, it's nice. That was really nice. So.
All right, we're going to sit here and enjoy ourselves. Back to you guys.
Okay, we're still trying to find the answer to the question, who's taller, Dane or Regina? Hopefully we'll get an answer for that in fairly short order. See if we can stack them up back to back. All right then, so we've got Jonathan Travers. He's gone through the initial pass of 12 meters. Now we're going to see what he can do on 11. Don't forget, a lot of these skiers, no strangers to going in on 12 meters. A lot of them been in runoff situations which require them to come into the course on the last completed run. Here we go. Jonathan Travers, 11.25 meters, just trying to rope his way through this run. That's 3. That's 4. 5, not bad, and 6. There you go, early as you like. Sweet looking run there from Jonathan Travers as he gets ready now for 10.75 meters. So, Jonathan Travers. Getting ready for pass number 3. 90 seconds drop time available at each end for our competitors, allowing the wave action to fully subside. Here we go, Jonathan Travers. 10.75 meters. Oh, big old jolt there on number 1. Delay on number 2 to let everything catch up. There we go, that's 4. That's 5. Does he make it round number 6? Yes, he does. And instead of actually lassoing the rope, he actually keeps it straight out and makes it all the way through round 6 buoy and through the exit gate. So now, Jonathan Travers in a pretty sweet spot right now. If he can get more than halfway down this run, then it could well be game on for him. Anything above 3, and it relegates everyone else that has had 3 up to this point down 1 more spot, and therefore could essentially eliminate anyone with a 2.5 buoy count, such as Freddie Winter or Brandon Caruso. But those 2 competitors have got to ski themselves. So, we see on the starting dock the pride of Slovakia, Martin Bartalski. Coming to us out of the nation's capital of Bratislava. And a former European men's slalom champion. We'll stay concentrated on the action on top of the water. Got Jonathan Travers out of Groveland in Lake County, Florida. The host of the 2023 IWWF World Waterski Championships coming up around about this time next year. Here we go. Entrance, buoy number 1. This is up 41 off, 10.25 meters. And he gets round number 2, and he knows that that is not enough. It's 2. It's enough for the lead in this round. If it was a scratch competition in round 2, he would be in the lead. But unfortunately, no impact upon his quest to make it through to the next round of the competition. So 2 at 10.25 meters. It puts him ahead of Chris Parrish in terms of the leaderboard, but however, it does not put him ahead of Brandon Caruso or Freddie Winter, who currently hold scores, each of them with 2.5 at 41 off 10.25 meters. So that, for all intents and purposes, eliminates him from future contention. In the meantime, out of Slovakia, next competitor is going to be Martin Bartalski. All right, let's check in dockside with Wade's World.
So here with Mr. Nate Smith. So Nate, how is it up on the mic? You starting to enjoy that?
I guess so. I mean, the last few tournaments I've been up there, but luckily this time being out on the water. So it's a little bit more exciting for me, but it's nice to sit up there with Tony and see the skiing from a different perspective.
It really is. I was just sitting over here with your buddy Dane talking about being able to be at an event and already get instant feedback, seeing a slow-mo replay. It was just a lot of us running over here to the tent going, wow, I want to see that again.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you don't know what you really do out there, so everybody can sit here and look on the TV, and Vince is always in there catching every little piece. So it's really nice to have you guys here, and for us here, but not only that, but everybody at home watching as well.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. We'll let you get back to you guys.
Well, yes, indeed. You can't buy that kind of reconnaissance, I suppose. Well, basically, because it's free. But there you go. Big shout out there to Nate Smith for using his time wisely here at the Announcing Central. And there we go. That is the opening pass for Martin Bartowski on 12 meters. Good looking strike there on buoy number 1. Okay, so let's do a little bit of working out, shall we? Not that kind of working out, not with the barbells or anything, or the weights or that kind of thing. You kidding me? Let's work out arithmetically where we're at. Right now, we got Martin Bartowski out in the water. He's run through 12, and he's going to come back in 11. But here's the situation: we have a two-way tie for 7th between Brandon Caruso and Freddie Winter. Okay. We're actually a two-way tie for, what is it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, two-way tie for 8th between Brandon Caruso and Freddie Winter. A score of more than 2.5 from any of our competitors, right up to the point where Freddie and Waterski would provisionally at that time eliminate the necessity of the runoff and eliminate 2.5 as a score that could potentially advance. However, we do have to bear in mind that those two skiers, Brandon Caruso and Freddie Winter, have yet to compete. And certainly, a little early to say yet who will progress through to the next round. But anyone who harbors an ambition to make it through to the next round will certainly do their efforts a great service if they can get past 3 and make a strike on buoy number 4 at 10.25 meters. That applies basically to any skier from here on out, all the way through to the likes of Dane Meckler. Dane Meckler sitting pretty right now with a 4 buoy count at 10.25 meters. Even a little early at this stage to say whether that score of 4 at 10.25 meters is enough to see him through. It would certainly take a minor miracle to deny him of his spot through to the next round, but I've seen some strange things happen in tournament waterski slalom. There we see on the dock, that is Elizabeth Montavon's husband, Stephen Island, and not too far away from him is Charlie Ross, getting ready for his go out there on the water. Boat accelerating up to 36 miles an hour or 58K. Becky Lathrop at the helm. Martin Bartowski on that line at 10.75 meters or 39.5 off. With 35.5 feet of rope to work with, there he goes. That is Martin Bartowski all the way through. The 6 buoy count at 10.75 meters. Now it is game on. If he can get more than halfway down this pass, then it will put him in the frame for a possible spot through to the next round of the competition and eliminate the possibility of a runoff existing for a score of 2.5 at 10.25 meters. But it's ABCs. He's got to get more than halfway down the course and to the wake after number 3 at the very least, and to put one into a position where they could potentially be in the first of few spots. Then anything more than 3 will certainly do a power of good in that respect. All right then, Martin Bartowski still in the water and getting ready for 10.25 meters. And there's a lot of skiers hanging around the dockside area looking out towards the lake, because if they know one thing that Martin is capable of, it's getting halfway down this pass. The tension is building. You can cut the atmosphere here with the side of a knife.
Pressure now that Tony's put it on me. I was just coming down to have a look.
All right, here we go. Round number one. Oh, on the back of the ski, and he is done for. One buoy at 10.25 meters. Another skier onto 10.25 meters, but unfortunately another skier that is eliminated. So let's have a look. On this short line length, the margin for error is so slight and so thin that just a minor mistake is enough to stop future progress on a particular run. Martin Bartowski, certainly a great effort, and any other day of the week or any other weekend, this might have been enough to take the win. But in this instance, not enough for Martin Bartowski as we check in with Wade's World.
So, Freddie, once we go out in the water, we're just sort of chatting. We got to block everything out, right? So I heard a football coach say you got to block out the noise in the system, right? So when you do leave the dock, how are you able to just block it out?
I mean, I've done it quite a few times, but it's definitely true. That's why I like to do a lot of tournaments at the start of the year. That you can practice as much as you want, but when you go out in a tournament, there's a lot more going on. There's a webcast of people watching. You've got pressure on yourself that you wouldn't normally have in practice. So, yeah, it's not so easy, but I mean, I didn't do a 10 out of 10 job this morning, but hopefully this round, we'll see.
No, that's actually good, because that's sort of overcoming our anxiety, and we know we have that extra energy. So, any changes from this morning?
Yeah, I'm going to change my letter. I just didn't feel comfortable. I was losing rope out of 2 and 4, so I'm going to do something a little bit different and just try and get a bit more tension out of my onside. And I think I'll probably need three and a bit. So we'll see.
He'll get it. Back to you, Tony.
All right then, on the water we've got Charlie Ross, started in on 12 meters. And Wade, in that previous interview, mentioned a coach's quote or something along those lines about blocking out the noise and stuff like that, and trying to see if that is either attributed to Steve Spurrier or Bobby Bowden or Nick Saban or even the likes of Les Miles. But certainly a lot of noise going on in the world of college football today. I won't mention any of the scores or anything like that, just in case those of you are recording the games or putting them on your TiVo or what have you. Does TiVo even exist anymore? I don't know. All right, so Charlie Ross getting ready for 11.25 meters. Nearby, we got Benjamin Stadelbauer. Rope tension record holder with over 1,000 pounds of force exerted on that toe line. 1,064 pounds to be exact. All right, so continuing right along. We've got Charlie Ross. He's gone through 12. He's going to have a crack at 11.25 meters. Realistically, for Charlie Ross to put himself through to the next round of the competition, he's essentially got to run better than his own junior boys world record. Essentially, halfway down 10.25 meters. Tall order. We'll see if he's equal to the task. Round 1 and 2, this is 11.25 meters. Very smooth into the turn. equally smooth out, a little bit of a fin release into 5, but he's good to go around number 6 and absolutely crushes it. Crushing it hard. There you go. That's the way you run 11.25 meters if you're as light as he is. All right, so looking at the starting dock, here we see Elizabeth Montavon just trying to give as much support as possible to her bloke.
Like, what's wrong? She goes, and then she told me the name of the bird in the tree, like over there, and I was just like, yes.
Charlie Ross now getting ready for 10.75 meters.
Go, Char.
There we go. A little bit of support there from his father, Drew Ross. A well-decorated Canadian slalomer himself way back in the day. 3 buoys at 10.25 meters is his season's best. He's currently 23rd on the Waterski Pro Tour list. He's going to get after it. He's round buoy number 4. Come on, round number 5. Come on, get after it! Get after it! It's a 6 buoy count at 10.75 meters. It's Charlie Ross. Fantastic effort there all the way through. Beautiful, beautiful skin, and certainly the happiest camper on the shoreline right now is his father, Drew Ross, who, on the behalf of TWBC, we thank him for his support of the webcast this season through his sponsorship. Kudos to you, sir. And hopefully we can do it again next season. But his main concern right now is Charlie Ross out there on the water. Okay, so let me ask you the question. What's his personal best? 3? I think his best is 3 this season for Charlie Ross. And he needs the 3 to advance, potentially. Seem to be hearing 3 at 10.25 meters a lot when it comes down to news about Charlie Ross's latest experiences out there on the slalom course, I'm sure. I'm sure he's probably run 10.25 meters in practice before and probably gone as far as 4. But let's see if he is up for this. We've got plenty of other skiers to come. Don't forget, we've got Stephen Island on deck. We've got Benjamin Stadelbauer. We've also got Thomas de Gasperi and Chris Parrish and Brando Caruso and Freddie Winter. Let's see what he's got. Trying to bleed off some speed into the entrance gates round buoy number 1. Boom, hits that number 1. Will not get outside number 2. That eliminates him for future contention, but I tell you what, for such a young competitor, that is that's some chops out there on the slalom lake. That is Charlie Ross with 1 at 10.25 meters. It eliminates him from future contention, but I suspect that his future is going to be very, very bright in the upcoming events, upcoming seasons, including the Junior Worlds, which will be coming up in January, which will be brought to you exclusively live on TWBC. All right then, so with that in mind, let's check in with Wade's World.
Thanks, Tony. I'm here with Charlie Ross's father. That's what you're known as now, right? Yeah, so my old buddy Drew Ross. So, Drew, standing on the dock, even just watching you, feeling the energy.
Yeah, it is. It's super fun no matter what. And when it's my boy Charlie, it's even more fun. So it sure is.
It's kind of a different deal because we were on the tour together, and then my kids chose lacrosse, and yours water skiing. But that sort of being there as a dad, and when they're sort of flourishing like Charlie, it's like next level fun.
Yeah, it's next level fun, and I'd be here over being anywhere anyway. So the fact that I got a good excuse with the kids is great.
Yeah, no, it's fun. And Neely doing all right? I know she was injured.
Yeah, she's doing great, and I know she's cheering Charlie on. She's a great support system for him and a great inspiration. And I know Charlie's going to be happy and disappointed at the same time with this round. It's the growing pains of what we do, and I couldn't be happier. I think he's got a lot of good things going on, and he just needs to stay focused on that.
No, for sure. Well, thanks for bringing him out, man. We enjoyed it. Yeah, back to you guys.
All right, and on the water right now, we have got Stephen Ireland working his way nervously through the opening pass of 35 off or 12 meters. Don't forget that a lot of these skiers, even though they're well capable of running 35 off in practice, very rarely use that opportunity to practice such a move. But as I mentioned before, and a little bit of commentary in regards to today's contemporary slalom skiing, I would probably surmise that there'll be one or two, a few skiers in the coming months and afterwards that will be starting at 35 off or 12 meters right off the dock just for this kind of a situation. As many tournaments go into their second round and reducing the starting line length from 13 to 12 meters, it's suddenly becoming a necessity. All right, looking inside the tent are a gaggle of some of the world's top competitive athletes. We're in round two of the men's slalom. We are on Stephen Ireland, a skier number 9 of 21. Not even halfway through this section of skiing. So now, Stephen Ireland, who in the round previous to this got half a buoy at 10.25 meters. And has only really started running 10.75 meters during this season. Has essentially in the last 2 to 3 seasons has improved to the tune of 1 pass in each of the last 2 seasons. And unfortunately, the same distinction will not happen here with Stephen Ireland. He got through the opening pass of 12. He will not get past the opening on 11.25 meters. 2.5 at 11.25 meters for Stephen Ireland. And that eliminates him from future contention in this competition. Meantime, let's check in with our next competitor. So, we've got Benjamin Stadelbauer about to take to the water as we have a look one last time at Stephen Ireland, who's certainly had a season to remember and a year to remember, the year in which he ran 39.5 off for the first time, 10.75 meters, and also the year in which he got married as well. So it's not all bad. As we now focus in on Switzerland's Benjamin Stadelbauer. There's your current leaderboard. Not much has changed. All right, and check-ins on some of the latest matches that have been created on bplayfuel.com. bplayfuel.com. Here we go. right here, right now. This is Benjamin Stadelbauer. Probably the closest skier that you'll ever get to see mimic the style and technique and the poise and precision exhibited by the late, great Andy Mapple back in the day. Has modeled his technique and his style almost like for a skier that's widely acknowledged to be one of the greatest of all time. Let's check in with Wade's world.
Yes, to me. So walk us through that 41 start.
Yeah, you know, I haven't been able to go back and watch it. You know, I heard Dan talk about how it's the benefit of TWBC, but I thought the gate was good. You know, I thought maybe could have had a little more outward, take it outbound a little better at one ball, and then you know had a little bit of a delay at one, so couldn't get over two. But yeah, I thought it's a little bit closer.
So how did you feel about your 11 and your 10-7?
I thought 11 was pretty good, and then 10-7. I thought the start. I liked the start actually, and then as it went later on, I was like, oh, you know, this is getting a little bit hairy. I've got to start to throw some turns on here. So yeah, I was able to get by with it. So.
Well, you managed it well, and I know you're that close, but well done on a great season. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Back to you, Tony.
Why, thank you very much. As we continue right along with this competition, the Miami Pro Men's Slalom competition in round 2. I'm Tony Lyford. Glad to have the pleasure of your company wherever you happen to be tuning into us from, whether you are tuning into us from Cairo or Cape Town, San Francisco or Santiago, you are most certainly welcome here in Miami. Benjamin Stadelbauer, 11.25 meters. I'm sure given the amount of experimentation he does during the course of the week in practice, I'm sure that a 12-meter off the dock start is among the strategies that he has employed on a number of occasions in preparing for tournaments such as this. All right, looking at this once again. Not looking too bad for the most part. So, we have got on the water skier that's gone through the opening 2 passes. That is Benjamin Stadelbauer. We're still a few skiers away from getting anywhere close to the elimination cut point, which is still at 2.5 at 10.25 meters, currently held 2 ways by Freddie Winter and Brando Caruso. All right, so here we go. Not bad. Oh, and Benjamin Stadelbauer, oh my word, bulking up on that particular one. He ran through 12 and 11. That was 10.75 meters, and just not getting to grips or getting in sync with that ski that he's on, which is a ski that replaces one which he broke 2 days ago. Just wheelies up on number 1, not too much tip grip there off the turn, off number 1 into number 2, and just sliding this down course. Just stop the ski cold and gets 3 buoys there at that pass of 10.75 meters. 3 at 10.75 meters. That eliminates Benjamin Stadelbauer from future contention. So, all right, so there's Benjamin Stedebauer heading his way back to the dock. Be a little bit disappointed with that effort as he now leaves the way clear for the current and 9-time European men's slalom champion about to take to the water. It is Thomas de Gasperi. All right, let's check in with Wade's World.
So guys, here with Cole McCormick and all warmed up in South Florida, right? So already get your 3 in the board, so we knew got to back up. Just kind of waiting it out here, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to take at least another 3 to get me through. 3's a solid backup, though, so we'll see how it goes. It's shaping up to have a nice little headwind 41 here, so I'm pretty excited.
No, I like it. I like the 12 going this way and the 10-2 coming back, huh?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you just got to get through that pesky tail on 39, and then it's all icing on the cake after that.
All right, well, I want some icing and some cake, too, but, yeah, back to you, Tony.
All right, then. So now it comes down to mathematics here to determine who makes it through to the next round of the competition. We'll see how things shape up. It could potentially come down to a backup score to determine if there is the need for a runoff to determine the skiers that make it through to the next round of the competition. That is certainly the case with those that are currently tied with 2.5 at 41 between Brando Caruso and Freddie Winter, and is most certainly the case between the 6 skiers that have a tie with 3 at 10.25 meters, namely Will Asher, Nate Smith, Sasha Deska, Cole McCormick, Stephen Neville, Robert Hazelwood. Let's check in with Wade once again.
Well, Tony, we have sort of a strange scenario in the fact that Thomas de Gasperi's on the water, CP's next, Freddie Winter's right after. We got some really big heavies here that are outside the cut, and I'm looking, I guess it's due east, and I can see how much wind is blowing down the main channel of the lake. So you can see it's still rather glassy here, but there's starting to be some pockets where the wind's coming through. And we just heard Cole talk about the pesky tailwind 39. So that's really as much of an issue right now as 41 coming back, because like I said, down there in the channel, there's a certain, and it's starting to get rather gusty. So we'll see how it works out for these guys. Back to you.
You're also probably looking at all of the real estate that's around here that you could have had for pennies on the dollar in 1962, and you would have made an absolute killing at around about this day and age. Man, I mean, if you ever go inside the clubhouse here at the Greater Miami Ski Club and see the satellite imagery photos and see how barren this place was in 1962 when these lakes were dug out and the filling used for the runways at Miami International and also the roads around here, the surrounding land was hardly developed at that time. And if someone had actually had the foresight to buy at that time, yeah, absolutely incredible. You wouldn't believe. All right, then, here we go. Thomas de Gasperi coming to us out of Trento, the historic city in northern Italy, which gave rise to the Catholic Catechism in the Council of Trent in 1625. In the meantime, let's concentrate on Thomas de Gasperi's form out there. Normally a person that gets halfway down 10.25 meters pretty much every time that you see him. And he is certainly going to be looking for something along those lines to see if he can advance. All right, looking in. We've got a whole slew of skiers there waiting for their turn. The women don't have to wait. Well, we'll have to wait until tomorrow morning, of course, for round 2 of their competition. Just seen Thomas de Gasperi go through 12 and 11.25 meters. Getting ready for 10.75 meters. Skiers to come next, Chris Parrish and Brando Caruso. Then Freddie Winter, Robert Hazelwood, Stephen Neville, Cole McCormick, Sasha Desker, Nate Smith, Will Asher, and finally, Dane Meckler. Let's have a look and see what he's got. Thomas de Gasperi, round buoy number 1. Little bit of a hitch off that turn. Looking good to go. Thomas de Gasperi, who suffered tragedy at a few weeks ago with the passing of his father, Marco de Gasperi, and a few weeks later celebrated triumph with his 9th European slalom title with Ricciotto. Certainly a large contrast of emotions that took place over that relatively short period of time. But certainly a competitor, strong of will, strong of mind, strong of emotion. Thomas de Gasperi getting through 10.75 meters now, has a chance at 10.25 meters.
Huh? Becky.
Stay refreshed with Regina Jaquez. Oh, and by the way, for those of you that are curious about Regina Jaquez, the podcast, the TWBC podcast with her episode drops tomorrow morning. Be sure to check that out on Spotify, on Google, on Apple, and also on iHeart. The TWBC podcast available on those platforms. Check it out. You will not be disappointed. We went into a pretty deep into the weeds discussion yesterday on a number of different topics. Her recovery from injury in May of last year certainly topping the list, but let's have a look at Thomas de Gasperi, round buoy number 1, stalls on number 1. Oh, tries to make a play on number 2, and Thomas de Gasperi gets to 10.25 meters for the second consecutive round, but unfortunately unable to affect the kind of start that he needs to get halfway down the pass and put himself in a position where he could potentially make it through to the next round, which is impossible at this stage given the scores. So Thomas de Gasperi won at 10.25 meters. I believe that replicates the score that he did in the round previous to this. Maybe half a buoy more, I'm not too sure, but Thomas de Gasperi tried to make a play on 2 and unfortunately does not come away with the goods there. So, if he's to be celebrated for one thing from this competition, it's his consistency, won at 10.25 meters in each of the last 2 rounds. So as one handle goes flying out towards the dock, another gets installed for our next competitor to take to the water. A native of Central Florida, he is none other than the Tower, Chris Parrish. Chris Parrish, who has been doing this at a professional level ever since the late 1990s. First recollection of him competing in the professional water ski circuit way back in 1997 at the The Waterski Pro Tour at that time took place in Hartford in Connecticut, as well as a number of other venues across the country. Looked good then and looks exceptional now. Riding a brand new Syndicate slalom ski that's 68 inches long, and that's about all the information that I have. Very, very close in design to an Omega. And let's check in with Wade's World.
Hey guys, here with handsome Rob Hazelwood, and got a 3 on the board from this morning, and we're sort of in a bit of a holding pattern, but you got to feel good about that good backup score.
Yeah, it's an odd place to be. I keep putting myself in it plenty of times this year. It's just a waiting game. I know what I've got to go out there and do. Felt okay this morning. The score was great. Super happy with that, but not quite so happy with the way I skied. So hopefully when I go out there, try to figure that out. Obviously 35 start, you got to get down and dirty pretty quick. So yeah, just get into it, I guess.
But it seems to be warmer, and like we're right, the setup's just we want them, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, conditions are great. Wind switched the other way. It was pretty flat earlier, but so yeah, it's pretty perfect out there. It's just waiting and seeing if you need to do what you need to do, or you can go enjoy and do what you want to go do. So we'll find out. But yeah, nervous wait.
Nervous waiting. That's what we do. Sit and wait. Back to you, Tony.
Well, excellent stuff there from Robert Hazelwood, but. Honestly, what was he expecting coming here? I mean, the name of the local basketball team is called the Heat, right? Was he expecting it to be like freezing cold? Anyways, we'll see how Robert Hazelwood does. He'll be out on the water in the next 4 skiers. Skier on the water right now is Chris Parrish, and then we'll see Brandon Caruso and Freddie Winter do battle as we get into the realm of the skiers that have potentially put themselves through to the next round already, barring any major upsets. And there you go, good stuff. Good stuff there from Chris Parrish. Just has an ease about him on that slalom course, on that ski. Former world slalom record holder. Many-time Pro Tour event champion. He's certainly got the goods. All right, so we'll see what he can do. This is Chris Parrish. He's gotten round the 6 buoys on the opening 2 passes. Now let's see what he could do on pass number 3. Pass number 3 is 10.75 meters. All right, mashing the throttle down. We've got Becky Lathrop at the helm of that award-winning ski nautique. And a few meters further back, Chris Parrish. Rocking in on buoy number 1, 10.75 meters. There you go, very smooth in and out. Little down course, having to work his way through. Yeah, there you go. That is Chris Parrish. Wonderful stuff. All right, continuing to rock and roll through this this competition. So, what is the target for Chris Parrish? Well, I'll tell you what it is. If you're curious enough to know, I'll be more than happy to. You really want to know? Of course you do. It's 3. He needs a 3 at least, to stave off hopes of elimination and give himself a chance of advancing. Check out our new Instagram account, Waterski Broadcasting. Do a search under Instagram right now. What, you haven't done it already? I said do it now. Quickly. Now, if not sooner. Here we go. Chris Parrish. A lot of tense faces around the starting dock area looking out towards the slalom course. They know potentially that their future in this event could well be imperiled depending upon what Chris Parrish can do out there on the slalom course. Here he comes, 10.25 meters. Buoy number 1 gets it to go. Round number 2. Oh, and he collapses on buoy number 2. That eliminates him as well. So looking at this once again, Chris Parrish just blowing the tail of the ski out the water and unfortunately unable to continue. So, all right then, now we come down to the section of the competition where we already have skiers that are chomping at the bit and thinking that they might already be through on their way to the final. That situation does not exist with the next 2 competitors, though. They're both tied with 2.5 at 10.25 meters, and a discernible tiebreak has to occur between either of those 2 to determine which one will have a chance of making it through to the next round of the competition. We're going to see Freddie Winter hit the water in a few minutes, but before him, Italy's Brando Caruso. All right, let's have a look and see. Good to go on the opening pass for Brandon Caruso. To bang.
You want to bang?
What happened to bang?
They were too banging.
So letting you listen in on some of the conversations that are going on nearby. I'm banging and ready to go. It is hot. Holy shit. I'm alive, man. Over the swearing. All right, so continuing right along with this competition. Some great skiing taking place. So now, Brando Caruso approaching the slalom course in just a moment for his attempt at 11.25 meters. A good portion of the folks here will no doubt be cheered on by the fact that that Texas A&M Aggies were absolutely bludgeoned by the Florida Gators 41-24. Here we go, 38 off, 11.25 meters for Brandon Caruso. So a few smiling faces around the shore here. Let's see if they can make them smile a little bit brighter on the strength of Brandon Caruso making it through 11.25 meters if he can manage it. And there we go around buoy number 5 and number 6. Good stout effort there from Brando Caruso. Solid effort there all the way throughout. Don't see much wrong there with this run at 11.25 minutes, just getting himself up, set up, and ready for his attempt at 10.75 meters. This is basically going to be the score that essentially our next competitor, Freddie Winter, would in essence have to beat in order to keep himself in the fight to make himself one of those 8 skiers through to the next round of the competition. All right, here we go. Here and now, Brando Caruso. Brando Caruso, who's still on the podium at the European Slalom Championships a few weeks ago in Rocchetto. Look at this. This is at 10.75 meters. Getting a little bit rough in places. He's really going to have to hustle on here. He's round number 5. He gets round buoy number 6 by the skin of his teeth. And there you go. He's now going to take this down to 10.25 meters. So, Brando Caruso. A lot of people here on the shore side at an absolute loss for wondering how he ran through that pass with that much slack line off his bad side turn, his offside turn. Especially here into number 3. Just look at that slack. But then he got onto it, got good angle, and he more than made up for that deficit with some lightning quick and full-on onside turns on his 1-3-5 side. He knows that he has to do better next time, technically, if he's to get anywhere deeper on 10.25 meters than he's gotten already. He already has a 2.5 buoy score from round number 1 at 10.25 meters. That's enough to tie him thus far with Freddie Winter with the same score. So here we go. Needs 3, essentially. Gets 1, gets 2. Does he make it outside buoy number 3? No, and he's inside buoy number 3. So that is going to end up with 2, but does it eliminate him? Not just yet. 2 at 10.25 meters. And that keeps him very much in the frame. Was nowhere close to number 3, gave it his best shot. And I don't know whether that is a sign of he just let the door open for Freddie, or or in celebration. We're not too sure, but we'll see what transpires for Brando Caruso, because the person with whom he tied in the initial round of the event with 2.5 at 10.25 meters is about to take to the water next. From the London borough of Wandsworth in England, this is Freddie Winter. Okay, this is going to determine a number of potential scenarios here. And I'll try and give you a brief outlook and explanation as to which each one of them are. So I would suggest you keep a good ear open by the end of this pass. Here he comes, Freddie Winter. Looking and go. Round all 6 buoys, opening pass, 12 meters, good skiing. Let's check in with Wade on dockside.
Hey, thanks, Tony. I'm here with Brando Caruso. And Brando, you did what you need to do. You ran the 10.7, 2 at 10.2, so you got a good backup point. Basically, got to wait on 2 more passes, right?
Yeah, kind of. I mean, I have to wait just for Freddie, see what he does. But, yeah, that was pretty ugly, that set. But, I mean, that's how it is. Got to take it. And, yeah, I just couldn't figure my gates out. I was always fast. Could never put the ski in. That's how it is.
So we're going to wait here with him. He's got to wait 2 more passes and see how Freddie does at 10.2. So back to you, Tony.
All right, then. So here's the scenario as it plays out. Freddie Winter is on the water. The target that he needs is anything more than 2. If he scores more than 2, he will advance through to the next round of the competition. He will be in 8th spot, and there would not be the need for a runoff of any shape or form or kind. If he gets 3, then he will join the whole gaggle of skiers that are on 3 at 10.25 meters. Then he will be in a multiple weight tie for 2nd spot, potentially. Because if his backup score is superseded by the remaining competitors, for example, then he will be the lead skier off the dock in the men's slalom final. However, if his backup score is not superseded, then he rises up every single time that happens amongst the 8 skiers that are currently tied with 3 at 10.25 meters. Let's concentrate first of all on 11.25 meters for Freddie Winter. Nicely done. All 6 buoys now getting ready for 10.75. And I think that the remaining skiers on the dock are all pretty much well aware of what has transpired as a result of Brando Caruso's effort. They know that with their score at 3 at 10.25 meters, they cannot be eliminated. The only thing that can seriously happen between them is their seeding might change. But for all intents and purposes, anyone that has scored 3 at 10.25 meters and the one person that scored above that mark, they are all through to the next round of the competition. But could Fred be joining them with that tied score? Or will his score of anything possibly more than 2 on 10.25 meters be enough? Here you go, the Pro Tour leaderboard. On 370 points is Freddie Winter. And there you saw Nate Smith there in third, and way out in the lead, unassailable lead, is Will Asher on the Waterski Pro Tour standings. You can find out more about the Waterski Pro Tour by going to waterskiprotour.com, waterskiprotour.com. All right then, folks, here we go. This is Freddie Winter. Needs 8 buoys. The 2 on 10.25 meters, anything more than 2 on that line length, and the 6 that precede it by way of a complete pass. Round buoy number 3. Round 4 and 5. Can't afford to make too much of an error here to get round number 6. Yeah, there you go. 6 buoy count for Freddie Winter. Now, the situation as it stands right now, let's break it down to its brass tacks. Both Brando and Freddie in round 1 scored 2.5 at 10.25 meters. The thing that's going to separate them is the performance that we're going to see here potentially. Less than 2 by Freddie potentially will see him eliminated. 1 would put him into a perfect tie, and it would be runoff. Anything more than 2 would put him into the through to the next round of the competition, and of course, the possibilities continue on from there. All right, here we go. We've got Freddie Winter. Freddie Winter it is, approaching the course right now, 10.25 meters. Here he comes, entrance gates, number 1. Strikes on number 1. He's round number 2, he's still there on 2. He's good to go round number 3. Does he get for the wakes? Yes, he does, he advances. So fantastic effort there from Freddie Winter under immense duress. You don't get to have his standing in the Waterski Pro Tour without having some serious chops to back it up, and Freddie Winter has done just that with a score of 3 at 10.25 meters. Now here is the secondary battle. Is that backup score of 2.5 at 10.25 meters enough to see him rise above some of the other skiers? He is definitely into the final, and so are the other 6 competitors that have that score in that position from round 1. And of course, you need to include Dane Meckler with 4, who's currently in the lead. All of those competitors are through alongside Freddie Winter. What a turn round buoy number 2. How on earth he got the ski outside buoy number 3, I do not know. But he did, and he's through to the final as a result. Commiserations to Brando Caruso for his valiant effort. But now it becomes a matter of seeding. It becomes a matter of seeding now as we get ready for our next competitor to take to the water. Coming to us out of Lincoln in England, it is Robert Hazelwood. Oh, my word. Robert Hazelwood going down on his opening pass. Well, it's a good thing he's through to the next round because that one would have eliminated him immediately, given the wrong set of circumstances. What that means, therefore, is that Freddie Winter has moved up one spot in the seeding where it comes to determining who takes the water first. So let's send it to Wade for Wade's World.
Hey, so Freddie, I heard you say before you went out that round that you didn't want it to be your last set of the year. So it's not. You get to ski again tomorrow. And then secondly, you may have set a new record for the least amount of time outside ball two at 10-2. I mean, you were like a millisecond outside the buoy and gone.
It was ugly, but I mean, I guess, ugly and effective is better than pretty and useless. So I had a prettier buoy one in the first round, but it was useless. So that's better. No, I'm happy. I mean, I don't know. I haven't seen it, but I got a bad one. I messed up the gate, but I changed my letter and it felt better, actually. So I think I got a bit more connection. Me and Becky were talking, and it was good. It was good. I feel happier. I was stressed.
No, it's such a stressful feeling. We talked about the unique sort of formats versus the Mastercraft Pro a few weeks ago where it was the cut and then another cut. This, when you have the 2-round, it sort of adds all day. You feel the same pressure though, right?
Yeah, it's the best format in my opinion. Nothing against Mastercraft Pro. I love that tournament too, but this is the best format. It gives us the best opportunity to really go and kind of feel freer, especially in the first round. But I'm happy to be through. I mean, like you said, I'm after this round, after the final, I'm out. My body's worn out. I'm going to go take a breath.
See you at New Year's?
Yeah, bloody right.
All right, well, get dried off. Enjoy your day, man. Well done. Back to you, Tony.
All right, and he'll be pleased to know that as a result of that performance there from our previous competitor, Freddie Winter will not be the first competitor off the dock in the men's slalom final. At the very least, he'll be second he'll be next off the dock. He won't be first off as a result of that performance there by Robert Hazelwood. So, next competitor up, coming to us out of Canada, originally from Alberta, but now living in the Lone Star State of Texas. There we go, Stephen Neville, currently 10th on the Waterski Pro Tour standings. Doing a fine job there with the opening pass of 12 meters. And in order to keep his nose in front of Freddie Winter, it has to score more than 2.5 on the 10.25 meters. That represents Freddie Winter's backup score now. Anything less from any of our competitors, and that means they drop below Freddie on the seedings so far as how soon they start off the dock in the men's slalom final. I'm Tony Lightfoot, glad to have the pleasure of your company once again here at the Miami Pro. Just looking in at some of the folks arriving in from wherever they happen to depart from into this beautiful part of the country, Miami, Florida, Miami-Dade County. Specifically, we are in the area of Miami, the Miami area called Doral, that has hosted a number of sporting events too. Of course, those of you that have a taste for golf will instantly know the name of the Doral, which takes place nearby. Of course, the athletic prowess of the Hurricanes can't be understated either. Out there in Coral Gables, which isn't too far away from us. And not to mention Florida International, just down the road here. comes Stephen Neville. Pass number 2 coming out of the North Beacon end. And looking strong. No worries there. That is Stephen Neville out of Canada. Getting through. Pass number 2.
Look, Cookie.
So as people relax after a hard days of skiing, we're continuing right along with our competitor out there on the water, Stephen Neville. Right, let's see what we got. Stephen Neville. This is 10.75 meters. He's already through to the next round of the competition. He knows he can't be denied that. The question is, does he want to start before Freddie or after him? Yeah, nicely done. He knows that he won't be first out off the starting dock. That distinction at the moment belongs to Rob Hazelwood on the strength of his effort. But whether he wants to start before or after Freddie is going to be determined with the next effort coming up at 10.25 meters, of which he needs a score of more than 2.5 to effect a change in his positive direction. All right, checking in on the dock side there. We've got Cole McCormick. He's safe in the knowledge that he's made it through to the next round of the competition, but is he someone that values high seeding or doesn't mind where he starts off the dock? I don't know. Would like to know what he has to ski up against, if that helps, in the final. Here we go. This now is Stephen Neville. If he gets round 3 and to the wakes, which he won't do, unfortunately, that means that Freddie Winter moves up another seeding spot on the strength of his performance. That means that so far as Stephen Neville is concerned, he'll be second off the dock in the next round of the competition unless things change seriously. Rob Hazel will currently, as it stands, will be our first competitor off. And third off the dock will be Freddie Winter at this time. All right, so skier about to take to the water will be Cole McCormick, another skier out of Canada. All right, getting ready for his opening pass, and that opening pass is going to be on the 12-meter line. This is Cole McCormick. So it looks like we got a confirmed score for Stephen Nephew. It's going to be one buoy on 10.25 meters. And opening run there for Cole McCormick is going to be safe as houses. A 6-buoy run, opening pass. Great skiing there from him on 12 meters for his opener. All right, let's have a quick look at the leaderboard, shall we? As a reminder, we got Dane Meckler. He's through to the next round. We know that for certain. He could be unseated from his number 1 position if any of the skiers underneath him, all the way through to Freddie Winter, scores more than him. But there you see the multiple way tie for the lead. That's a bit of a misnomer at this moment, because most of those skiers that are currently tied on 3 have not skied already, and yet their position on the leaderboard not yet confirmed. All we do know is that Freddie Winter will not be the first skier off the dock in the men's slalom final. That distinction currently belongs to Robert Hazelwood, then Stephen Nephew, then Freddie Winter, and then obviously if there is another score below 2.5, then that moves Freddie Winter up. Let's check in.
Hey guys, here with Rob Hazelwood. Rob, so did a jet fly over right when you were coming into ball 3?
I really hope so, to be honest. I mean, no idea. Came to 3, I was like, a bit a little narrow, and then just fell over. I guess it happens. It probably shouldn't happen, but I'm just going to say, happens. What can you do? I'm in the final, but I was maybe just a little too relaxed on the dock, and yeah, that happens, I guess.
No, well, let's talk about that for the viewer at home that's like, hey, man, that guy's a pro skier, but it happens, man. It really does. As they say, that ugly 4-letter word.
Yeah, just relaxed, and yeah, I'm not massively sure. I need to watch the video and make sure that I know what to do about tomorrow. I think I just got to go out there with a little more intensity. With the 35 start, it's deep. I think I just didn't really attack enough, ended up super narrow, and just ended up getting in trouble. So got to figure that one out for tomorrow.
All right, well, at least you already had a solid 3, so already in the final. See you tomorrow. Back to you, Tony.
Well, you know what? I tried that once. I tried blaming a fall at Prince's on jet blast from Concorde at nearby Heathrow Airport. Didn't work. And some of you are probably wondering, what's Concorde? Okay, I won't go into that discussion for right now, but there you go. There is Cole McCormick, 2 passes to the good. 12 meters and 11 under his belt. 10.75 meters comes up next. He's already avoided having to start first off the dock by the fact that Rob Hazelwood scored half a buoy on his opener. And he can move his way up ahead of Stephen Nephew on the running order by scoring more than 1. And if he scores more than 2.5, then he will be currently in the lead amongst our skiers in round number 2. And assure himself of at least a 4th place off the dock scenario. 4th skier off the dock scenario. All right then, folks, here we go. Setting himself up really, really well for 10.75 meters. Yeah, there you go. Good skiing. Excellent effort there. So good, solid skiing there from Cole McCormick. out of Canada. All right, looking at the dockside, we see the imposing figure there of Sasha Deska. And joined here by a couple of people.
Just had to do the walk of shame.
Yeah.
It was fun.
I've got two people here, one who knows everything there is to know about skiing and one who knows
do you want a question
absolutely nothing.
Yeah, they told me they needed somebody attractive up here, so they sent me up here to come talk with you guys.
Never heard such a deep, soothing voice.
Thank you.
I feel relaxed.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Immediately.
Don't go into your Jim Nantz spiel.
I mean, I'm just honored to be with two absolute legends right here sitting beside me.
Hang on a second. Who are you talking to?
All right, we have Cole McCormick here coming in at 41. Did not see his 39, but I'm sure it was smooth as butter. All right, let's see what he can do. He's saying about his gates in round one. Good hook up out of one. He's
Nice
on it to
hookup.
two.
Look at this round.
There
number
you
two.
go. He's in it out
He's
of
ahead
three.
of Freddie now.
Oh, getting separated inside four. I thought we had someone going into the bank there. That was a lean out of three, but realistically a pretty solid start. I ski with Cole a lot out at Jack Travers, and I know he often talks about getting kind of launched off the second wake into two when he gets a one like this. I mean, you can't ask for a better one. You see he moves very quickly there, gets very straight and fast into two, gets a little bit of a shoulder lean on, and then from there it's hard to keep your composure, you know.
Yeah.
Gets another shoulder lean that we can't see behind the spray, kind of nearly dies. But manages to save it.
It's just like those one of those crashes that you know is going to happen, and you've got no way of stopping it.
Yeah, well, he managed to hold it, and it's kind of one of Cole's good and bad characteristics. He almost gets a little forwards on the ski, which is good when you're using your body weight and your position and your stance. But when you do it by just literally sticking that left shoulder forwards, it can be a little bit of a challenge. Like, he just gets a little on that shoulder when he needs to be getting that edge change going, and the same thing there. Wow, getting pretty separated, and I believe that will be a 3 at 41, and that's pretty important. Getting a 4 there would have almost definitely helped his seeding quite considerably.
All right then. So my compadre here, Trey, give us your thoughts about Freddie.
Well, I love the guy. I think he's a very strapping young man. He skis hard every time. He's always going to put it out there and leave it on the line. I didn't know he didn't get in on the first pass, but on his first go around, but cleaned up on the second. Let me ask y'all though, when you're going out there and you know that you already made it, are you going to go hard every time, or are you going to just take it easy a little bit and try and save that energy?
Don't think I'm a good person to answer for that question.
Good question.
After this.
That's a very good question.
Technically, usually you would say, I'm going to go at it with full gusto and aggression, and it doesn't matter the fact that you know you're already in. But obviously, some people relax a little too much.
But it comes down to this one question. How much do you want to know?
Know what? I want to know.
You want to know how big
maybe
the score,
not after that.
the
But-
target score that you got to beat in the final.
All right, we will talk about this after. Let's head to Wade.
Wade's World.
Hey guys, here with Cole McCormick. And so Cole, another 3 at 41. You knew we were going to be a 12-meter start, but more than that, what were you looking to accomplish this afternoon?
Basically, I was just looking to accomplish to see what the other gate was like for 41. I definitely like the far end a little better, even though the sun can be a little tricky at times from that end. It's definitely easier to hit your gate 1, 2 right from that end, I feel like. So looking forward to the finals tomorrow for sure.
You got kind of get good spot. You're going to be sort of about right in the middle of the field tomorrow?
Right where I wanted to be.
Yeah, you like that. Get to see a few and then put the pressure on the few behind, right?
Yeah, my best scores usually come when I'm not top C, I'm not first off the dock, having to like know I have to put a big score. I just go out there and like someone puts up a 2, I know I have to run more, you know, and I know I have to run it to win tomorrow. So it feels nice out there. So I'm sure one of these guys is going to run it tomorrow.
All right, we're going to see him in the finals tomorrow. Hope you guys will be watching us. Back to you.
All right, so two threes under his belt there for Cole McCormick on 10.75 meters of 41 off. Now, let's go back to what I was saying. How much do you want to know?
Sorry, mic on. I love to know. I like to...
You want to completely know or leave it to chance that one other person that skis after you has a
Oh,
better...
you mean where do I want to be in seeding? I kind of don't really mind. I think it's a little bit of a challenge because, one, you can't control that. So if you stress about it too much, there's nothing that you control. Say I like to know one person before the cut so I have a little bit of wiggle room. Very rarely am I going to be there, and very rarely am I going to have the opportunity to call that. But that's Sasha Deshun's through a 38, getting a little loaded up there. But
coming to us from the Beacon north end of the lake, and you can't help but be impressed with that.
That's a man of few words right there, but he sure does let that ski do the talking, does he not, boys?
Oh, he really does. He really does. But that was a pretty smooth pass there from Sasha, and again, like I mentioned earlier, it can be a little bit of a challenge here. Obviously, the lake's like 40 feet deep, which is something that we're really not used to.
Lose your car keys and you're never getting them back.
Yeah, there isn't no...
Unless you got scuba gear.
Swimming to the bottom. And this kind of aggression is almost needed, especially when you're going out of that 35. You slow down so quick, and obviously you don't speed up so quick. So the big turns, and you don't want to essentially get loaded up much more, but you've got to be carrying that a little bit more speed. You've got to be that little more on it. To make sure that you're kind of keeping ahead of the boat and keeping ahead of the course. But pretty smooth skiing there from Sasha.
Just look at the arms glistening in the sunlight right there. It makes me jealous almost.
He's got some French muscles for sure. And yeah, Sasha's been struggling with some injuries this year. Had a few issues with his arms actually. Some bicep stuff, some elbow stuff, and it almost put him out of the Worlds last year, and it's put him out of a few tournaments this year. So hopefully he can head back after off season and really kind of get some things sorted, because he has some real bicep issues.
Yeah. Talk to the rookie over here. Is all the pressure? Is it on your arms? Is it on your back? Is it on your legs? Is it on every part of your body?
The arms is like dead string almost. They take the load, but the body is what the body and the hips and the abs and the butt and the glutes is what takes most of the load. But here comes Sasha Deshun's on his 39 off, 10.75 meters.
All right, here we go. Sasha Deshun coming into the course, 10.75 meters, gets a good strike on number one. It's well over the tip. Oh, look at that. It takes a double turn on that one on buoy number 2. He's good for 3. Excellent on number 4. He's made up all of that deficit and then some. 6 buoys, 10.75. Yeah.
That was an aggressive pass.
Yes, it was.
1 through 5, money, 2-4, causing some serious problems right now. Thought he wasn't going to make it out of that 2. That was a big 2-ball. Wind looks like he's come up a little bit. It's an easterly wind, so it's swinging kind of left and right, up and down the lake. But he had a pretty strong tailwind there on that gate. Looks pretty flat as he goes in the course. Doesn't look that bad from that angle. But
Looks worse from the boat.
Yeah, getting caught tip heavy, but look at that 3. See how he really brings his ski round to finish that rotation. Really allows him to get that speed that we talked about. He doesn't push here. He brings round, rotates, and drives back into that wake very, very nicely. But from the bank, that pass didn't actually look as that bad. I'd like to see the boat view again, just to kind of see what we saw again on that 2-4. But that was a pretty good 39 as things go.
All right, then, looking in very, very good shape there. I've got Trey Melton here on my left and to the right on your screen, and I've got Rob Hazelwood here on my right and to the left of the screen. I'm Tony Lightfoot. Glad to have the pleasure of your company.
It's an honor. This is an absolute honor.
Tony.
I mean, I've wanted to be like you my whole life, Tony. I can't believe I'm finally getting the privilege to sit beside you and talk with you. I mean, I know we travel together sometimes, but you hardly pay me any attention, so I just want to say thank you for right now.
Okay.
All right, so here we have Sasha Deshun's coming in. This will be 41, and even though he knows he's already in that final, this makes a big deal for his seeding. Let's see what he can put together.
More than 3 will keep him exactly where he is on this sheet, which is 4th. Oh, look at that. How on earth? He gets 3, and he's in a perfect tie. He's in a perfect tie with Cole McCormick. So how does that play out? It goes down to previous seeding into this event. And because we use the Waterski Pro Tour, that means that Cole McCormick will start before Sasha.
Yeah, yes, yeah. Sorry, had a mind blank there. Yeah, so Cole McCormick will be before Sasha. Sasha's had an incredible season this year, so yeah, he is seeded quite high up that list. Let's just have a look here at this 41. I believe got a pretty good one. A little bit of loose rope, but moving back towards the weight, carried the speed. Just looking narrow at that 2 again. Getting super stretched out, getting down course, but doesn't look that bad. I don't quite know. I don't know if he hasn't been skiing too much or obviously this tournament's pretty late in the season. But it doesn't look that bad. He just doesn't look like he's creating that space that we normally see from Sasha. A little slow on that gate, a little narrow there. It makes it very hard to swing up on that boat to 2. Yeah, that's, I mean, for Sasha, a good one. Gets a little stuck on the tail across the wakes. That's going to hurt him. And yeah, just getting down course out of that 2. Good solid S-turn. But yeah, it can be a little bit of a challenge, especially in these, again, in these deeper lakes. If you get that slow gate, you start with no speed. If you start slow, it's very hard to kind of keep the swing intense, and at 41 you need one hell of a swing. But just couldn't quite put it together.
Here we go, Nate Smith. I'm told he had a broken foot earlier. He was walking around in the boot, and now he's out of it, and he's out here at Miami about to ski. I was shocked when I saw him. I didn't think he was going to be doing this, but hey, here he is, and he did pretty well the first round.
He did do very well.
Coming to us out of McCordsville in Indiana, this is Nate Smith, current world champion, current world record holder. Enough said.
Looking a little bit rushed by the end of the pass, but all in all, he's through it. 35, first one out the way. Yeah, it's interesting. We're seeing a few skiers kind of getting a little bit late on these early passes. I think doing kind of similar to what I did, just obviously not quite as bad, but just getting a little bit lazy. It's 35. Nate, one of the best skiers in the world, without a doubt, obviously. And just getting a little bit behind on that 35 at the end. It's something we don't usually see from him. I mean, we've seen him this year, I think, twice go out at 38 on his first pass and make it look as smooth as butter. So obviously struggling with that ankle just a little bit, but...
So what is the miss that's easier to recover from? Is it easier to be deeper in the pass and recover from that, or is it harder if you turn a little early?
It depends. A lot of people actually say if you overturn it, it messes up a lot, but I always prefer to be nice and up course. If you're early, you can see things. You can make sure that you kind of... You spot rollers before they kind of peek up on you. You can make sure your balance is there, and most of all, you can make sure the rhythm's there. So, like when you start coming into that 4-ball, even if it's your first pass, you're almost like, ooh, this could be a little spicy of a turn, you know.
Wake you up a little. Carrying
in that extra heat just kind of goes, all right, you need to make sure that you're on your balance, you're on form, and you're really moving through. But yeah, late's never usually good.
What do you need for a mentality? You need that Kobe mentality where you're going to go in there and kill it, and you want to get after everybody? Do you need the golf mentality where you're cool, calm, and collected, not thinking about it too much? What's the best way to go into it?
That's a good question, actually. That's a very good question, Trey.
Thank you. I'm here all day.
Popping some good ones off today. I think you need a mix of the two. The first pass is you obviously need to be on it. You need to be ready. But I think it's very similar to the golf. You got to be able to turn it off and on, you know. But let's see here, Nate coming in on 38. Let's see if he can get a little more up course.
Looking strong, looking in good shape. And as Nate Smith massages his way through this run, let's check in with Wade World.
Hey, thanks, guys. I'm here with Sasha Descons. And Sasha, you already knew you were in with the 3 from this morning. So when you were going out, what were you trying to learn? What was your accomplishment trying to get?
Not anything special. I just wanted to have a set more relaxed than this morning. I think I skied a little bit better, but 1 at 10.2 was okay, and then in the wakes I have no legs. I'm so weak. Yeah.
So What might you think of a change for tomorrow? Or would you ever go to a letter change on the boat? Anything like that?
No, for sure I don't change the letter. I will try to sleep more and be more ready tomorrow.
All right. So will I then. Okay. We're both going to get more sleep tonight, and we're both going to be better tomorrow. Back to you, Tony.
And boys, I got another question for you now. How important is it for you to go out there round 2, see the lake again, feel the area, feel the environment you're in? How much does that really matter for you?
First of all, for seeding, incredibly important. You don't want to, again, people prefer different places, but usually people like to be a little further down this list as we get into kind of the pro ranks, just so you know what you have to do. Cuts the scores low, you know kind of where to go. You don't want to be out there really putting everything out there when you don't need to, but just to feel the lake. Again, this lake is a little bit different to what we're used to kind of on the man-made scene, so kind of getting a feel for that, getting a feel for the driver, really getting a feel for that boat. But let's see what Nate can do here. Coming in 39 off, 10.75 meters.
All right, here we go. This is Nate Smith, the world champion, world record holder. Looking in good shape. Not too much to pick apart on this run. Has run this past so many different scenarios, so many different occasions, and this one, no exception to that. So great skin there from Nate Smith as he gets ready for 10.25.
And just like that, Nate coming out hot. He tied the course record here last year at 1 at 9. Do you boys think he could do it again possibly, or you see him coming up a little short today?
No, and he won't.
Oh, Tony with a hot take.
So negative.
No, I mean, he's coming right off an ankle injury, and he's
Nate Smith is one of the best in the world. He's done many good things before.
He's managing expectations.
Well, I'll say this right now. I think he's going to do it, boys. I think he's going to go out there. He's going to tie the course record again, and he's going to shock the world, especially Tony sitting right here beside me.
That is the positivity I like to hear that we need. Honestly, I'm probably with Tony a little more on this one. No, we've seen some insane things from Nate. Not the greatest 39 that we've ever seen. A little late there out of 6 ball, but Nate can really kind of throw anything on us. So, I mean, I want to see it.
And not to cause any problems, Nate Smith, arguably the best hair in the sport. I don't want to cause any problems there, but the way it flows.
Hang on a second. I've got to stop you there. Jonathan Travers has the best hair.
Okay, well, hey, listen. Everybody has their special guy. And
flung one out there.
The way it flops in the wind for me, I think it's Nate Smith.
I don't know who mine is, but definitely not me.
Rob has great hair. He could grow it out a little bit, let it flow a little more. But
I've tried. It just goes.
Is no hair a hairstyle?
Take it, Tony. Take it. Go for it. All right.
We got the president of the league right there.
The legend, the man that puts this all together.
I just hope to be as cool as that guy one day.
I do too. All right, Nate coming in here, 41. Can he break that course record? We shall see. All right. Oh, not the finish there. Looking late out of 1. Tony's there flipping his hands. Just look. Puts him also very much down in the seeding. Yes, that is true.
That puts him below the 3 that was produced by Cole McCormick and Sasha Deska. So Cole and Sasha move up, and so does Freddie Winter.
We've seen Nate do better things off a 1 like that, and obviously I think that's just some weakness from his ankle, which kind of really makes us think that obviously he is hurt. He's not going to lie about it. But we've seen him do better things off a 1 like this. But getting out, looks like he's losing those hips on the wake. And if he's pushing into that front ankle, it's going to be tough to really commit to your hips. And I think he's just losing those hips off that second side. And it's just making it really tough for him to create that swing. And this kind of is a little bit of a reminder of California, really, hey, Tony? With the low seeding coming into into the finals and ended up taking the whole thing. That was the move that I was going with. Yeah.
Hey, Will always seemed to be taking his time on the dock, getting ready, throwing the boot on, talking up, chatting to one of our guys down there, John, getting a nice pictures. He's a big picture guy down there, loves to pose for the camera. No nerves ever with this guy. A true professional, Pro Tour champion. It doesn't even matter what happens here. He's going to win it no matter what.
There you go. That's goat. That's goat moves.
He's got to be in a good mood. Got to be in a good mood.
He really, really has. Oh, he's obviously taking his time, chilling. Now, I imagine with the 1 minute 15 drop time, he's been the first smart one to take his time on the dock. We've all been jumping in, getting ready, then sitting in there.
Yeah, honestly, I'm usually behind the camera, standing here next to the water. I never get to get into the water, and man, I would do anything to jump in the water right now because it is warm out here.
Do it, swan dive, bomb.
Okay, I lied. I don't want to get in the water, but I would get in the water because it looks nice. Hey, let me ask you, deep lakes, okay, how does that affect with a shallow lake? What's really the difference in that? Is it the way it pulls on the ski or what?
Yeah, there's so many different things going on. But essentially for me, your ski's going to sit a lot slower. There's going to be a little bit more drag. And it's nice because it gives you things like it doesn't want to blow. The fin is never going to want to blow because it's sat so deep. But it can create some other challenges, really make it tough to swing up on the boat. But let's see if we see that from Will on this 35. He said on his interview that he was going to try to take more intensity into these first few passes. And it looks like he is doing that. That's 35, already looking a little better than his 32 that we saw earlier today. And I think he just came in a little bit chill, a little bit nonchalant in the first round. So it looks a little better this round.
All right, let's continue to analyze this. And actually, you could answer this question because, Trey, why didn't you ask him for an elevator pitch of the Syndicate Works 1?
Hey, Rob, I would like an elevator pitch of the Syndicate Works 1, please.
Set the European record 2 weekends ago.
Oh.
It's my elevator pitch. It's one floor, done, boom, finished.
Wow.
No, it's a great ski. Obviously, I didn't do it too much justice today. Did in the first round, but it's a ski that really allows you to be efficient through the course. You have to be powerful off the second side, and it allows you to do that. Many skis over the years have forced you to kind of come off that edge early and really swing your feet as early as you can, and it was kind of thought that was right. But the tide's almost changing a little bit, and you see from Will, when he gets to that 41, watch how much power he can take off the second side. And the ski allows him to kind of really, allows him a place to put that power. Wow. And that's one of the nicest things about it. And you spot that move off the second side, and the ski really allows yourself to move.
And HO, a very good team, huh? Got a lot of successful skiers on the roster. They might need to add me. They got Jamie Bull, Will Asher, Rob, handsome Rob right here at the desk.
Yeah, one of the best things about the team is the team. You know, we have a real hardcore team relationship, essentially. And when we had Dave, our VP, come into town the other day, and within a second, the whole group's there. We're all skiing together, doing some testing. This man, obviously, most importantly, was there figuring things out. But 38 off, 11 meters here for Will. Looking much better this round on these earlier passes. Oh!
How on earth?
Did he make it?
I think so.
Did he go around 6?
I believe he just defied gravity.
That was... Oh, he's done. He's going in. He's finished.
Well, that's it then.
I'd love to
take a breather, buddy. You earned it, huh?
I'd love to get an interview with... Well, I'd love to see kind of what his thoughts were on that. Obviously, that puts him down the seeding quite considerably.
Yeah, it does.
He'll be with me. He'll be after me on the dock.
Yes, it will. Yeah, will be because you're first off the dock.
A very nice pass. Yeah, thanks, Tony. Rub it in. All right, don't you? No, a very nice pass. I mean, look at the 3, the hookup, the line, that move off the second side that we were talking about. We can ignore my elevator pitch here at 5, obviously. Something didn't work. We'll blame the Indian on that one. Oh, getting loaded up, and no, did not go around 6. I don't know. He did go around 6.
Yeah.
He just didn't want to ski. Yeah, and bless him. He's 40 years old now. He needs to save some energy for the finals.
And a skier that's been pretty much on every podium this season.
Not pretty much. He has.
Yes.
Every single season, every single event he's skied in, he has made the podium. And that is pretty insane.
Very impressive by the guy. Hey, and listen, he needs to watch out for the TWBC buoy. Those are very expensive. I don't know if we can afford another one right now. But very impressive. One of the older gentlemen out there getting after it. And now we got Dane coming up. A guy coming from my land, North Carolina. Not too far from me, about 25 minutes away from me. Gonna hold it down for the 704. Come on, Dane. You got this, buddy.
Is he any relation to Mr. 305?
No, Mr. 305, Mr. Worldwide, a.k.a. Pitbull Dale, is from Miami, which is where we are right now.
We're in his land down here. Maybe we'll see him. Maybe he'll come out and watch. All right, let's see. Dane here, 35, Mr. 305.
704.
Looking good out there. Very smooth and not much intensity, really. Very calm and collected out there. Considering going out at 35, that looked like a very, very nice pass. Very smooth. All right, let's head to Wade and see who he has.
Well, Tony, it's really interesting. I'm surprised we haven't seen a score into 9.75. What I wasn't surprised, though, is to see what we saw with Will Asher. 2 passes. We saw him do that at Travers a few weeks ago, and also a few weeks before that when he knows he's already in, he wants to go out and just get it down and back in, just sort of go through the motion. So I wasn't surprised with that, but yeah, a little surprised I haven't seen a bigger score than we have, but we got Dane Meckler out there who ran a 41 at the Worlds last year, so maybe there's hope still. So we'll see. Only one left. Back to you.
All right.
And Dane Meckler, looking to get his first pro win right here, has been hot this season. Ran I believe, his first 41, but at last year at Worlds, but it was a runoff, so it technically doesn't count. I guess I'm not sure how that all works, but could he do it today?
He looked good in the first round. And it's kind of interesting, his move here. This is where we start to get out the realms of, all right, no matter how he skis this round, he's first seed.
Right.
No matter what happens, whether he falls on his first pass, which he can't, he's just run it.
He's playing with casino money.
Yeah, essentially. And it's an interesting play. We know that Dane has skied incredibly well this year. And I believe, am I correct? I feel like I need Vince on this one with the facts. I believe he's only made 1 podium. Am I wrong with that? I know he made a podium, I believe, in Europe. And I mean, for such a fantastic skier, I mean, look at the 38. Oh, a little loose there out of 1, but smoothly back into it out of 2. Good hook up out of 3.
And just look how he plants that ski in the water.
Yeah, really gets that ski in between him and the boat before anything happens. So we're finding, I believe his only podium, I don't want to talk out of place, is in Dommartin in Europe. So he's obviously a good enough skier to podium more often and win. But he's
gonna come in.
So he's pulling the veteran move, and that's kind of what I was just about to talk about. Was it a smart idea him going out today? He knows he can ski well at the lake. I saw him in practice yesterday. He skied incredibly well. 5 at 41, obviously taken down due to short path to 4. He's skiing incredibly well. Was it a great idea to go out there and do a full set? And as we see from Dane,
that basically
no,
gifts Nate Smith the last skier off the dock because he had 1.5 at 10.2. No, actually, there are better scores, aren't there? Sasha.
Dane has the 4. Dane is outright because he has the 4.
Oh yeah, of course. But then you look at the other part of that order, and then you see that you've got Sasha Desko and Colin.
Freddie's moved up the list obviously a lot. But let's go see who we have in Wade's World.
Yeah.
Hey guys, here with Dane Meckler, and Dane, you're our top seed, which you've done that a few times now, but you had a little bit different platform going out. Tell us about your plan.
Yeah, I just wanted to go out. I haven't been practicing going out at 35 really at all, and I just want to go out and go down and back. I had a really good first round and have a really good mindset at 41 and know what I need to do, and there was kind of no reason to do anything else. Good or bad, I was in the same spot, so just wanted to go do a couple passes with Becky and take it in.
Well, I'd already seen Will do that, and we were just chatting. My coach, Mike Farrar, way back in the day, would say, man, every look you get from each end of the lake, you sort of learn something. And, yeah, you got looks, which you need for tomorrow, right?
Yeah, I wanted to see how far I could push into the course there, the gate. I think everyone's getting a little slow, and just wanted to see how far I could get out there and see if I, overshoot the boat. And I think I'm in a good spot for tomorrow. So.
Well, and I had someone say to me later in my career, they said, man, it's almost like you ran those first 2 passes, you could have shortened the rope and they could have been your next 2 passes. Sort of same scenario there. Your 35-38 gave you sort of a 39-41 look.
Yeah, it's feeling really good. I mean, it's it's obviously a little bit different, but it's close enough. And Becky feels good, the boat feels good, the site's perfect. So no, I'm really happy with that.
Well, good stuff. It was awesome watching you and the rest of the fellas. Back to you, Tony, for the last time. We'll see you tomorrow morning.
All right, then. So some great skiing, with the sealing and all that kind of stuff. And also another thing to bear in mind is where the sun is shining right now. So, I mean, if you don't have to risk going deep down the slalom line and risk not being able to see the buoys, then why should you?
Yeah, I think the sun's not too bad as it was this morning. I think in the morning the light's just dark, but there we see the men's slalom leaderboard. We have Dane Meckler out there in front with 4 at 41, 10.25, the only skier to make it past that 3-ball today. And then moving down into Cole McCormick with a 3 at 41 or 10.25. Sasha Deshuns with those same scores with a 3 and a 3. Freddie Winter moving up, going from barely been in the final to 4th place with a 3 at 41 and a 2.5 at 41. Nate Smith in 5th with a 3 at 41 and a 1.5 at 41, I believe. Stephen Navu in 6th place with a 3.5 at 41 and a 1.5 at 41. Will Asher with a 3.5 at 41 and a 6 at 38. And squeezing in, and me last place with 3 at 41.
There we go, Rob.
And yeah, Vince Zemayer giving me some stick with a 3 at 41, and we don't just say the second score in that one.
We knew it would be exciting. A lot of people that didn't make it out to a lot of the tournaments this year are at this one, the last one in America.
Can I just make a statement for what I just heard Vince Zemayer? Vince just said, hey, at least his sensors may be whack, but at least he runs his opener. You've no pressure now, Vince, but you can never miss your opener again. No pressure. I'm going to be watching. Every record score you put in, you best never miss your opener, Vince.
And it will be on Instagram.
I'll see it.
All right, then. So that brings to a conclusion day 1 of 2 here at the Miami Pro for 2022. Big shout out, big ups to all of our sponsors you see there on the front part of the desk. Tomorrow is an 11 a.m. start. 11 a.m. start. Make sure you make the appropriate time adjustments, no matter where you have to be in the world. Whether you're watching on Cairo or Kathmandu or London or Lima or Santiago or San Francisco or Atlanta or Amman, you can watch it at around 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.
There we go.
And it changes because of the sun.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, because make sure you check your app on that.
Google it. Google the time that it's going to be in Miami tomorrow at 11-ish.
Yeah, something like that.
Then we'll figure it out. Google knows all.
Yeah, because we go back to Standard Time tonight, don't we?
Yeah, I believe we gain an hour.
We gain an hour.
Yeah.
There we go. Alliance.
Which I definitely could use right now.
I've been napping pretty good.
Yeah.
Well, great to hear for you, Rob. We have not.
All right, then. Okay, let's wrap it up, shall we? On the behalf of everyone here, TWBC, the officials, the skiers, and all of the great fans and all of the main benefactors and supporters right here at the Greater Miami Ski Club, this is Tony Lightfoot saying ciao for now.
Try Match Play at bplayfuel.com.